Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to INDUS Conclave 2023. We are ready to begin this conclave. In the meanwhile, as a courtesy towards our presenters and speakers, we request all of you to please be seated and keep your cell phones on silent. Thank you very much, and we'll be starting this conclave momentarily. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, for the 20 people that wished me, thank you very much. I think we can do it again. And I want you to be a little louder this time, right? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. That's wonderful. Welcome to INDUS Conclave 2023. Now, this year is very, very special for INDUS because this marks 25 glorious years for us. So thank you very much for your continued... Thank you for your continued trust, support, and partnership. Now, I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce myself. Good morning. My name is Akarshak Mishra, and I have the privilege to be your host. Now is when you applaud the host. Thank you. Now, we'll talk about the theme for this year. The theme for this year is strategies for a smarter, sustainable, and successful enterprise. Now, how do we do this? Now, we have a set of industry experts and thought leaders who will be delivering their keynote addresses, will be participating in fireside chats, in panel discussions, and also master classes. So we made sure that the entire day is enriching for everyone present here. Now, before we introduce our first speaker to join us on stage, I'm sure that everybody here must have interacted with each other at some point in their career, but it's only for work. We thought, why not take it, one step further, get to know each other personally. How do we do this? I will ask you a few questions. If the answer to those questions is yes, you put your hands up. If the answer is no, you don't put your hands up. As simple as that. So starting with the first question, how many of you prefer tea, chai? Very nice. Coffee? Alcohol? Nobody with two hands up yet? How many of you have pets? Oh, nice. How many have dogs? Cats? Any other pet? Yes, sir. What pet do you have? We'll try and edit that then. Okay. How many of you love Monday mornings? We have to be honest here. All days are the same. If given some free time, what would you like to do? How many of you would like to travel to, say, the mountains, beaches, to their beds? Oh, so now I get two hands up, finally. Now I'm going to go a little deeper. How many of you have pretended to have internet issues just so that you don't have to get on a call? Honesty. How many of you have slept during a conference? Please note, जिन्होंने हाथ ऊपर किया है, we'll be focusing on them throughout the event. But having said that, it's time for the last and final question. How many of you are ready for the INDUS Conclave 2023? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the stage the chairman of INDUS, Mr. Vijay Sethi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, good job. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So, shall I convey the same thing? 20 guys, 100 guys? But I'll not repeat that good morning. Okay, can I get my slides? Okay. Fantastic, thank you. So let me welcome each one of you to this INDUS Conclave 2023. This is 25th year, we're just completing 25th year of INDUS. Great. Last year we also completed 50 years of SAP. So fantastic. Welcome to each one of you. We have some fantastic partners who make it happen. Our platinum partner, Google Cloud, gold partners, Tech Mahindra, PwC. Then we also have silver partners, Intellect and SAP Concur. Thank you very much for this. Okay. I think our biggest supporter in this entire thing is SAP. So thank you very much. Sindhu, Kulmeet, Yasmin, the entire SAP team, you are the power behind the entire community. This community is because of SAP, and I must thank each one of you. Thank you to three of you especially. You have flown in especially for this event. I know Yasmin came in last night from Germany. She's flying back tonight. Same thing with both Kulmeet and Sindhu. Thank you very much. And the entire SAP team for being fantastic partners for us. So this is Indus Group. So we have so many members who are present, and I'm sure as the day progresses, there'll be many more people who are coming in. This is a real strong, vibrant community today. So today we have roughly around 2,000 odd organizations which are part of Indus. And 2,000 by any stretch of imagination is a fantastic number, though the number of SAP customers is high and we would expect this number to go up. But 2,000, fantastic. Thank you everyone for being part of Indus community. Out of these organizations, there are 10,000 or more than 10,000 individuals who are part of Indus, who many of them, a lot of them actually participate in various events very regularly. We have 15 special interest groups on various areas, and some of these are really very vibrant, and I can see as to what kind of interactions that are happening in those. And one good thing that we recently did was a BTP Ambassador program where we ran a 6-week course, and after that 8 organizations actually built something on BTP platform. 2 of them would be sharing some of the case studies today. So thank you everyone who participated in the BTP program, and thank you SAP for helping us out in this thing. I also want to call out the entire board. I think all members of the board have been doing a fantastic job. They've been spending a lot of time, and we know that SAP ACE Awards are also happening tonight, so the board members also spend a lot of time on that. So we have Chandar, we have Yogesh. Yogesh couldn't come in, he's not well. Umesh is here. Entire board is here, in fact, so other than Yogesh and Gupta. So we have Atul, Shobna is here. Shobna and Rucha, both of them are based out of Bombay. We have Sandeep, who has come in from Calcutta, and of course our man, where's our man Friday, Mukesh. So he's there. So Mukesh is part of the Indus board. So thank you to all the board members for all the contributions that you are doing. So as Akarshak was saying that today we are talking about strategies for a smarter, sustainable and successful enterprise. So we'll have fireside chats. Just after this, there's a chat that I'll be hosting with both Kulmeet and Sindhu. There are a few other chats that have been planned. Master classes, as we spoke about. There are a lot of keynotes where we'll get a lot of insights into what is happening globally. And it's not just about SAP, but how digitization, how digital can change our entire world. We are also having some case studies, which will be, as I was talking about BTP, there are other case studies. Some of the customers will be coming, sharing as to what has been done. And then there'll be a couple of panel discussions. It's going to be an exciting day, which will continue till around 6 p.m. or so. And once we complete, we have again an exciting ceremony which starts at 6:30, which is the SAP ACE Awards, where Indus is presenting partners. So we do our support to this. So SAP ACE Awards, so we'll be having this in this very hall at 6:30 p.m. So when we talk about ACE Awards, so we have 3 categories, and I'll not get into details, but we'll get into details as we get into the ACE Awards. But we had 3 categories this year. More than 150 odd entries which are taken through various rounds. So we had 3 rounds of jury. So first round of evaluation, out of 156, we narrowed down to few. Then, so we have a group called Indus Directors. So Indus Directors and Indus Board members had the second round, where many of us evaluated each entry. And then we shortlisted, and finally the shortlisted entries, those guys were asked to make presentations. So the presentations were made on a Saturday. We went through the entire day, and finally we agreed to the winners will be announced today evening. And over there, I'd like to thank some of the INDUS directors who really helped us in the second round of the evaluation. So thank you to everyone. Some of them are here today, but even those who are not there and might be listening to the YouTube live or after the session, but I want to thank each one of them for their contributions and to the board members for their contribution. And more importantly, all the 156 odd companies which participated. To me, the jury process, and I've been part of this jury process for many, many years now, it's such an enriching. So I remember the first time when I implemented SAP, that was what, 97 or 1998. The way we used to implement, way we even used to think about SAP, I think the way companies are thinking, the companies are utilizing the value of SAP, it is way beyond. तब लगता है मतलब उन दिनों क्या करते थे, ऐसा सोचते भी नहीं थे. But the companies are really doing fantastic job. So my compliments to all the 156 participants who participated. And there are a lot of other companies who are doing fantastic job who might not have participated, but people are, I've seen, utilizing the value of SAP to the hilt these days. Coming back to the agenda, so I just wanted to spend 2 minutes on why we thought of this particular theme, smarter, sustainable, and successful. What really prompted us to think of these three words. So I'll give you three of my own favorite quotes as to why we thought this makes sense. So let's start with the smarter part. I like this quote by Malcolm Gladwell. The talent myth assumes that people make organizations smart. More often than not, it's the other way around. And having been a CHRO also myself, so I do understand some bit of talent part. The reality is, while there are smart people in the organizations, but it is the culture, the ethos, the systems, the technology, the entire thing about the organization which makes even those smart people smarter and help the enterprise become smarter. And how they guys collaborate, how they use technology, how they use best practices, how they learn from others, that makes the entire organization and the individual smarter. And that's what we'll learn today as to what we can learn from others and make ourselves and organizations smarter. So that is step number one. Second is sustainability. Of course, all of us know that the entire world is focusing on sustainability. I know SAP is focusing a lot on sustainability. We were at SAP Labs, SAP Labs few weeks back. The entire board was there, and Sindhu and her team showed us as to what kind of work is being done on sustainability. So sustainability, I like this quote by Mr. Mahindra. Sustainability has to be a way of life. That's true. It has to be, because we have to leave certain things for our next generation. But more important is also has to be part of the business. So it's not just that we just keep sustainability and think about it. There's huge pollution in Bombay and even bigger in Delhi, and we just have to do something. But I think it's not just the personal lives, the way we live, but the entire business has to be sustainable. And that's why we thought that sustainability has to be a key element in our entire theme for this. And the third one, as we spoke, at the end of the day, any business is here to make money. Each one of us wants to be successful in our businesses. Our companies want to be successful. That's why we thought smarter, sustainable, and finally successful. Now, successful organizations, it's not just that they become successful by luck. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it. While people do make a lot of strategies, but actually, as they say, the fun starts when rubber meets the road. The implementation also has to be very, very good. So it's not just strategy, but also the role that all the individuals, the smarter people play in the ensuring that those strategies are kind of put to use. That's where the organizations become successful. So smarter, sustainable, and successful, where people play a huge role, technology plays a huge role, and that's what we thought we'll keep for this. And in this entire journey, as I said, digital technologies are really playing a huge role. And we know, all of us in the technology domain, we know that the way technology is changing these days, even there are times when we don't know, after a few days something comes up, acha aisa bhi tha, because we never know that this was coming to us. How many of us 1 year back, 1.5 years back, even thought there'll be something called ChatGPT, for example, would change the life, and Parveen spoke about the kids part. It has really changed the lives of kids. They just put in their question over there, answer, write something, and submit their thing. Who thought 1.5 years back, 1 year back, that So and we don't know what's going to happen in next few months, next few quarters. So technology is changing our lives a lot, both personal and professional, and it will help us make our organizations smarter, sustainable, and successful. And some of the new technologies, when we talk about it, could be things like cloud computing, SAP, for example, with whether it's Rise, Grow. I don't know whether tomorrow they could come up with something very, very innovative, even beyond that, or things like AI, ML. We know that the way AI, ML is really changing our entire thought process. The way we looked at data, way we looked at processes in the organization, way we used to do normal operations in the organization. AI, ML has really changed that. And of course, the newest kid on the block, generative AI, the way it has taken the entire world by storm. I think these kind of technologies, or at the operational level, whether it is low-code platforms, no-code platforms, platforms like BTP, or even RP, and those kind of, they are really changing our world, and we'll be discussing some of these as we go through the day today. And there's so many others. So let's all today, objective is share with others, learn from others, experiences from those who have done, and even those who might not have fully succeeded, but they can share their experiences and we can learn from them. And objective is how do we make our enterprises smarter, sustainable, and successful. Thank you everyone for joining. I'm sure that each one of us will learn a lot during the day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, and thank you for addressing this August gathering. Now, before we move on to the next fireside chat, or the first fireside chat, a quick question. How many of you are on social media? Wonderful. So, you know that Twitter has been renamed to X. Perfect. So, make sure that, during the entire duration of this conclave, keep sharing your insights, keep sharing your experiences and photographs. You can use the hashtag INDUS Conclave 2023. And we can let the world know that we are having a wonderful time and getting some amazing insights during this conclave. Now, as Mr. Sethi previously mentioned, that technology plays a very crucial role, not just in promoting businesses, but enabling innovations and driving sustainability. Now, these are the key factors for the success of any enterprise. Now, in this immediate session, we'll be having a fireside chat that will dive deeper in the same context. So, ladies and gentlemen, to start things off, may I request you to please join me in welcoming once again to the stage Mr. Vijay Sethi, Chairman, INDUS. Thank you. And as you can see, we have two more chairs. We have two very, very special people joining us on stage. Starting with the President and MD for SAP Indian Subcontinent, please join me as I welcome Mr. Kulmeet Bava. And now introducing the SVP and MD for SAP Labs India and Head SAP User Enablement, Ms. Sindhu Gangadharan.
Thank you very much, Sindhu, Kulmeet, for joining, and thank you very much for all your support that you give to SAP, to INDUS. And I personally think that without this support, even if this 2,000 odd customers community would not have been as vibrant, because two of you, all the team members that you have, and of course the Sutradhar, Mukesh, everyone plays such a huge role in this entire thing. So let me just start with you, Kulmeet, and let's start with this particular point on INDUS. I just wanted to get your perspective on how do you think we can further strengthen the relationship between SAP and INDUS, and some good ideas and thought processes, whether SAP, what SAP can do, or what INDUS can do, or I can do. As candid as always you are.
Thank you for that. And firstly, good morning. Hi to everyone. Happy Diwali. And thank you for all the prayers and for those of you who polled on the LinkedIn for helping the men in blue reach where they are. So congratulations to everyone and thank you for the prayers. I'm sure Sunday is going to be a great day, 2 p.m. I know Rucha is off to Ahmedabad to witness it. Come on. And we're going to see how many more of us can go and see the finals. But Vijay, great introduction. So as always, you inspire people right in the beginning. So thank you for that. You know, we were discussing this outside, and I was just chatting with Yasmin sitting here, who heads the user group worldwide for SAP based out of Waldorf. Firstly, we are doing a fantastic job. You are doing a fantastic job. The board is always amazing, and I congratulated all of you outside. And, you know, from my lens, Vijay, the INDUS is the flag bearer for us in India, for the SAP community in India. And given the fact that you're celebrating Silver Jubilee, something that we did 2 years ago, is very meaningful. And the way I look at anything personally is that it's never that something's broken. So this is moving fantastic. It may be a 7 on 10, 8 on 10, wherever you want to peg yourself. Where do we move from here? And given the agility, creativeness, everything that we are seeing outside in our business, I think there are new ideas, some of them that we were discussing outside, new ways for us. You know, I know a lot of you, Chandar, Rucha, are flag bearers as far as SAP's latest technologies are concerned. A lot of you, Umesh. So thank you for that. Not just from a reference, but for helping people, you know, net new people coming on board the SAP bandwagon. So thank you for that. I just feel that the pace at which we are innovating, and you mentioned that outside when we were sitting, if there's a way that we can, you know, get more members into SAP, Atul, your point there, and I think that's where our heads are together. How do we get, because we are growing at a very, very fast pace, Vijay, as you know, in India. So how do we onboard more people into the INDUS community? And I know there were some ideas flown around. So let's put our heads together on that, and then let's see how this moves, yeah?
Thank you very much, and compliments to you and your team for the way SAP is growing in the country. And you said we already have 15,000 odd customers?
Yeah. More than 15,
fantastic.
Actually. Yeah.
I remember when I started, it was of what, 4 customers or 5 customers in India. It's a huge journey, so compliments to you. Sindhu, just maybe quickly on this very point, when we met at SAP Labs, you also spoke about and you gave a very good suggestion and invitation that you can invite the INDUS members, not just the board members, onto and share a lot of stuff. So maybe you want to add anything that how you think from SAP Labs perspective, this bonding between INDUS members and SAP Labs can really grow.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, Mr. Sethi, thank you so much and for having me here. And it's great to be back. The last time I was here at the INDUS Conclave was, I think, in 2019. Yeah. And I'd just taken on the role to head up Labs India. And it's phenomenal to see how brilliantly the community has grown in the meanwhile. But to the point that Kulmeet made earlier, right? We, from SAP, we are innovating at an extremely fast pace. Yep. And the labs here in India, I mean, for SAP, 40% of our global R&D is happening right here in India for the world. So in that sense, INDUS can play an absolutely influential role in terms of how are we driving forward these innovations, right? Which means what I'm offering to all of you together from this community here on the table is really come engage with us, come and walk into our campus, get your teams on board. I mean, Rucha, you were there last week talking to, I don't know how many hundreds of our ECS teams and enterprise cloud services teams, just to also talk about your experiences with how you're leveraging our products, right? Because you have access to the engineers who are driving those products, those roadmaps for the world. Sitting right here in India. So I can only encourage that we leverage that even more and challenge us, right? Because we need your inputs to really make sure that we're doing the right things in the right way at the right time. So that's an open invitation to all of you. Tap into the immense innovation power that you have access to.
Thank you very much. You spoke about last week, Rucha's present. Maybe very briefly also share as to what great things were done at TechEd this time.
No, TechEd has been absolutely exciting, Mr. Sethi, because again, TechEd was back in Bangalore after quite some time, right? So it gave us a lot of pride. First of all, this time TechEd from India for the world, right?
Yep.
So that was one thing, but more importantly, TechEd is all about community building, sharing, learning from each other, building that deep networks into others who are on similar journeys, or you're talking to others who have been there, done that. But at the same time, I also want to reflect a little bit upon the phenomenal innovations that we launched, Mr. Sethi, because it was, I mean, you talked about AI and the new kid on the block, generative AI, right? TechEd was all about how do we make sure that every developer becomes an AI developer.
Wow.
Every developer, right? So it was really, I mean, given the nature of TechEd, it's all about technology. So the front end focus was the business technology platform. And some of the innovations that we launched also is definitely something that I'm sure many of you are already leveraging. Like, for example, we launched the whole SAP build code. Now, last year at TechEd, for those of you who know, I mean, we launched the low code, no code. And this time we said, hey, what are we doing for the professional developers? How are we leveraging the generative AI capabilities for the professional developers? How can they collaborate with business citizen developers, IT experts, leverage Gen AI capabilities to actually generate code, generate the test scripts, all of that. So literally amping up your game when you talk about generating code. Or if I look at some of the capabilities that we launched around the whole BTP Gen AI Foundation, right, where you have access now via the business technology platform to a whole plethora of large language models, where you can pick and choose given the whole security and the programming paradigms that BTP offers you, but still leveraging the powers of multiple large language models. Or if I just look at the whole capabilities around our applications, having common inbox, common tasks list. So again, great innovations that were launched. So many of you are early adopters as well. We had Rucha again on stage talking about how automation has literally spearheaded the transformation at Mahindra and Mahindra, leveraging BTP capabilities. So yeah, TechEd was exciting and looking forward to taking many of those innovations jointly with all of you at scale. No?
Thank you very much. So Kulmeet, Sindhu says TechEd was exciting. I know for you it was an extra excitement over there because you met Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma over there. Why don't you share something about that interaction and what could we learn from him and what did you really gain out of that?
Yeah, that was really nice. But just to close out, I think, and this was my first TechEd in person ever in SAP, and I love the fact that it was in India only, for the world. Like you said, 6,000 people and another 25,000 virtually, Vijay. How many of you were there for TechEd? Okay, lots of you. How many of you attended the Wing Commander Rakesh's? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. The good thing about these lights is that you can see here and then you can't see what happens at the back because they come into your eyes. But look, I think before that, I just wanted to say that, there was another thing, and maybe I understood it wrong, but the vector-based capabilities, that to me was a game changer, Vijay, and for a very stupid, simple reason, right? So when I'm playing around with Lex or Jasper or one of these cool Gen AI tools these days, and I type in Kulmeet Bava or something, it still gives me something age-old, right? He has joined SAP as something. And I think with the large language models and getting into the mission-critical data that SAP holds, this is going to be a game changer for the world of AI. So that was super fantastic as far as I was concerned. But coming on to Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, for those of you who don't know, Yasmin, he was the first Indian that went into orbit 40 years ago, almost 40 years ago. So we had him in a fireside at the TechEd to close out on the TechEd. To me, it was so humbling an experience because everything he said was so simple and yet so profound. For example, when he spoke about from his vantage point in space, for those of you who weren't there, and I don't remember the exact sentences and the words, but the way he explained it was that when you look down on planet Earth, you don't see boundaries or flags of nations. You just see one beautiful home that we call Earth, right? And then he went on, the way he explained sustainability to me was again absolutely brilliant, because he spoke about, the planet Earth is, just being suspended. It's so vulnerable as a planet that it's suspended in a dark, infinite space or oblivion with a very thin layer of atmosphere that surrounds planet Earth. And here we are out to mess up our planet so beautifully without realizing that we don't have a plan B or a planet B ever. So I think some of that was very, very profound. And just to close, and I mentioned it there the other day. I remember I was in class 8, I think, or 9, before some people were born in this room, when Wing Commander Rakesh had gone into space. And the then Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, had asked him, and in Hindi, I guess most of you would get it, but I'll translate, was, Aapko Bharat kaisa dikh raha hai? Right, from there, from that vantage point, how do you view India? And his answer was, Sare jahan se acha. It's the best in the world. And then he went on to explain almost poetically, on how India, Sindhu, you were there, it was so beautiful. He said that India is shrouded with blues on all three sides, which is the oceans and the water, the greens of the ghat, the green color, the golden of the deserts, and the white of the snow-capped peaks, and I forget. But it was an excellent experience, and I think a great finale to the amazing decade that Sindhu said.
So I'll just take it from that. You said, Wing Commander Sharma said that, and all of us are really, one feels goosebumps when one hears that, and the best in the world. So what I've also seen is, and all of us know that today India is becoming kind of an epicenter for the entire world, for growth and for innovation. And I know SAP in itself is doing a lot of stuff in India. How do you see this paradigm shift when India was not really considered that, and today India is at the epicenter of the entire world? Yeah. So your perspective, and,
I can,
and then maybe I'll ask Sindhu the same thing. I want perspective on both of you.
Yeah. So look, to me, and for those of you who've known me for some time, I think there's a lot of patriotism that continues, and I firmly believe that incredible India is getting more incredible by the day, by the minute, right? And there's no two ways about it, Vijay. So, and I have two perspectives on this. So, one is we have tailwinds, we have everything going for us, yesterday in the flight, I was reading the finance minister saying by 2027, we'll beat Germany and Japan to become the third largest economy in the world. Earlier, it was the end of the decade. The demographic dividend, the youth population, the domestic consumer market, the third largest startup ecosystem. We could go on, right, with the China plus one strategy, everyone wanting supply chains in India, the manufacturing hub that we are going in for, the talent capital you mentioned that India is becoming. So we've got a lot of tailwinds, and a lot of these are advantages or competitive advantages that cannot be emulated. And I said that last time, right? You can't emulate youth population for the next 3 decades. You can't fix it.
Correct.
Europe can't fix it. America can't fix it. And then, in addition to this, see how this plays out. So the excitement and the euphoria that we have, it's not just being talked about. You see it every day, whether it was the G20 presidency and the way that went, the Chandrayaan and the everything we did on space, the excitement of that, the energy around that, the medal tally of the Asian Games, or the men in blue with the 10th consecutive win. And I was just thinking for the SAP people, SAP India people, when they get the 11th and when we win the finals, they would have matched up to SAP India's 11 consecutive wins. Yeah, so that's what the men in blue are going to do.
You're taking all of them to the finals?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, they're all going to Adani.
Yeah, correct. That's what I thought.
So look,
all meetings fixed in Moitra Stadium.
Absolutely, and we can also take you as an Indus chairman, right, with us. But look, I just think it's our time, and I don't think these competitive advantages are going anywhere. And of course, I can spend another hour talking about India, but
Yeah.
Sindhu, over to you. Your
Sindhu,
thoughts.
I think from your perspective, and you can
No, I
also
think,
talk about some
Kulveet,
innovations.
beautifully summarized it, right? I mean, there's so many massive advantages that India has, and if you just look at the last decade, I mean, the kind of transformation that India has gone through leveraging technology, that's why we tout it as the tech-aid, right? It's literally technology that is driving the growth, the economic prowess that you just alluded to. I mean, third largest economy by 2030, the fastest growing digital economy as we speak. I mean, you talked about talent, you talked about the whole youth, right? But if you just map it down into numbers, Mr. Sethi, I mean, if even from a tech lens, right? Today, 16% of the world's AI talent is sitting out of India serving the
Wow.
world. 16% of the AI
Wow.
talent, right?
And you said you are also making all your SAP employees AI enabled?
Absolutely, there's no
Trained?
question about it.
She said we are democratizing everything with the developers, right? That's what we're doing.
Wow.
Or even if you just look at quarter of the world's data scientists are sitting in India. So that's the kind of power, right? So today, if you just look at innovations that's being built, it's being built from here for the world. And that's the same if I just put on my SAP hat as well, right? Earlier I mentioned 40% of the global R&D sitting here for SAP for the world. And combined with the fastest growing market, I mean, this is a unique power that we have, right? Fastest growing market, largest R&D, and the only location for SAP where you have the entire breadth of our product portfolio in one location. So it doesn't matter in which part of the transformation journey that you are, you walk in, you have access to the experts who are literally driving parts of the portfolio across the portfolio. So that's the power. And I just want to add one more data point, which I'm super proud of, which is quarter of the patents that originate out of SAP globally originate out of India. So
Wow.
again, yeah.
That's really fantastic. So, Kulmeet will not get into which customer visits you go on 19th, so we'll keep that out. But I know you have 15,000 odd customers and you are at a point where you meet so many customers. How do you see really what is happening in the Indian landscape from an IT adoption, technology adoption perspective? Anything that you want to share from a customer's
Yeah,
perspective?
look, thanks, Vijay. But before the Indian landscape, and I firmly believe that we're living in very, very exciting times, right? I could put 20 veries before it because look at what's happening. The world is getting flatter faster than we can think. Many, many years ago, we got the world in the palm of our hands, right? Today, we're getting it into our brain through brain-computer interfaces. So look at it, everything. Look at what technology has done for the world. It solved some of the biggest challenges and continues to solve for some of the biggest challenges that the world has, also providing some of the biggest opportunities. And that's why I love technology from a different sphere, of course, Sidhu. But so I think very exciting times, whether you look at space travel, and I was talking to Wing Commander Rakesh on, space vacations that are going to start very soon, or in driverless cars, a lot of stuff that we grew up on as science fiction, today is already there or is getting realized faster than we can think. To your point, from an India perspective, 2 or 3 things, Vijay, that I'd call out. Number one, of course, the pace at which, through my lens, I see cloud adoption, and not just today, but I think somewhere in the middle of the pandemic, if I was to put a date, somewhere in 21, when we started, this pace of adopting cloud for all the right reasons, of course, right? Whether it provides you scalability, scaling up and down, or security, or compliance, or regulatory. So that's something that we see happening very quickly, not just with the larger enterprises, but also with the long tail, the mid-market, with the startups, and the startup ecosystem, the unicorns are all. So the cloud shift has happened, and again, we could have the naysayers, clinging on to the past, as I say, but we have to shed those rounds of skin because this is here to stay. It provides us the agility, nimbleness. That's one. Second, I think what we are seeing is, at least I'm seeing this more than ever, and it's becoming faster. And I guess with Gen AI, it's going to become faster, but it's no longer piecemeal or modular. a lot of customers are coming in saying, how do we solve for people experiences, customer experiences? I want my procurement strategy in place, supply chain solved, not just the core. So that's the second. Earlier it used to be, let's do this and then we move on to the next and then the next. Third is you mentioned the sustainability piece. We're good at it. It's front and center for SAP, very close to our hearts. But those conversations are really getting front and center with most organizations. Now, the pessimist in me or the impatient Kulmeet feels it's not fast enough. It's still roundtables and a lot of talk and the COP26s, 7s and 28 soon. But I think that's another trend that we are seeing. They are wanting to solve. We are realizing we don't have an option. And fourth, of course, is the whole Gen AI that we are talking about. It's here to stay. And I just want to end on this saying that, we've seen the internet come in. We've seen the mobile come in, and we are now at an inflection point or past that inflection point. And this is a game changer, Vijay. I think you said it when you were introducing. When I look at Gen AI, you were talking about children and the parents in this room. I don't think we any longer or no longer do we have the ability to predict the future or forget about future. How does the world look like even 3 years or 4 years or 5 years from today? And I think that's what Gen AI is going to do. It's scary, and I can get into the scary part, but I won't here. But so I think that's what we are seeing through our vantage point.
Fantastic. So, Sindhu, when Kulmeet spoke about all these directions, and we all know that cloud was one thing which really kind of ensured that everything happens, starting from an IoT perspective to analytics to whatever is happening, or even Gen AI and others. What do you think is the strategic direction from a cloud ERP perspective, and how do you think this entire thing would evolve?
Yeah, totally. Thank you for asking that, Mr. Sethi. And I can only add to what Kulmeet said, right? The pace at which change is happening has never been faster than it is today. And particularly, I think this acceleration has happened at exponential rate post-COVID. Because during COVID, it was when a lot of organizations realized that if they are not able to keep up the pace of innovation, they're just going to be not relevant anymore, right? Given the competition is so fast. So in that sense, cloud ERP is front and center for us in helping each one of you as part of your transformation, right? I mean, what we're doing with S4 Public Cloud is really about bringing the best practices when it comes to industry verticals made available for you as standard processes, right? Be it manufacturing, be it supply chain, be it warehouse, be it core financials, be it around sustainability. So if you look at your end-to-end processes, a lead to cash or a total workforce management, a recruit to retire, strategic sourcing, procurement, design to operate, these are all standard processes which we make available for you in the cloud. So there is no reason for you to hesitate to kind of get on there, leverage the platform for the extensions. Within the cloud ERP, you have also the capabilities to extend for your specific needs, given the guardrails based on which we allow you to extend. Leverage the access to the Business Accelerator Hub, where you have all the content, the APIs, the access to content that help you accelerate in that transformation. So, I mean, for us, it's very clear, Mr. Sethi, innovations in the cloud, right? I mean, everything that you talked about, Gen AI capabilities, the whole transformation that we are supporting from leveraging the capabilities of AI and the whole topic of business AI made available in the cloud to you, because you can go at the pace you want, right? It's innovations that allow you to, that you can leverage at the pace that you are scaling. And talking about scale, cloud is the only way you can scale up and scale down depending on your needs.
Absolutely.
And everything supported with the security, the resilience, the compatibility needs that you have to make sure that you're compliant, staying safe, legal requirements, the localization needs that are supported. So all in there for you, for our customers to really leverage and benefit from.
In a lighter vein, Sindhu, I have to crack this one. So, we always had the nice sounding Alexas and Siris, and now we have our own Joule, right? And I think the way we are changing the game, right, the way people would be be interacting with the cloud. ERP and you spoke about 1997 and when Indus came on. I think it's a game changer for what Joule is going to do for us, right? So very excited, like she said, on what the
We
future
used to call that as our SAP account manager who'd answer everything.
Yeah, very good.
That's the only thing we used to call it that time.
But now it's going to be
Now it's
better,
going-
right?
Hey, Joel, help me out.
Yeah. So, we have our own-
That's really fantastic. So one of the key things is, at the end of the day, each SAP customer wants, and he or she invests a lot of money. We know that. We'll not get into the money part of it today. We'll keep it for a separate discussion. But what we also expect is a huge value that the company drives, because it's being done to ensure that the company drives value in various aspects. So you spoke of so many processes, fantastic. Are you also doing something on the product approach part of it too, so that the customers get more and more value out of these investments?
Totally. I mean, for us, Mr. Sethi, what we have very much focused on is that end-to-end integration, right? And if you have listened in also at the keynotes that we had at the Procurement Summit or the Success Connect or post that TechEd, very clear message, right, in terms of consistency across the portfolio. How do you extend? How do you no matter where you start, and I repeat that, no matter where you start, it's the same experience, so that customer value for you is automatically, incrementally made available depending on the pace at which you want to innovate as well, right? And I want to come back to very clearly stating, you have to embrace the business technology platform. And I was so happy when Indus had the BTP Ambassadors program, right? Because this is super important in really helping you in that transformation, right? And generating value, because even if you have a side-by-side kind of an approach for a certain period of time, it's very clear that we want to move away from custom code in the core. We want to bring that in very clearly in the business technology platform. And now with capabilities like SAP Build Code, again, making it so much more easier for you to generate that. But again, coming back to the three things: consistent integration, consistent experience, built-in intelligence across the portfolio. So for that Joule experience that Kulmeet just talked about, the only way is through that infused intelligence that we have across our portfolio.
Fantastic. So we have so many new things coming up. So Kulmeet, from your perspective, would you like to give a couple of gems from your wisdom as to how can customers really adopt these things well and take value out of these?
Yeah, sure. So look, just to table this, we are now a cloud company, right? And we understand that. And as a cloud company, I guess the sale is only the first step, right? Whether it's the discovery or the sale, everything starts post that. So whether it is adoption, consumption, value realization, the pace at which, and I have Sunita here who heads our services organization, customer success all in its entirety. So I think we are very clear that it's the long tail, it's the entire customer value journey is what we are focusing on. And what that means for us is that, you know, in order to walk the talk, we've put in a lot of customer success partners. We've got, and I'll leave out the names and the acronyms. It's complex, but lots and lots of people post-sale to help customers become successful.
Absolutely.
Now, to your point of what I see sometimes, and there's enough of it. Look, we haven't solved it. We are in the journey, right? So for those of you who will raise the hand and say, but Kulmeet, we still have that problem, and I've written to you, yes, we are solving it. We are solving it fast, but I don't know words of wisdom or not, Vijay, but here's what I would say that, you know, as customers, it's super important to remain close to, so have a clear vision of what you want to achieve. List out your KPIs, chalk out a path or chart out a path of how you want to reach there. And then between a partner, SAP, and yourself, keep a close watch, keep a close governance. What I mean by that, very often what I find is that, you know, 6 months, 1 year later, suddenly we are back to the drawing board. I get people reaching out saying, oh my God, this is not okay. SAP should work like a dream, and this was the partner. And so keep a close watch on it. I think from our perspective, something that I try and do personally and my teams do is put in a maker checker. So very happy to put in some SAP Rs or preferred success, or again, I'll leave out the names so that we can help, especially in the larger more complex implementation so that we can help right from the initial stages of blueprinting. Is everything going on track? Otherwise, we come back, a year later saying this is suboptimal.
Absolutely.
And then the last piece, I think what Sindhu said again, I know there's a resistance because 20 years, 25 years, you said 97 is when you first implemented SAP. We are so used to building custom code, and that's the way of the world. And I always say change is never easy. I have this crazy meme on Insta, Rucha, if you've seen it, which says, how many of you want change? And all hands in this room go up. How many of you are willing to change? And everyone's hand is down, right? And it's reality. So back to Sindhu's point, please ensure that, or try and ensure that your core remains clean and that you're building all your cool stuff on the platform, on BTP. We've innovated a lot of stuff Sindhu mentioned. We keep saying that, but there is a resistance as far as that is concerned. I know it's easier said than done, but that is super critical, and that would be my words of wisdom for everyone.
Gems of wisdom.
Thank you, Gems.
Gems, words to chote hote hain.
Sir, I mean, firstly, you're outdressed us, you're smarter than us. Then, of course, we can't have Gems. Anyway, over to you, Vijay.
Okay. Sindhu, you spoke about cloud very well and the entire thing. You spoke about AI, Gen AI, all those things. One of the key things also is business AI. So I just wanted to understand from your perspective as to how is SAP really envisioning business AI and anything that you want to share with us from that perspective?
Sure. If I just step back a bit, Mr. Sethi, today if you look at SAP's customers, right, 87% of the world's business transactions touches an SAP system, right? And here in India, 50% of our corporate taxes go through an SAP system, right? 70% of India's GDP goes through an SAP system. So in that sense, when you talk about infusing AI into our core business processes, we clearly believe that when it comes to business AI, there is nobody else but SAP who can drive that forward, right? So that's the fundamental with which we are looking at this whole area of business AI. And this is also why even almost for the last decade or so, we've been really looking at how we infuse AI into the core of our business processes. And now with the evolution of Gen AI, of course, with OpenAI making a very pioneering move around ChatGPT and all the large language models that exist out there, for us, it's really an extension of our business AI strategy and how we also embrace Gen AI, because now the province is even more, because you can really look at those foundational models to derive even further insights into your core business processes. And if I were to break down business AI from an SAP lens, right, Mr. Sethi, we've just focused on three things. One is making it relevant for the businesses out there, which means it's really about making it relevant for those core processes that we are talking about, right? Making it absolutely key that when we talk about a lead to cash, how do we look at customer insights? Or when we look at recruit to retire, how are we looking at total workforce? How do I look at my contingent workforce? How do I optimize for my financial plan, right? So that's the kind of making it relevant for the business. The second piece is also reliable, right? I mean, you talked about, hey, kids are going in there and writing out their entire homework and all that kind of stuff. But for us, when we say 87% of the world's business transactions go through an SAP system, it also comes with a lot of responsibility, right? The trust that all of you place in us is something that we take absolutely dearly and carefully. And so the whole fact that we talk about reliable data, right? Right set of data sets on which our algorithms are trained upon. You talked about vector DB, making it possible that in a secure environment that we allow you to train your models that take into account your specific data, but in the secure aspect within your enterprise. Capabilities like this, and making it also possible for bringing in the human in the loop. How do you make sure that the proposal that we offer to you is in sync with your data? We give you the option to make those, give the transparency, bring the human in the loop for those for being based on that reliability of the data. And the third piece is responsible, right? Every use case when we go through leveraging Gen AI goes through an ethics council at SAP, right? There's a AI steering board who's looking at those use cases and really looking at, are we making sure that there's no bias in the way we are looking at this? Or we take that extremely seriously. So the 3 R's, right? Relevant for the business, it's reliable, and responsible AI is absolutely core and fundamental. And of course, the capabilities we all talked about, we introduced Joule, the new way of how you interact with the enterprise, right? It's no more those transactions. It's really leveraging the power of Gen AI across our portfolio that you are experiencing as we speak.
Yeah. As you were talking about this 70%, 80% numbers, many of us were feeling very happy. But I'm sure some of these sales guys would be thinking, my next year's target is where's the remaining 20%? Kulmeet is going to come back and get those customers who are not on SAP, get them over there. So I'm sure these guys are kind of...
No, they're not. They're not.
They
are the ones who come back to me saying that this is, look at the opportunity. So I think one thing that Team India has started doing for many years now is, I don't think they ever look at, budgets and normal things that, Ki-sang, post your time at SAP, and ever since you went to Google, I think they've stopped doing that. So they would always look at themselves versus the opportunity available.
Yeah.
And that we still have a lot of, Vijay.
Absolutely,
So when she said 70%, my head immediately went, oh my God, there's still 30%.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what. So the KRA and goal for next year is remaining 30%.
Yeah,
70 to ho gaya. Usko side pe karo.
But you know something, I want to just say, Sindhu, what you said was so beautiful on the ethics of it. And I said earlier that, how we shape Gen AI, what the world looks like 3 years or 5 years from today is up to us. And it's actually like raising a child, how you groom it, how you raise it, the ethics that you put in it, the value system. And I think that's going to be super critical with what our world looks like tomorrow. And I think from an SAP perspective, just to add, it's our right to win. Right? So we are leading the charge on business AI with the colossal amounts of mission critical data that we've got for 5 decades now, or that we touch. I think we are very, very well poised to shape this revolution.
I also want to thank you guys for the collaboration that Indus has with SAP. But maybe as a last question from my side to both of you, what do you think can be done to further enhance this collaboration between SAP and Indus? Any thoughts, both of you?
Okay, I shared some of them earlier, but like we said, we need more creative ideas. But I definitely think we need all the new customers coming on board. We should do this more often rather than once a year. I know we've met with the board, and again, congratulations and thank you to the board, Umesh, to all of you for everything that you do, Atul. But I think we should find a way to do this at least once a quarter, and then see how do we transpose or translate the learnings that, let's say, Rucha has had, and I know some of you do it very well, to the newer people that are joining the bandwagon. That would be my... So I think we need to sit down on the drawing board and come up with some new ideas.
Yeah, sure. Sidhu, from your perspective, and also especially from
I'll
Lab's
keep it
perspective.
very simple, Mr. Sethi. We said fastest growing region, largest R&D of SAP. So for Indus, it has to be the most influential user group of SAP.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely.
And if
so
we are
please come up with all your requirements, share your thoughts, ideas, creativity, and maybe SAP will come out with solutions for that, a lot of them.
Yeah, and if we are ending, I just want to, look, there's more power in prayer than we can imagine. So let's go and win the 11th one or 2 p.m.
Absolutely.
And we're going to join the Adani meeting, right?
Yeah. Let's go and win the match. But great to
Thank you very much to both of you, Kulmeet and Sindhu. And you spoke about so many board members. I'll just request all the board members to join us for a photograph out here with you guys. Can I request you guys, please? Please. Yeah, come.
Mr. Sethi, we would request you to please present a token of our fond appreciation.
Sure, we'll do that. But
can we have, the board members on stage?
Come, Yasmin, Shobna, Umesh.
And can I request you to please give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, two of you will have to wait for.
Yes, can I request
30 seconds.
Mr. Baba and Ms. Gangadharan to please stay back on
Just
stage?
30 seconds.
And we would request Mr. Sethi to present our fondest token of appreciation. First to Ms. Gangadharan.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you.
And now to Mr. Baba.
Gulbit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you. Thank you, please.
Thank you. So that was an interesting fireside chat. You know, things are evolving at a pace that we've never seen before. But there's one thing that I would like to reiterate. Now, Mr. Baba said about India reaching the finals of the World Cup. And I'm sure we know that, all of us know that we're going to play Australia. It's going to be one of the toughest. How many of you believe India is going to bat first? Sorry, sir? Defeat, yeah, we'll play and defeat. How many of you think India should bat first? How many of you think India should bowl first? Yeah, that's more like it. If you want India to win, give yourselves an India round of applause, please. All right, so we move on to the next session. This is going to be a keynote, and we will learn how to leverage Google Cloud to succeed with SAP. And to deliver this, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite the Director and Head of SAP Practice, Asia Pacific Google Cloud, Mr. Ki Sang-ji.
Thank you so much for having me here. Big thank you for INDUS and SAP to give us a chance to present here. You might think, why is a Korean guy presenting in front of an Indian audience? It is because of my history. And basically, I'm half Korean because half of it's German. I started my career at SAP in '97. And this is where the link to India comes. My first business trip was in '97 to Bangalore. We had the first partner academy here in Bangalore. I don't know whether, yes, I'm that old, come on, okay? I don't know whether you remember, but the first partner academy ever in Asia was in Bangalore 1997. And I was here for 5 weeks, explored the wonderful country. And since then, of course, I came more often. Now, 26 years back, I'm back again. Now what I hear, thank you. What I hear is, on Sunday, we have a big thing here, right? And there's a small conflict in my team because 1/3 of the team is ethnic Indian, but I have one manager who is Australian. So I said, okay, but Okay, but I need to go for the majority, right? So I'll be for Team Indian. But here's one guy who's ethnic Indian but has an Australian passport. So I don't dare to ask him, hey, bud, where are you? But I guess in his heart, when nobody's there, he'll put up the Indian flag. When his boss and he's in the Aussie bar, he might drag the flag, say, hey, the Aussie flag, right? So, but wish you all the best for Sunday. We'll be with you. Okay. Now, what is actually our justification as Google to be here? But before that, and I want to refer to many things that Sindhu and Kulmeet mentioned, because I think many things that they mentioned are referring also to us. And we collaborate in many, many things together with SAP. But before that, okay, the pictures are a bit old. I mean, the internet doesn't look like the IBM first PC at the 70s, right? But still, what are those things have in common? So internet and mobile without internet, actually not there where we are, right? And now, internet, mobile, and AI. This is where we are. And who would have thought 13 years ago, when Steve came up with this iPhone, how it would change the world, right? And this is exactly where we stand. We actually don't know how it will change the world, but if we apply it in a responsible manner, as Sindhu mentioned, then it will be a good and most probably a better world. That's what we believe in, and that's the reason why we have big investments in AI, but also in India. I'll come to that later. And here's, it's not us, so it's Bain. I have as a Korean, personal thing on AlphaGo 2017. Do you remember what happened when AlphaGo played against the human master of Go at that time? Of course, it won 4 times, but it lost also once, right? And this guy, Lee Sedol, would be probably the only human who has ever won against a machine in Go. Because since then what happened was, we improved Go, so Go, AlphaGo belonged to DeepMind, right? And then we let it play against itself. And the version that played 2017 against Lee Sedol, then 2 generations later, had no chance, 100-0. And we didn't even train on the data. 2017, we trained the machine on all the plays that Lee had of the past 5 years, but the later version of AlphaGo didn't have those experienced data. We just taught the rules. Half an hour before the match started, but it won against the version 100-0. This is how actually this progression is going on. And this is where we are, right? Now, you as enterprise, you have different needs. While your kids, they use GPT to do your homework, right, their homework, what would you do in an enterprise? And there are also 2 different elements looking at this. What we as consumers need is actually an interchange of experience and knowledge. So while you ask those questions to Bard and ChatGPT, you're actually feeding it. But do you want to feed your competition with that? This is a big fundamental, I would say, philosophy that we drive here at Google, that we say, hey, enterprise and consumer, really 2 different things. And that's the reason why, if we apply AI to enterprises, we build all those firewalls that even the models are the same. It operates on different data, and therefore, the output is also different. Why is it that we have so much wrong output with those Gen AI stuff when you ask questions? Because the internet is full of garbage, right? But your enterprise data shouldn't be. Your enterprise data should be actually clean, meaning operating on clean data, we would get reliable outputs, and we are experiencing it. So the first few trials and pilots that we are doing with customers on SAP data are delivering really fantastic results, and we are now training the models to go further. Maybe I have a chance to refer to that in a few one-on-one discussions with you. Now I have to take some critics on us as hyperscalers. What did we promise to you a few years back? Maybe not AI, but it was called innovation at that time, right? But was it what you really got now? Is fantastic infrastructure. Yes, security, everything that the cloud offers is there. But how many of you really think, and I see many logos that we also have, who went on the cloud journey, have really innovated? Not the infrastructure, innovated. Not too many, right? So maybe we are at a reflection point now to say, hey, let's give this innovation a try beyond infrastructure. And the AI gives actually a big, big segue into that. Out of the 5 questions that customers are asking frequently, I want to pick 2, the last 2. So security is in our heart. Have you ever heard that Google.com, YouTube, not your personal account, okay, but YouTube, Google.com was hacked? This is how we take security seriously. We put billions into it. And the same systems, methodologies that we use for Google.com is applied at Google Cloud, because we are the cloud arm of our big mother Alphabet. And the 4th one, what are we actually doing on the collaboration? And we came out with Duet as part of our Google Workspace. And we see the potential that it has, just beyond writing emails and creating some maybe nice slides. There will be much more coming in that front, but these 2 areas, I can guarantee you we will go and invest further, and we'll get you the results soon. Now, you might still ask, but where's the differentiation with Google Cloud, right? Let me give you some introduction to Google Cloud. I think for Google, I don't need to get you an introduction, but what is Google Cloud? One thing that is different this year is how now the analysts and externals are looking at us. It's not just the run rate of the 32 billion yearly, it will probably go further, but for the first time, Google Cloud is profitable. And if you followed our competition, the ones who started earlier, they were at some point in time, they reached a critical mass, they also went profitable. So I can guarantee you, we will continue this business and we will get there where competition was, and we are on that path. Second, what is the thing that customers are coming to us? Yes, it's our one Google. So if I tell you, we have a logo slide later, that many of you sitting here are actually our customers. So the trust is there. You might not believe, but maybe you can reach out to those customers and talk to them. So we are now, and we are actually not good in marketing, but we are now at a point where we can really say we are at a hyperscale. Last week, we opened a data center in Saudi Arabia, in Daman. So Dinesh, my colleague over there, just came from there, right? And last week, we also announced that we will have a data center in Bangkok. So almost every month, we are announcing a new region, new data center. So this investment will accelerate and continue. But specific for this audience, what are we doing in India? And I'm really proud that I can point out a few things here. First of all, we are the only hyperscaler with 2 regions in 2 different seismic zones. We are the only ones who have a data center in NCR region, and with those 2 zones, we believe that we can cover the majority of your needs. But now, as SAP customers, what's more important? The only BTP in India is hosted on us. So whether your ERP system is on-prem, on a different hyperscaler, when it connects to BTP, it will come in some format to us, and we will make sure that it will be running in a secure and reliable format. Third one, our regions are all METI certified, so on that side, no issues. I had a provocative slide. I moved it last night. I had a picture with a Nokia phone, 5G enabled, all the apps. And I want to ask you, who would buy that phone? Same, right? Why? Why are you not buying that phone even though it's exactly the same? Because of this, right? Samsung is coming out with their new phone next year, which says it's AI enabled. And that's the thing. While Nokia was the king in mobile for many, many years, with AI, it changes the game, how we run it. And if you look at Google Cloud, we don't have just infrastructure. We have workspace collaboration. We have security. And we have data and AI, where actually a new partnership with SAP started. And we have also a roadmap for you. As I said, what did we do as hyperscalers? Instead of just selling you an infrastructure, we have a full roadmap where we want to take you on. And there are a few Indian customers here, which we started the first journey. And I'm very proud that they're going along with us. And since I did sales for 18 years at SAP, I know what this customer value journey is about, right? And I say to my sales teams, what is the day of signing the contract? For many salespeople, it's day X, right? Exit and come back in 3 years. Not for us. That's day one, because we go together. We still sit in the steering committees of contracts that we did together, still make sure that the customers are going live in a proper manner, and after a few months, still checking whether it all runs in that way, right? Google, just a segue to the collaboration with SAP. We know it. We have all the unique apps, but more than that, the associated data that we are able to provide to you. Now, what is the thing that we are doing together with SAP starting this year? And before we go that, it's an interesting thing, and you might have similar issues. So what are the problem areas or the pain points that you have? Yes, upgrades, really hard, highly customized, and not easy to connect to other systems, all those. And I think SAP and us, we worked all together to get that all solved. If you go to RISE, enable BTP here in India with us, and then jump on the AI train to get you really on the innovation track, right? But let's roll the video to see what Christian and Thomas Kurian, CEO of Google Cloud, have to say.
We expanded our partnership. Just a few days ago, we announced that SAP DataSphere will run on GCP as part of RISE with SAP.
For Belgium, depends on SAP in various, I would say, domains and areas, from retail, finance, HR, and e-commerce. The partnership between SAP and Google Cloud was really a good fit for us. And for us, that's really key.
SAP is essential to the Home Depot. We chose Google Cloud as a partner for our SAP.
The great thing about SAP and Google with AI and data is we're already solving real problems for real customers.
What really happens behind the scenes is that our engineering teams are coming together to make this a real value-add story for our customers.
I want to go back to Christian's last comment. The engineering teams are coming together. And just a few weeks ago at TechEd here in Bangalore, we announced this. So I think we are the only software and hyperscaler partner that runs and writes back in both directions. So what the high-level idea here is, we want to get SAP data through DataSphere into BigQuery, combine it with non-SAP data, process AI, ML-related things, write back that it triggers other transactions, and then goes back again. So this loop, this is the thing that we are thinking of as the first step of this partnership, and will be not the last one. But this is a real thing. It's not just marketing and GTM. It is about the engineering and joint products. Here, you have all the SAP data, and keep it in the SAP systems. You have all the non-SAP data, the data that Google delivers, but also that's out there, like weather and anything else. Let's combine those data and answer one question. And this is not easy. What is the question that I need to answer myself to run my business better? You might think it's easy. You're all here, right? Go and ask your CXOs. What is it? It's not easy to find it, but if you have it, the data is there, the platform is there, and we can jump on the journey, try to solve that question. Okay, as I said, here are our Indian references, and the first line is, of course, the big ones. I mean, I can tell you a story, okay? Please reach out to those customers and check about what's going on with us, right? This one, Mahindra, I want to prominently feature. It's the first scale-out in RISE globally. And it's running very, very smooth and successfully. Wipro, the second one, with hundreds of thousands of employees and billions of revenue on a scale running on Google Cloud. Not just the SAP system, but many, many of the applications running on Google Cloud. With that, I want to thank you so much and leave you with two things. One, do you know what of course you know, what the best marketing campaign or branding campaign in our IT industry was? Intel Inside, right? Remember this. SAP RISE, Google Insight. Oh, thank you, that's not me, right? I just stole it from Intel, so. Second, we have a booth out there, and we have a Google Pixel to give away. Please come to us, share your data, let's discuss, and at 6 p.m., we'll give that away. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We would request you to please stay back on stage, if you could. Yes. We would also request Mr. Atul Govil. Sir, if you could please join us on stage and present Mr. Ki Sang-chi with a token of appreciation. And let's have a round of applause for a wonderful presentation. So, while we present our fondest token of appreciation, Thank you. Now we will take a quick 25-minute refreshment break, after which we'll be having to break out in 3 different breakout sessions. Let me tell you, the 3 sessions will be Automate, Operational Excellence, and Innovate. You can join the Automate track that is happening at Salset 1 and 2, which is on my right-hand side. The Innovate track will be at the Malabar Hall, which is also on my right. And to join the Operational Excellence track, please come back to the same ballroom we are in now. So we're going to have a 25-minute break. We would, in the meanwhile, request you to also visit the booths that we have, where we display some amazing SAP products. And also, we have our partners putting up their booths. Please enjoy. We will see you in the next 25 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the first breakout session. We would request everyone in the room, if you could please take the seats a little ahead to the stage. Thank you very much. We would request all our delegates, if you could be kind enough to take the seats in the front. Thank you. Now, I hope that you had a fruitful first session, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is the operational excellence track. Now, the first case study will be on HR digital transformation through a CHRO perspective, and will be presented by the global head of HR and talent development for Signity Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the stage Mr. Veera Reddy.
Good morning, everyone. So with Innovate and, what is the other track? Innovate and?
Automate.
Automate. Yeah, with Innovate and Automate being the other tracks, I'm sure most of the people are interested in that. But I'll try to make it interesting and then short for all of you and not bore you with the presentation. So I'm Veera Reddy. I head HR for a company based out of Hyderabad, headquartered at Hyderabad called Signity Technologies. And we have implemented SAP SuccessFactors a couple of years ago. And with that virtue, I've become a member of INDUS and then being here for the first time in an INDUS Conclave. Thank you for having me here. So a little more about myself before I get into the slides. I call myself an engineer at heart, a fighter controller in a fighter controller's body, and stuck in HR function, doing HR in the most non-HR way. So you may be wondering why I say that. Because I am not an engineer by profession or by education. I did not study engineering. Why I call myself an engineer at heart is I always wanted to become one, and my dad used to call me an engineer when I was young because I used to repair every single thing at home, starting from the FM radio, stereo Philips radio that we had at home, Dianora TV, the water pumps, as well as try to take a lot of things from home, try to build something new, and then create something innovative. So in that process, I was the consumer of my services. I was the person who is delivering the services. So I know what I want, and I know what I wanted to do. There were no other stakeholders, maybe except for my dad, who used to kick me when I do some damage. So after that, I studied MBA, and then I went on to join Indian Air Force as a short service commissioned officer. And after training, I was made fighter controller. So for people who don't know what a fighter controller does is, basically the fighter controllers are the eyes and ears of the pilots, because pilots have limited vision or range, and their ability to, especially in the air-to-air combat, their ability to kill the enemy aircraft becomes very minimal because they have vast space to operate in, and they don't have anything beyond 10 kilometers to be seen. And their speed is such that within 2 seconds, they cross the 10 kilometers range. So for them, we become the eyes and ears by sitting on ground, operating in a radar, and tell them what they are supposed to do. So to do this job, the important thing is for me to learn what I'm supposed to do as a fighter controller, but also learn everything that the pilot is supposed to do. So not just the skills that he should have, but also the avionics of the aircraft, the missile capabilities, the aircraft specific dimensions and then parameters, and also not just for one type, but all types of aircrafts. A pilot gets trained in a type. If I'm a MiG-29 pilot, I get trained in a MiG-29. But for a fighter controller, I have to learn about MiG-29s, I have to learn about Su-30s. More than that, I also have to learn about F-16s that the enemy country has. So the understanding of everything around my customer, in this case the pilot, is very important for me. Not just understanding the superficial information about what they do, but getting into the deep of every single capability and how I can make him successful in everything that he does. So that's a very important lesson there, and then the stakeholders are big here. If I am losing a battle, the stakeholders are huge. You all know the recent conflict between India and Pakistan, where Wing Commander Abhinandan was captured by Pakistan and later released. Around that time, we have shot one F-16 with a MiG-21. MiG-21, very old aircraft with very limited capabilities, and the missiles cannot go beyond 8 kilometers range. And that too with the help of a fighter controller who was also awarded gallantry award after that. So the impact of one mistake of a fighter controller is very huge. They may not have that opportunity to do that every day in, day out, but whenever they do, if they do a mistake, then the entire country will be at stake. So the stakeholders are many here. The dimension changed completely. There it was only my dad who was a stakeholder and then who used to at best kick me when I do something wrong. But here, every member of the country and even global operators are involved. And it becomes very important for me to understand and do everything. So my consumer base, the stakeholder base increased. And the lessons that I have taken from these two experiences is, end of the day, I should know my customer or the consumer of my services so much so that I make him successful in everything that I do, right? So similarly, I transitioned from Air Force after serving the country for 6 years and joined the HR organization. I've been in IT all through. Since 2008, I've been in IT industry working as HR and joined Signity in 2019, 4 years back. And been in HR function in the IT industry all through. So here, when I come into HR and transpose my understanding of what my consumers want and what my stakeholders see in me, when I see my consumers of services here are the employees of my organization. The stakeholders can be many, the leadership, the other functions, the external stakeholders like investors and all. So it's a public listed company, so I'm bringing in investors angle. So when the stakeholders and employees are working, and the first thing that I have to do is understand what they are doing, what my employees are doing as an HR. I cannot start learning what I learned in the institute during MBA and come and implement those theoretical principles in an organization as an HR head, right? I have to understand what these people do. I have to understand the culture. I have to understand the nuances of the organization day in, day out to start serving. So these two experiences have helped me transition smoothly into this, while there are a lot of challenges with respect to cultural assimilation, etc. when I joined IT industry. But definitely the experience of how I dealt with a fighter aircraft, to be precise, is what helped me excel in whatever I did in HR. So with that brief background, I'll switch into the presentation. So we'll be covering some aspects of how we did digital transformation in HR at Signity Technologies. We are a very small company. When I started in 2019, we were 1,000 people. Today, we are 4,000 people. Post-pandemic, we actually downsized and then later scaled up and been growing fast over the last 2 years. We have had 30% year-on-year growth over the last 2 years. So during this phase is when we did the complete digital transformation in the company. It's a promoter-driven organization. So some of you or any of you, if you have worked in a promoter-driven organization, you know the nuances which are different from a established professional organization. So getting anything done is not easy here. You have to put in a little extra effort to get certain things, and especially things wherein the board has brought me with an ask that you have to bring in professionalism and performance orientation in the organization, because this is more of a family organization where one person does everything and everybody does everything. So both are true in my organization's case. So from that, bringing in a process, bringing in a procedure in everything that we do, and bring in professionalism at the end. So in all, if I have to put it in a simple words, I have to go slightly against my promoters' wishes to drive some change in the culture. So which is very difficult to do, and we have navigated well through last 3 years, managed to do it. But the most important aspect that I've taken as part of that journey was the digital transformation. We were on some SaaS-based application which we were using. The founder of the application was friend of my CEO. So the first challenge started there, where I have to go and tell them that this application is not useful, we need to bring in some world-class stuff. That's when SAP SuccessFactors came into picture. And from there, getting it implemented and then how we transitioned is a long journey. We have done it in a phased manner, and then over the last 2 years, we've been successfully working on that. So I'll cover briefly about what are the challenges, what are the levers that we have used, and then how we have driven this transformation, and how it is impacting the employee experience, and then how we are managing that. So when I joined, and then I started creating a 30, 60, 90 days plan, and then thought of digital transformation also as part of the thing, I thought I'll bring in a platform like SuccessFactors, and then that's sufficient for me to change and transform HR IT landscape. But soon then I realized, when I started understanding and getting into the nuances of everything, that digital transformation is not just about one technology platform bringing in and then implementing, right? I have to make a cultural shift. I have to make, it's all about innovation, continuous improvement, and then a lot of change management in the organization. That everybody has to understand that we are going through a journey and not just the HR department driving some change of a platform. So that's when we looked at 3 aspects. One is digital workforce, where it's developing a digital ready organization. Then we looked at digital workplace, creating those infrastructure establishments for the workplace, and then digital HR. This is another key important thing, because HR team was not ready for that kind of a transformation to start with. Forget about the entire organization. So I had to do a lot of work on upskilling, bringing my team up to speed, and also bring in some external forces to support that entire cause. Then, so again, HR transformation is not just about HR IT transformation, right? Digital transformation is not just about providing a platform or IT enablers. It is also about how we are changing all our processes. HR has to change entire processes in the organization, because the tool may not support some, and because we want to use the tool to support some. So in all probability, in some cases rather, I've used tool as an excuse, wherein my promoter was not ready for a change. I've used tool as an excuse and then pushed the transformation. Otherwise, it was very difficult for me to go and convince that this process has to change. Whereas if I say this is the tool that you have opted for, you have spent so much of money, now the tool asks you to adapt to this change. So that helped me a lot in transforming. So we created 2 tracks to look into transformation, while IT transformation works on its own. HR transformation, parallelly we worked. We created COEs within the HR team to align to the requirement. We made people to work on business cases, and then project teams have been created, and there is a change management plan that we have drawn, and it all was done on both the tracks parallelly. It is not like one track we have done and then the other track will follow the suit. We have done it parallelly to help us deliver that at a time. So these are some of the aspects that we have covered within recruitment. Obviously, the question was, we are all comfortable with the existing processes. Entire team, individual teams, my own teams were comfortable with the existing processes. To change anything, it was very difficult. And the question also came in that recruitment, will we go with the same tool, or we bring in the best in class for recruitment and then integrate? Same was the case for performance management. Same was the case for travel and other applications and payroll, so to say. But I said, let's actually try to integrate and then bring in one platform which speaks of the entire HR ecosystem in one place, rather than going into standalone best of the class platforms and then trying to integrate. That helped me with a smooth data flow. That also helped me with a smooth integration of this platform with other ERP systems within. So we worked on automation, we worked on database, we worked on how we will shift the culture through the processes. We brought in a lot of speed through this, and also helped people access everything through mobile apps at any point of time, so that it becomes, the operations, HR operations reach has become very easy for employees. Then, as an HR head, there were a lot of challenges with me to drive this transformation, right? One of it I've called out getting the leadership commitment, wherein the first challenge for me was to convincing my promoters that the tool that they have got in with their friend is not good, and then we have to go to SAP SuccessFactors. One big differentiator that I've used is the tool is global, and then it can cover all your regions. Prior to me joining, it was only in India. There was a automation and other locations were working on Excel sheets. Then training the personnel, I called this out also, my team, preparing the team, and then if you don't have the team internally, try to bring in the external team, then aligning the entire HR strategy to the organization goal. So this is an important aspect. When I say aligning to the overall organization strategy, I also happen to be fortunate in that because I worked on the entire vision, mission, and org strategy for 5 years around the same time. Immediately around the post-COVID times, 2020, later part of 2020, when things are not moving fast in the business, is when we actually transformed from an independent software testing company to an AI, IP-led digital engineering and digital assurance company. So when we were doing the transformation, I worked in the core team which worked on creating a new vision for the organization and mission. And then it was easy for me to aligning my direction, HR direction, into the same aspect. And then I created a roadmap in such a way that we are also going in line with the organization priorities. Then there is continuous improvement. HR IT transformation, or for that matter, any other IT transformation, is not just a one-time implementation and then some changes here and there working on CRs, etc. It's not that. It's about continuously improving everything that we do, because the technology is changing every day and we have to adapt to those changes. And then I cannot say that I've implemented SuccessFactors in 2020 and then I cannot sit and then wait till 2030 to change anything, right? I have to keep continuously improve. We have an innovation team which works on some AI-based chatbots internally. We are using them along with SuccessFactors, on top of SuccessFactors, and then we are actually reaching out to employees to make their life easier. So we do that continuous improvement while collaborating with other functions and driving the change in the culture. So that change was not just one-day event. It was over past 2 years we have been driving that and then managed to do it successfully. It was not easy. While I was talking, I've also covered some of the challenges that we have faced as an organization while driving these changes. But some of the challenges I want to call out. One is resistance to change. When everything is working fine, why do you want to change? Right? The first statement that I heard when I was talking to a few of the employees is that. And especially with respect to their areas, they think they are doing a great job. They've brought this organization from 2 million to 100 million. You are coming from some other organization and then trying to tell us we are not doing good. It doesn't work like this here. You have to align to this rather than changing us. That was the, not in these words, so to say, but people had this kind of statements coming out from. So it was very difficult to convince everybody and then try to change everything in one go. So we had to take a phased approach to change. And we had to do a lot of communication sessions to tell people that change is important and then this change will bring in positivity. But it's very difficult, especially when it comes to digital transformation, because when you change a tool, the steps appear very difficult when you start adapting to a new tool. Because you're used to an Excel sheet, you're very comfortable driving it, you're I'll tell you one example from my own organization. On-site, all locations, we have presence in 9 countries. Nobody applies anything on tool, attendance or leave. So for them, they want to go on leave, they'll just send an email and manager says yes or no. HR has to figure out where that email is and then try to keep a record of how many people are on leave, how many people are working, etc. So from that, I'm telling the employee to go and apply leave in advance on tool, and then the manager has to approve. The notification may or may not come in the initial stages. So it's very difficult for me to tell them that come and do this step. Initially, nobody was doing it. So for bringing them all into the stage and then making them adopt to this was very difficult. So we had to do a lot of communication sessions. We had to do a lot of change management planning around how we do this entire thing. So that helped us drive that change management. And we managed to use make it mandatory now. Sometimes we even used carrots, sometimes we used sticks. without which 100% adoption was impossible. So we made payroll linkages, we made some kind of rewards for usage and all that stuff. We ran campaigns, and it helped us big time. And for me, I've called out when I said I have to prepare my team. The lack of skills in the team was a big concern. I joined Signity as head of HR. I thought I'll not have to get my hands dirty and then get doing these BRDs and other stuff for my requirement. But when I ended up seeing the team that was working there, I had to literally sit and draft a couple of BRDs so the team takes a cue and then starts working from there. Because I had the experience of working in Wipro, where I was part of Wipro's SAP implementation. So that helped me do this process smoothly. And we also had to bring in some external help. We have taken support from an implementation partner who are actually providing HR project management support also that was required. Otherwise, standalone HR team without any technical expertise, it was very difficult for me to do that. And limited budget, don't ask me the constraints that we have with respect to that. Again, we used that phased approach wherein we took couple of modules to start with, then we started adding modules on top of it, then went on in a phased approach. We started with employee central onboarding, then slowly brought in recruitment, then LMS, then compensation benefits and other aspects. So that phased approach helped me to phase out my costs into different quarters. But at the same time, after the initial investment, the ask was easy for me to push more and more because they saw the benefit of this change. And then they have also seen how we can impact some of the processes and procedures in the organization. So from where we started in 2019 or 2020 when we started on this digital transformation journey, entire organization culturally was not focused on the larger goals. Just to give a very simple basic example, layman kind of an example, the delivery leadership, including the people who are holding 10 million, 5 million kind of accounts, which are large for our size of organization, they never had revenue and margins as their targets. But today, after we implemented this change, along with some changes in the pay for performance and other modules, when we implemented, everybody talks about even if you have to hire one person or engage with one vendor, they check how much it is going to impact their margins, how they are going to change the way of approach or hire somebody else. And they even come and tell HR, don't hire this person, I want to bring in the cost down. So it may appear very simple for organizations which are like established. I've also worked in Wipro and Genpact. I know it is all given in there, but for an organization which is operating like in a different time zone, it was very difficult for us to change that. So we did that transformation with the help of digitalization in HR. Then data issues, all those things were definitely there, but we managed with a lot of change governance. We brought in all the teams into that and then driven this change, and I've covered the employee adoption anyways because that was one challenge initially that we faced, and then we managed to scale through easily. So what is different that I did in this entire thing is bringing in employees into everything that we have to do. That was from my experience of, I told you about the Air Force experience that I've brought in. That from there, I've actually brought in employees in every stage of our implementation. When we created teams, I didn't create an HR and IT team. Those were the charters. But the teams were from the ground, from junior level people to senior level people, everybody was included. Started gathering requirements from them, started understanding what are their pain points, and then started making them part of the implementation teams. That helped this change very easy for me. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. And also due to COVID, there were ramp downs and all. It was easy for me to get their time and then drive, which was fortunate. I can say I'm fortunate to get that extra time from people around that period. But that helped big time because I am not just trying to understand what are their needs, I'm actually making them do what they want. So that helped this entire transformation very seamless. So employee experience at each stage we touched upon. Generally employee experience loop, if you talk about any HR person, if you ask them, they'll talk about train, engage, and then boost performance and then continue to do it. But we at Signity changed it to starting from attracting talent till we talk about exit, and brought all of that into our digital platform and then gave in seamless experience through all these stages. So to do that, I'm not exaggerating, but even we went into some candidate interviews and asked some random questions about how you have seen the technology and then what changes you want in our technology. So that helped us develop it more as we started implementing and changing the roadmap. So with that, I've come to the end of the presentation. I know we have time if there are any questions, anything that anybody want to understand. I know I've not covered everything because I wanted to give 30 minutes is a short time. I wanted to give a brief snippet about how we did. But if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Yes.
Thank you, Veera. Thank you very much for this presentation. You spoke about some of the process changes that were forced by package, or you used package as an excuse to put in a lot of changes. While I know as a concept, so this is called, some people call it PEBT, some people call it PFBT, package enable business transformation or package forced business transformation. But the question over here to you is, if you can give us few examples of such things, so that when companies are implementing HR, so they know that they can actually use this tool, maybe SuccessFactors in this case, to change some of the processes, how it used to happen earlier. And also if you can add as to what did you really do to convince the promoters, the word that you used, to ensure that this change is smoother in your organization from at least from the top perspective.
Sure. So one such example is we had a lot of monitoring about people coming in and going out, how many hours they are spending. There is a access entry in, entry out, and then there is a productivity monitoring tool and all that stuff. From that, I wanted to change it to a timesheet based approach, because the delivery organization, which is 85% of our workforce, is filling timesheets on a weekly basis. And then I didn't want them to again track on another system and then keep applying for attendance if they didn't swipe in for one day, and then if they're working from home, doing that again and again was little tedious for them. It's a very simple step, but it appears tedious when you are busy with 9 hours of work and then again you have to come and do this. So I said, instead of doing 2-3 different things, delivery will do timesheets for the billing. We will take that data. We will not even use that. We will not even ask them to file another timesheet in SuccessFactors Employee Central module. We'll just take that data as is, integrate it into SuccessFactors, because that professional services was on open-air. So we just taken that data and implemented here. And for the remaining population, instead of being on a different platform, we just said you file timesheets. So the questions came in as users are filing timesheets, whereas we used to monitor everything very closely. Instead of doing that, you are letting it go into their hands. That was a question from promoter. I said, see, first, my intention is to make it simple for the user. And the tool is helping me do that. And I don't want to go back and then start telling them to do in multiple aspects and different things for different people. So I enabled that, but also to satisfy the promoter needs, created an audit mechanism. Do a random audit. We still have the access data. We still have the people working, not working kind of data. So we created an internal audit team and then started continuously monitoring, just to keep the promoter happy and also keep the system disciplined. So we did that audit to take care of promoter needs. We changed the tool, simplified it, and then gave the control to employees and their managers, and then made it simple for employees. So that's one example I can quickly recollect, and then yeah, that audit part was to both satisfy them and also bring in the discipline into the organization. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Reddy, we would request you to please join us back on stage. Firstly, sir, thank you very much for the presentation and thank you for your service. May I request Sethi, sir, if you could please join us and present our fondest token of appreciation to Mr. Reddy. I think we can have a louder round of applause for a wonderful presentation. Thank you. So there is, Mr. Reddy, one question I really wanted to ask you, since we were talking about human resources, we are talking about HR. What is the correct answer to where do you see yourself 5 years down the line? Okay, great. We move on to our next segment, which is on pioneering sustainability and how CFOs are harnessing the power of the green ledger. And to enlighten us on the same, I would now like to invite the Regional Head of CFO Advisory, SAP, APJ. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amit Verma to the stage.
Yeah. This is the word. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's precisely 12, right? And I'm always scared of taking the noon sessions. Why? Because either it is just before the lunch, so I'm standing between the audience and the lunch, or if it is immediately after the lunch. Thankfully, today is not that day. We have one more session after this. Okay, so what we'll be talking about today in this session is an important topic, which is sustainability. We all know that. But the difference is that I will be taking the CFO lens. So instead of talking about sustainability in general, I will be covering the sustainability as a part of CFO imperative, right? So before I go into the slides, just a brief introduction about myself. My name is Amit. I'm based out of Singapore, calling home Singapore from last 8 years. Of course, Indian by all means, right? I started my career way back in 1998 as an accountant and worked for a PSU for about 5 years. And then I think the destiny was that I shifted from a PSU job, a hardcore accountant, to a technology side of the house. So I shifted my gears onto the SAP side, and since then there's no looking back. I've been part of many, many projects. I started my career as a consultant in India. First project which I started with the SAP India was in Mumbai, right, where I worked with Mahindra and Mahindra in the finance team, and I was leading the Project Harmony. Okay, enough about me. Let's go into the topic now. So if we talk about the agenda, I mean, this is just a general disclaimer which we always do. What we'll be talking about is, we'll start with why. So why sustainability is an important topic for the CFO nowadays. I mean, sustainability, if you remember, is something which is there from last 3-4 years, right? I mean, a lot of things coming up, lot of disclosures, lot of compliance things coming up. But slowly and steadily, what I've seen from my experience is that it is becoming a CFO topic, right? And that's what we'll cover in this part. Since I take care of Asia Pacific and Japan business, I will be sharing some perspective on other countries as well, just to share with all of you. Right? After that, we'll go into what part of it, just quickly glimpse you through the solution, which is green ledger, and how it can help the finance fraternity to report on the sustainability part. And then we'll go into call to action. So before I start, can I have just a show of hands? How many of you are from finance background, maybe IT or whatever? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll be having a tough time because most of you guys are not from finance, but it's okay. So let's start. I mean, if we talk about the sustainability imperatives for a CFO, what CFO wants to do nowadays? For them, the most important thing is that they want to lead and support business on the transition to be a sustainability and resilient enterprise. That's what they are looking for, right? And during this journey, they have to manage 4 important things, right? Number 1 is compliance and regulations. So we all know a lot of compliance, a lot of regulations which are coming as a part of the overall setup, what is going on in the world. Second part is investor relations, because at the end of the day, it is CFO's imperative to manage the investor relation. Why? Because they want to secure the capital investments at a lower cost. And sustainability is one of the things which is impacting that piece as well. Third is to lead sustainability transition. So internally, right, I'm sure most of you must have seen that, and most of the companies, we do have a dedicated chief sustainability officer, right, or a CSO as such. But you'll see slowly and steadily this shift will be coming towards the CFO side. Why? Because they have to sign the balance sheet, right? They have to sign the carbon accounting balance sheet in the future. So that's where they have to make sure that they are leading the internal sustainability transition. And last but not the least, they have to do a planning and forecasting on the sustainability impact as well. So no more the numbers, but of course, apart from numbers, you have to also talk about the sustainability impact as well. So with that in mind, let's go deeper into the compliance and regulations. I mean, we all know ISSB released IFRS S1 and S2 in June, precisely on June 26th this year, right? And these are the standards which will lay down, or which are laying down as we go and talk, laying down the standards as to how we need to report on sustainability as a CFO, right? So that becomes the guiding principle. And if I double click on the IFRS S1 and S2, it is nothing but they have adopted the TCFD metrics, right? And what were those TCFD metrics? They were primarily talking about key 7 metrics. You can see CSG emission, transition risk, capital deployment, so on and so forth. So the CFOs have to report on all these 7 metrics as such. And these 7 metrics are primarily covering scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. Those who don't know scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, no problem at all. I'll be covering that in detail subsequently as well. But yeah, that's what IFRS S1 and S2 talks about. Okay, and if I give you an APJ perspective on the IFRS part, we have 28 jurisdictions in Asia Pacific and Japan as of now. Out of 28, 23 jurisdictions have to report as per IFRS S1 and S2. Every country is coming out, every jurisdiction is coming out with their own timeline with respect to reporting, but one day or the other day they have to report. There is no choice as such. So from the metrics part, let's go into the next piece. I mean, if I talk about India, right, and I mean, India was, I'll say, across Asia Pacific and Japan was the first one to adopt or to lead this reporting part, at least from the regulatory perspective. So number one, in February, SEBI, came out with various reporting frameworks around the ESG part of it. Now, this regulatory invention talks about how you have to report on your ESG emissions, but it also gives an opportunity for the CFOs, right, to have a lower cost of capital, right? They can access the capital at a lower cost of rate. Second thing in India was about mandatory BRSR reporting. It's already there, it's already in. Top 1,000 companies are already reporting in. They have already put up their BRSR report for last year with the stock exchanges, right? Third piece, there were some programs which were launched. One of them was Green Credit Program, correct? And this program was primarily talking about how the companies who are really leading the sustainability initiative can have access to lower cost of capital, right? So from CFO's perspective, it was something which of course has an impact on the business, but at the same time, the opportunity was how they can access the lower cost of capital. And last but not the least, there was also an Article 6.2 which talks about trading of carbon credits, right? And if I talk about this particular thing, this is where the CFOs are getting an opportunity to increase their top line. Because the moment you start selling your carbon credits, it will increase your revenue, and then as a CFO, you can impact that part as well. So from your bottom line to your top line, that's what CFOs are having an opportunity with this sustainability initiative. Of course, it comes with a challenge, but at the same time, it gives an opportunity as well. If I talk about other countries, apart from India, right, they are not behind. And let me give some examples. I start with Australia and New Zealand first. I mean, if I talk about Australia, they just came out in October, right? They released the, the IFRS-based climate reporting, right? And they are saying that companies have to report. And at the same time, New Zealand as well. They came out with the XRB as one of the reporting requirements, correct? And again, if I talk about Japan or if I talk about Singapore, Singapore is already coming out with a proposal where they are clearly calling out that listed companies will have to report on sustainability by 2025, non-listed will have to report by 2027. So meaning thereby that all the countries are really coming out with their own standards in Asia Pacific and Japan. So that means they have to report on sustainability as far as IFRS S1 and S2 is concerned. Now, the thing is, what exactly is an issue right now for the reporting? The problem is that you have to report accurate emissions, right? And not only accurate emissions, but also you have to categorize them into the right bucket, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And that's a challenge right now for all the finance leaders. So if I talk about scope 1, scope 2, it's pretty easy, right? It's something which is lying with the company. You can just go and plug and play with the data. The problem is with the upstream and the downstream, right? If I talk about upstream data, scope 3 emissions, no way you can report it. You need the networks, you need the information so that you can report on that. And of course, downstream as well, right? So from the overall reporting perspective, if I look at the iceberg right now, or a sustainability iceberg, I usually say it. If you look at this iceberg, right, the tip is about 20%, which talks about only disclosures, correct? Which is easy because you just pull in the data, you get the report out on the basis of averages. The problem is on this 80%, right? This is where the issue is coming out, where you really have to make sure that your scope 3 requirements are coming out of the data which is lying under the tip of the iceberg. And that's where the challenge lies as far as sustainability reporting is concerned for CFOs. So let me go into the next section now and talk about how SAP can help. We have put in a lot of investments in last 2-3 years on sustainability, of course, and apart from putting a lot of investments on, you must have heard about business AI, what Sindhu was talking or what Kulmeet was talking. But yeah, this is also one of the key topic where SAP is investing a lot and putting up lots of efforts to make sure that our customers are ready to report on sustainability part as far as IFRS S1 and S2 is concerned. So let's talk about green ledger right now. So coming back to the iceberg part, right? This is where most of the efforts are going in, and this is where SAP's value proposition comes into picture. Because we are holding 70% to 80% of your data, right? And from that data, we can secure the entire scope 3 reporting for you guys, right? So whether you talk about carbon taxes or carbon inventory or whatever it is. And that's why we pioneered this concept of green ledger. What we are doing with green ledger is we are reinventing the R in ERP, right? We are trying to bring in the entire sustainability topic, right? Starting from recording to your reporting and then taking an action on that. That's what green ledger is all about, right? And if I give you overall perspective, green ledger is not the only solution, right? We have already launched number in the bracket one. You can see SAP Sustainability Control Tower, which has already been launched, right? So this is where you can report on the averages part, right? Then there is Sustainability Footprint Management, EHS. These solutions are already there in the market. Most of you guys might be using it already, but the thing is that these solutions are primarily giving you the data on the basis of averages, right? As we move forward and as we are planning on other solutions, Sustainability Data Exchange is the solution which will get launched somewhere in Q1 next year or Q2 next year, right? This is where we will be taking the actual product carbon footprints across the supply chains, right? And we'll be helping you in terms of coming out with the green ledger data. And last but not the least, green ledger, which is planned in H2 2024. That's what our solutions looks like. Today, I'm just concentrating on the green ledger, which is the last piece. I'm not talking about the first 3 solutions, but definitely if you want more information, we can always get in touch and tell you about that. So let me go into the green ledger portion, how we can report on actuals as far as sustainability is concerned, right? So as I've told you, from SAP perspective, we are somewhere here, right? We are also working, it's a journey for us. Our plan is to take you from averages directly to the actuals, right? And that's where we'll achieve once we move on to the green ledger part early next year. So if I talk about what exactly does a green ledger looks like, this is just a snapshot, right? Where you can see that as a company, right, you will be combining your financial and non-financial performance on a single screen. It's as simple as that. That's the primary outcome which we are looking for. So in this screen, you can see what are my finance and GHG emissions overview. So you can see your operating income, you can see your operating expenses, and at the same time, you can also see your emissions and your coding structure as well. And you can see a chart in between which talks about how your revenue is performing against your carbon emissions as well, right? This is just a snapshot. Let me go a bit deeper. But yeah, the idea is at the end of the day to enable the CFOs to get one single screen where they can measure their financial performance and their carbon accounting performance as well. Let me go into a demo mode because I think unless I show you something, you won't be able to really appreciate it. So if we start and if we go on a finance and GHG emissions overview, you click on that application. All of you who might be using S4HANA, you must be aware that Fury is the front end. So this becomes one of your application on that Fury screen. The moment you log on, you can see your operating income on the top, then you can see your operating expenses, then you can see your emissions. Below that, you can see the operating incomes and emissions chart. The revenue is pretty steady. The carbon is going down, rather it got a dip somewhere in September 2023, meaning thereby that there is some activity which was taken by an organization to control the carbon emissions, right? On the right-hand side, I mean, taking an example of an automotive company, this company is primarily into manufacturing cars. And if I look at the car, they are talking about two versions. One is your sport car, second is your SUV, right? And of course, they have different versions of car, Delta 7, Beta 2, Alpha 1, Gamma, so on and so forth. And of course, they're producing by region. So the moment you log on, you would be able to see all this information as a single application, right? Let me go down and show you some data a little bit downward. So you shift down and then you can see your entire trial balance. Trial balance in terms of money, in terms of value, which is your US dollar value, but you can also see your carbon emissions across it, right? You can see your scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 emissions over here. Meaning thereby that it's not only talking about the trial balance in numbers, but it also talking about your carbon emissions spread across scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3. Right? So whether I talk about your income, you talk about your expenses, cost of goods sold, labor costs, so on and so forth. So that's where we will make sure that our customers are getting all this report. So let me continue with the demo. Now after looking at it, right, we'll see, if you look at the SUV part, that's something where the emissions are less. Let's go deeper into SUV. I'll click on SUV part. Automatically screen will adjust and filter down the data for SUV as one of the segment. You can see that for SUVs per se, the revenue is really climbing, which is good. But if you look at the carbon emissions, they are really coming down after September or October, right? So there is a clear-cut sort of application which is showing that the carbon emissions are coming down. And all that data which you are seeing over here is primarily the simulated data. So now let's go a bit more deeper. I mean, after looking at SUV, yeah, the carbon emissions are less. But if I look at the series which are there in SUV, Delta 7 and Gamma X, I want to go deeper into Gamma X. I click on the Gamma X part, and I can still see that the carbon emissions are going really less in Gamma X, right? As compared to the previous screen, where you see that the carbon emissions are somewhere between 90,000 to 100K, but in Gamma X, it is below 90,000 approximately, right? And from here, if you want to further go and go down and see what are my operating income, my net revenue, operating expenses, you can see all those carbon accounting reporting requirement as per the different heads. And over here, you can see that there are different production lines as well for this solution, right? So there is a traditional plant, vis-a-vis there is a renewable plant where this SUV Gamma X is getting produced, right? Now let's go and see what exactly is going on as in the renewable plant. I click on renewable plant. The moment I filter the data, system will give me all those parameters via renewable plant. And if I want to go down, I can see all this information. And if I want to double click on the cost of goods sold, how that carbon emissions entry is coming, this is where Green Ledger come into picture. The moment you click on carbon of goods sold, you can see clearly the debit and credit entries for the goods issue, right? So it's not only your amount, it's also your carbon emissions which are getting posted. And those carbon emissions are getting posted as per scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 requirements. Meaning thereby that the system is tracking the entire carbon emissions at the back end. So the moment you do a goods issue, system will automatically identify that what are those carbon footprints, what are those carbon emissions which has happened at different stages of that particular product, and it will automatically post this carbon accounting entry, right? Let's go back, and if I go back, click on the back part of it, and now I'm looking at it. Let's go and try to simulate. You can see overview and simulation. As a finance leader, I want to simulate the data. I want to play with what-if scenarios. No problem at all. Go ahead. The moment you click on simulation, system will show you on the right-hand side, you can see your emissions on actuals and operating income. So the emissions are rising. On the right-hand side, in terms of simulation, you see, yeah, my revenue is still steady, but emissions are coming down probably later period of point in time. Let's try to do some analysis why it's happening, right? If I come down and I can see that, yeah, in terms of my actuals data, right now my emissions or right now my production in terms of my traditional plant vis-a-vis my renewable plant is a bit less. So 50% is something which I am producing via the renewable plant, right? And if I want to play with that, I want to change in the simulation part, I want to change it from 50% to 70% and see the impact, right? So right now I'm getting a break even somewhere around October in Q4. The moment I change that to 70%, you'll see that, yeah, I mean, if I increase my production to here, my carbon emissions will come down in July Q3 itself. Meaning thereby we can do this simulation on the fly as well. And that's where I was talking about that it's not only about forecasting the numbers, it's also about forecasting the carbon accounting footprint as well. That's where the green ledger is really strong. And again, I mean, if I look at the overall process flow as such, as far as carbon accounting is concerned, right? I mean, what we say is that the carbon subledger. So whenever there is a movement, I mean, over here you can see, for example, if I'm doing manufacturing something and I'm transferring one thing from one plant to another plant, from main plant to the subsequent plant, system will keep on noting down the entire carbon footprint of that particular product or particular material. And at the same time, it will also capture these carbon footprints with respect to the mode of transport getting used or from the vendor with whom you are buying the raw materials, right? That's what the end state will look like. So you will see not only your financial ledger. So over here, for example, if you want to see at one of your location, what exactly is my revenue at a group level, at a local level, legal level, you can see that already, right? That's something which is already available as a part of a standard core. But what you'll get with green ledger is, along with your group and legal numbers, you'll also get the CO2 emissions as well, right? And that's where the IFRS S1, S2 reporting requirements will come into picture. So just to share, you know, I belong to SAP. I'm working in SAP from last about 14 years now. But of course, I need to tell that, yeah, I mean, in sustainability space, we are also one of the leaders, right? IDC has declared us I mean, they have placed us in top 3, right, with respect to out of total 23 vendors in the IDC Sustainability Index 2023. So we are one of the leaders in terms of providing the solution on sustainability. We have outperformed the industry average in all 15 major categories, and this is on the basis of what solutions we have right now, right? Green ledger is the future, is the vision which will be coming up next year. But this is on the basis of what we have done so far with our 2 solutions, right, in the sustainability space. And then if I talk about call to action, of course, you would like to know more, you would like to experience it more. Today was just a very, very high level snapshot. If you want to, you know, really have a hands-on feeling, no problem at all. We are running SAP Impact Lab sessions across India, right? And this is where we would like to invite you. And what we do is, this is not just another session. What we always do is, in terms of sustainability, we want to make sure that it is relevant for the personas who are attending this lab. So if your finance leaders are attending it or your finance team is attending it, that will be on the basis of finance persona. If your sustainability team is attending it, it will be on the basis of sustainability team persona, or if IT team is attending it, it will be on that basis. The crux is that that is something which will really give you a hands-on experience on sustainability and also gives you a way forward. Because what we'll do in the entire process is, we will clearly come out with a roadmap for you, what you can adopt now, what you can adopt in future, and how you can take care of your sustainability reporting requirements. Apart from that, we do have Team India. I mean, I am based out of Singapore, but we do have Amar and Sukanya. They both are based out of Mumbai. Sukanya is right here. She's sitting over here, so feel free to catch up with her during the lunchtime. Of course, I'll also be there. But if you have any questions, more than happy to take those questions as well. right? With that, I'll end up. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's question time now. We still have 6 minutes, which is a good sign. So any questions? Yeah.
I think the topic is of immense interest, not just for organizations like ours, but globally, and considering the global warming issues and other issues. And no, but one thing which I just want to call out is that most organizations, not just in India but worldwide, there is this concept of greenwashing which is there, and which of course doesn't get addressed with these solutions, because ultimately the data has to be correct, the data quality has to be accurate. But how do you think this can help organizations of various sizes actually do things, walk the talk, so to say, in terms of sustainability initiatives?
Absolutely. And I think, greenwashing is something which is not new, right? It's happening since the last 3-4 years. And I'll just call out one of the study which was done by National University of Singapore and KPMG and few more analysts in Singapore way back in 2021, where they did a survey with many companies across Southeast Asia. And one of the concern, the topmost concern which came out was that the data is a challenge, right? Whatever reporting we are doing is just for the sake of it, on the basis of averages, right? We just put some numbers, take some averages from my ERP data, put it into the reporting platform and get the report out of it. And that's where the challenge is lying, right? So coming back to your question, yes, greenwashing is there, but then if you look at the regulations, the way they are coming in is something which is there to stop that greenwashing itself. Because the moment you ask a CFO to sign the balance sheet, right, they will make sure that everything is something which is on the basis of actuals. No more guesswork, because when you are signing a document, it's not a guesswork at all. It has to be actuals. And that is where all these technologies are emerging, right? And we as an SAP are in an advantageous position for sure, because we are holding about 80% of the world's data, right? And that's where we are coming out with all these concepts with respect to green ledger. Coming out to your question, I mean, I've seen companies of various sizes, right, who have adopted. I mean, I interact with at least 2 to 3 CFOs every week across Asia Pacific and Japan, right? And what I've seen is that there is no problem in terms of getting those solutions or buying those solutions, right? There are many companies which are giving it for free. But all these solutions right now are talking only about reporting, right? So they give you all the data in various JASI formats, or even for BRSR, I'm damn sure whosoever is reporting on BRSR out on these tables, right? They must be having a sort of a template by which you have to fill it up and pass it on to the reporting tool, right? And this is where the problem comes in. Your data is on the basis of certain assumptions, then your report is on the basis of certain assumptions, right? And that's where the problem comes in. So I think from SAP perspective, the green ledger as a function is coming up as a part of the core, right? So when I say core, I'm talking about it is merged with your processes itself. So whenever you're doing any transaction, I mean, we do good receipt, we do goods issue, we do invoice verification, we do various transactions in SAP, and that's where we would be able to capture all these carbon emissions, this footprint across the entire process. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Any manufacturing or maybe logistics enterprise, globally I would say, they may have data on what bill of material they have for manufacturing their FG, what quantities, and maybe utilities what they consume. But in most cases, they may not have numbers in terms of carbon emissions.
Yeah.
Or I would not even say exact, but maybe not even inaccurate numbers. It's all assumptuous, so to say.
Yeah.
Of course, you may have liquid, whatever comes out as a waste, but emissions, it's sometimes very difficult to do a mass balance, because there's no exact mass balance which is happening in terms of input and output.
Right, I got your point. So let's take an example. When you're transferring your material from one plant to another plant, right? Instead of using rail, you start using by road, right? So then there is a carbon impact. Definitely there is a carbon impact. But can you measure it on actual basis? No. And this is where the regulatory things are coming into picture. So there is a body which is clearly calling out those carbon impact numbers, which will become the norm of the day, right? So meaning thereby across the globe, the way reporting is coming up, the way regulatory is coming up, we have to merge both the things together. So this is where most of the standards are coming in, which are clearly laying down that impact in an absolute term. So no more guesswork. You say, okay, if it is going by this route, that's what the carbon impact will be, right? I mean, you must have seen the Apple famous launch, right, where the mother green came into picture and they talked about sustainability and all, and they committed that by 2030, right, they will be carbon neutral across all the products. And in Apple Watch, they have already done it, right? And the thing is, what they're doing is, I mean, I don't know whether you guys have noticed that or not, that they are transporting the entire shipment by sea, which has the least carbon emission. And that's why you'll see there is a problem in the supply chain as well. But that's why you'll see that they are expanding their manufacturing base as well. So what I'm trying to say is that all these companies are working towards that direction, number one. Number two, in terms of getting that data, of course, there will be some standards which will clearly call those assumptions out and help the companies to report on that piece. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah.
Just one question. So you have been talking to a lot of CFOs nowadays.
Yeah.
And the main job of the CFO is to secure the fund for their top line and the bottom line. How about, are they also securing the fund for the green line? For example, if you're talking about suppliers, you have to work with the suppliers to make sure that your suppliers are also sustainable. If you don't have the funding, secure funding for your green line, then this initiative will not work out, right? So are you going to just help us to?
I think, you know, what you're talking about, I mean, let's go back to the example of Apple, right? Why they did so much of halla gulla when they did that launch this time, right, with Mother Green branding, right? Because all these branding are impacting your investor relations. All these investor relations are giving you access to the lower cost of capital, correct? Now, apart from that, in India, I talked about Green Credit Program, right, which is already there, which clearly lays down the parameters via which you can have an access to a lower cost of capital. So as compared to the higher percentage of interest rate, you can get a lower percentage of interest rate, right? And it's not only in India, of course, it's happening across the globe as well, right? So what I'm trying to say is that sustainability will become clearly one of the important topic or one of the important, I'll say, a point which will impact your cost of capital access as well. Right now, it's not there. There are some specific programs, but as we move forward, as the carbon emissions goes higher, right, you will see that this impact is coming on directly. So from SAP solutions perspective, right, what we are trying to say is that, I mean, I'll go back into the transitional system. So when you are impacting the lower cost of capital with the green ledger sort of thing, or with your green, you know, reporting part of it, we do have a provision via which you can clearly call out those particular type of loans, and you can report on what are those benefits which you have got in terms of cost of capital employed as well.
Just to add, you talked about systems. So,
yeah.
So all of us, we have been using SAP. In SAP Metal Master, we have a view called purchasing view. We can see the purchasing information. We have the sales view. We have the manufacturing view. Are we expecting that some point of time you will also have the sustainability view within the Metal Master?
Exactly, right? You are bang on. Because until unless you capture that carbon data at the material master level, you won't be able to do anything. So at the end of the day, how the system will do? System will capture that information on the basis of particular master data. So material master will be one of the key placeholder for that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, time is up for me, but still, last one question. Anyone? Good. With that, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And please feel free to reach out to us, you know, during the lunchtime. No problem.
Mr. Verma, we would firstly like to thank you for a wonderful presentation, and we would request Vijay sir, if you could please join us on stage once again to present our fondest token of appreciation to Mr. Amit Verma. And can we have a louder round of applause?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very, very good. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Now we proceed to the last session before lunch, and this is a wonderful session. And it's a case study on procurement transformation. And to deliver this, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome to the stage the Chief Transformation Officer and Head, SAP and IT Corporate India Glycols, Mr. Atul Govil. And joining Mr. Govil is the the Enterprise Customer Success Partner, SAP India, Mr. Vivek Venkata.
Are we supposed to sit in, or are we? Okay, we go ahead.
Perfect.
Yeah, maybe we can use the two daises.
Sure.
Of course. Thank you. Do we have the clicker with you? No, I don't think we need it. So we'll not bore you with presentations here. And good afternoon. I think a louder good afternoon would help. Basically, let me try it yet again. Good afternoon. Very nice. So I know we are standing between lunch right now. So what we would do in the next 15-20 minutes is we would cover a case study about procurement transformation, and this was done at Vedanta. So I don't represent Vedanta, of course. I work for a company called India Glycols, and Chetan Trivedi, who was supposed to be here from Vedanta, he had a personal exigency, so he couldn't travel. So we now have Vivek Venkata, who's closely working with Vedanta Group for over 4 years now. And what we would do in this session is, initially, I'll pose some questions on how this procurement transformation project was undertaken in Vedanta, how and what value were we created through this project, and what's the way forward. So that's the basic core theme of this project. And why we chose this topic, because we've talked about sustainability right now, the previous session. We then, earlier on, we had Signity team member who spoke about the HR transformation. Then Vijay sir and the SAP leadership team talked about the strategies SAP is adopting as we take the new normal. So procurement, we all know, as we hardly have any monopolistic markets here or globally as well. So there are competitive situations. We have people and organizations wherein profits are going down. And manufacturing, or even for service industries, it's very important to make sure that their costs of procurement of goods and services is always on the lower side while maintaining the due or required quality. So it's extremely important from a profitability standpoint to retain profitability in their operations for most organizations, to make sure that their procurement is done at an optimal cost while ensuring due quality. So what we would do is, in next, as we open up, Vivek, 2-3 things I would like to first understand is this whole journey around procurement transformation. If you can just take us through what was the initiating aspects, what was the prompt and motives, why Vedanta went for this project, and then we can talk about more pointers as we progress.
Sure, Atul. Again, thank you. Again, pleasure to be here representing SAP as well as my customer. So first, maybe I'll start with Atul on what Kulmeet mentioned, right, earlier today, about the role of the jargons that we see, enterprise customer success partner, and the end-to-end journey. So I've been associated with Vedanta as my customer as part of enterprise customer success partner, wherein I need to work with the customer to ensure that the deployments happen, the adoption is there, and the value realization path. So that end-to-end journey is where I come into picture from a post-sales role perspective. So I just wanted that, we are walking the talk, as Kulmeet mentioned, that we are in that journey. So we are still putting our blocks together, certain blocks together. Somewhere we have progressed, but that's the journey where we work with the customer post the sales, once the handover happens from a sales side, to ensure that the adoption and the deployment, adoption, and the value realization piece. And from my own KPI perspective, I get measured only on renewals and adoption. So I don't get measured in terms of any sales perspective. So to the customer, we go in as that trusted advisor and be that voice of customer within SAP India. So interestingly, with Vedanta, in 2012 was when Kane Oil and Gas, one of the flagship companies of Vedanta, they went on SAP at that point of time, rather Ariba. So they went alone with standalone sourcing, to ensure that leveraging multiple auctions, you get cost savings. So that was the first of the group before even SAP acquired Ariba. However, the overall procurement transformation started around 4 to 5 years back, around 2017, where this entire piece of procurement transformation with respect to supplier life cycle, with respect to sourcing, with respect to B2B collaboration, the business network, all that process started happening around 6 years back with, again, one of their flagship company, Hindustan Zinc. And the driver for it was primarily, first of the drivers was in terms of process efficiency, right? When I say process efficiency with respect to, again, for Ariba at that point of time, the biggest competitor was SRM, right? You have transferred, or rather you have customized your solutions with respect to however your business was. So to move from a on-premise solution to a cloud solution, it required it had its own challenges, but that was the primary driver to drive the process efficiency with respect to supplier self-service, with respect to supplier collaboration, because a lot of time was getting transpired between where is my PO, when will I receive my invoices. So the entire process efficiency was one of the drivers. The second was with respect to visibility, transparency in terms of how many auctions are being done for every event. Is it is there only one partner participating, or one partner vendor participating, or multiple ones, right? So that transparency. And the third piece was with respect to compliance, to bring about the compliance piece, to ensure that everything was system driven. And last, of course, the byproduct was in terms of cost savings by leveraging the multiple 40, what I understand is there are close to 44 auction types within Ariba. So leveraging those aspects was the outcome of the overall journey. So in the 6-year journey, starting with Hindustan Zinc, it went to Vedanta Aluminium and Power. Again, it located to Sesagova Iron and Ore with Sterlite Copper, ESL Steel, and all Vedanta Zinc International.
So
all
I
the
think
entities.
I'll just take a pause, and maybe because users and customers, they would be interested to know what kind of numbers are we talking about? What kind of, was it for a direct spend, indirect spend, and what value numbers are we talking about on an annual spend basis, which is routed through this platform currently?
Sure, Atul. So I'll just take a step back on the value part and talk about how did we drive this.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So, so once this was sold, once the Ariba deployment started, what we defined was a set of KPIs that how the outcome is going to be measured. What we call as a outcome success plan, or a Ariba value scorecard. So where we define what are those strategic, or what are those transactional KPIs that tie up to my strategic objective. So one of the ones was in terms of having my spend routed, what percentage of my spend is going through Ariba. So there were around 10 KPIs. One was what is the percentage of my spend going through Ariba? What is my savings coming out of Ariba? What is my overall PR to PO turnaround time? So these KPIs were defined. A baseline was done with respect to where do we stand today, in terms of how does it happen today? Where do I stand without minus Ariba? And industry benchmark. If I have to be at the top quadrant of network adoption, sourcing adoption, what is the percentages that I'm looking at? So with respect to that, happy to share that 89% of the spend is getting routed through Ariba. And we are talking about close to $4 billion, Atul.
That's phenomenal. So that's the direct spend, or it's about the indirect spend?
So when you combine all the entities, it's close to, the indirect spend is close to 4 billion.
4 billion. That's phenomenal. So, and which also brings us to an interesting topic that because normally when you talk about procurement, we all believe negotiations, which is ultimately the last or just one of the levers in strategic sourcing. So, which were the key levers which were used to derive and drive these numbers and these KPIs which you are talking about?
Got it. So one was, again, one of the very understated and underused part is what we call as the Ariba discovery. So Ariba discovery also gives you a picture of, it gives you an access to the millions of suppliers on Ariba network. So one of the, one of the ways is also to discover the number of suppliers that were there. And the second part, as you said, with respect to the knowledge of auctions and which auction to be used for which category, right? So that becomes very critical. That became even, and subsequently there are multiple training sessions also done for the buyers so that they know that for this kind of, when you have multiple, you have situations where there are only 2 suppliers, which auction to be used, right? There are auctions where only, Ariba supports something called bid transformation auction. So where only the pricing is not your parameter. You have multiple parameters to evaluate your final vendor. So a consistent training to the buyers on different type of auctions to be used across different categories is what has helped us in getting to these numbers.
Interesting. So, and I also bring in an aspect around, because this is a cloud-based offering, and for you to ensure as SAP, I would say, that you could get successive renewals. What's there? What kind of work do you do, and how do you? What's there in the basically for putting your skin in the game so that the customer is engaged, and you keep showing them benefits year after year so that renewals keep happening. So what do you do basically to make sure, because ultimately customers like us and others sitting in the room, they would like to make sure that if they were to invest in a platform like this to initiate a procurement transformation journey along with SAP, how is their investment, their effort protected, and so that they can give that confidence to their respective stakeholders, yes, that this is making business sense.
So Atul, very prominent question, and as you mentioned, the fundamental task was to say that even today, this is a business project. So from the start of this engagement, it was always a business engagement, a business project. It was not an IT project. Okay. So a strong business sponsorship to initiate from the initiation of the project until the completion, and then even from a consistent value realization perspective, the business is the core. So even today, on a quarterly basis, as I mentioned, the scorecard that was defined, baseline, every quarter, the teams, the CSP teams, the customer success partner teams, along with the backend teams, what we call as the adoption teams, they have a session with the customer, business as well as IT, to talk through these KPIs, where they have reached, because even the targets are defined. So just as an example, when the project was started, the PR to PO cycle time was around 40. The industry top 25% says 21 days is the average time for a PR to PO cycle. So an analysis was done every quarter when we do this QBRs. Analysis is done in terms of where do we reach that number? Is it reached 36? So is the time getting spent in NFA, right? So how do we fasten that process of NFA? Then the technological interventions come in by saying that, okay, can we automate this entire NFA process? Similarly, when we see that, so there were some process driven, as I said, it was a business project, so just not technology interventions helped. A lot of things from a business process also had to be adjusted. So when I say that, processes were put in place that only, so there are interesting processes. So when you send a PO through the Ariba network, only if you receive an order confirmation from the supplier can the supplier submit an invoice. So there are controls put in place that the PO has to go through Ariba network, the order confirmation has to come through Ariba network, ASN has to come through Ariba network, GRN has to come through an Ariba network. Only once all these processes are followed, can you submit an invoice, okay, right? So it's just not technology, but the business processes and process of the adoption of best practices to ensure that the system is adopted the way it is supposed to be. That's when, it kind of helped in continuous value realization. As I said, today if we see from a group standpoint, they stand at the top quadrant of both strategic sourcing suite as well as from a network adoption, with around 12,000 plus auctions getting done year on year. So 12,000 auctions, more than 1 lakh invoices flowing through the network year on year.
That's phenomenal, I would say. So, but all of this sounds great, okay, on the face of it. But generally, when we talk about these real-time projects, and these tech implementations, I would say. Of course, it's a tech and a business project. It's not just a pure tech project, as you mentioned. So, but when the rubber meets the road, no, you find a lot of heat and a lot of resistance, pushback, because people are comfortable working the way they've been doing since ages, I would say. So can you talk about few challenges, specific challenges which you faced, and considering you've also been part of the, to make sure that the post-sales engagement remains smooth and the deployment benefits, whatever were envisaged, were actually achieved. Can you talk about what challenges you faced in meeting those targets, and how did you really overcome those challenges?
Sure.
Maybe select a few, 2, 3.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I'll talk about this, and given my experience in handling some other customers as well, I'll just talk about both. Right. So so somewhere we start this as a project for suppliers to and to enhance your procure to pay transformation. But somewhere we forget that the supplier is on the way, right? So but in this case, the suppliers had on-site training, right? And there are, even today, month on month, there are sessions that get conducted with the supplier, because suppliers will be in tier 2, 3 cities, tier 3 cities. And for them, technology, internet, sometimes even we have had challenges with respect to language, because they are not comfortable having just English as a language, right? But consistently, when you do these supplier trainings month on month, across different cities, you run a webinar and ensure that these suppliers are onboarded, and they have, because there is a lot of churn even at supplier end, right? Yeah. So you ensure that these supplier trainings happen. That's when the adoption will rise. And the second part is with respect to, from an internal standpoint, again, the buyers also is a category which will have a lot of churn. So how do we ensure that the buyers get trained on what kind of auctions are available in the system? Otherwise, sometimes it does happen that you just use a reverse auction, you just use a Japanese auction, and you don't even explore the other kind of auctions that are there. So when we do, every quarter when we do these reviews, we also do a value roadmap where we talk about what are the innovations that have come into the system, right? So just as an example, as we look in, there is, from a strategic sourcing suite, there is also something called guided sourcing which has come about. So guided sourcing is more UI, UX, AI, ML embedded UI, UX that we have. So the system is currently under test, so that guided sourcing, the system goes live with guided sourcing. So subsequently, as I mentioned, the NFA, and there are certain also extensions being built on BTP. So that there is a service cockpit for the supplier to get in. So there are these quarter on quarter, when these discussions happen in terms of value, what is the KPIs that we are doing, what is the value getting generated, and how can we map the process along with the SAP Ariba's roadmap. Now the biggest thing is in terms of the Gen AI part that is coming about in Ariba.
So there is this theme around contactless procurement. So maybe as customers, we would like to know, because one thing which we all would agree and appreciate, most of us would be using SAP ERP for maybe decades or more. And till so far, we all believe that whatever procurement functions, maybe right from PR, PO, or perhaps RFP and all could be done in the basic ERP as well, okay, material receipts and payouts. So what additional value do you think this new platform brings about? And from a contactless, the theme, contactless procurement, what's that? Can you just demystify that term for us to understand and then maybe appreciate what it can bring what incremental value it can bring to enterprises like ours?
No, absolutely. So as I said, one of the underlying theme to it was compliance, right? So when we talk about the touchless PO, so how do we ensure that, because when the process study was done, right, you could see a particular PO was edited multiple times. There could be a number of reasons for it. But how do we ensure that those controls are put in place to ensure that there is a touchless PO, right? Or an auto PO or a touchless PO that we call as contactless procurement. So with respect to that, how Ariba helps is when fundamentally your PO at the end of it gets created in SAP, right? So how do you put in those controls that when a PR is raised to a time when a PO is raised within SAP, the entire process is touchless. So I'll just give you a classic example, even with respect to something, a feature called blind auction, right? Where the buyer, he may initiate an event, but until the end of the event, he has no access to what are the price going on, right? So any fraudulent practices, any compliance related practices are completely nullified by leveraging these platforms, which may not be possible. First, in terms of collaboration itself, so starting from, as I mentioned, from a Ariba discovery, you try to see that there is an extended supplier which was never there in your system. So you could discover that supplier and get him on board, and then start having a transaction with him. And even during that process, you do it in such a manner that the buyer does not have access to critical information that are getting put, and you get a result where the PO is getting created in the system without any manual intervention. So that entire process has gone through without any manual intervention within by a buyer.
So that brings us to the penultimate question, I would say, because I'm not sure how much time we are left with. We've got another 9 minutes or so, but and we'll open up for questions in next couple of minutes. But before we do so, now you've spoken about that almost 4 billion of worth Indian rupees or dollars, $4 billion worth transactions is being transacted on the platform. So, but we would also be interested to know what kind of benefits the organization has got. So that's one is the transaction numbers, but what benefits has the organization got in terms of cost savings, efficiencies? If you could highlight on those aspects, please.
Correct. So, so with respect to the KPIs that we define, one of the parameters is also on the cost savings part.
Yeah.
So, on an average, 4 to 5% is what we typically look at to say that. And again, since metal and mining industry is driven by a lot of commodity prices, so that may not be every time significant. It has its own cycles. But 4 to 5% is what at an average that gets received. And in addition, in terms of process efficiency that we see is when these invoices get supplied through the business network, right? In the last 4 years, the invoice matching rate, the first pass match that we call from an invoice perspective, that has gone up by gone up to 97%.
That's
so 97% is the overall first pass match. So any invoice submitted by the supplier gets into the system without any, again, manual touch 97% of times. So the time spent in finding out what are the errors, time spent in seeing where my PO is, where my order is, where my invoice is, has all significantly reduced. And the bottom line or a subsequent, the after effect of it is, so as a group, 11 of the 17 sustainability goals are getting impacted. With respect to the number of paper invoices gone, the number of POs where you, and all the RFPs that you had a bundle going out, right? So all those, so there is a report that comes out of Business Network, Ariba Business Network, where it has been showcased that 11 out of 17 sustainability goals are getting impacted within the group.
That's an indirect and an important benefit which is coming out of it, which was, I'm not sure whether it was planned initially, but it's a direct outcome.
No, and overall as a group itself, right? If you see, HLL is 2.5 times more water, so they are already surplus water. so that's the way the group is looking at sustainability.
So, and that's the last question which I am going to ask, and then we'll open up for the participants to pose questions on you. And this is regarding your role of a enterprise customer success partner, okay? And you've seen these, you've been engaged with customers, specifically post-sales. So you engage with them, see that whatever value they have put in, they get whatever is what targets are achieved in time, and the value realization happens in due course of time. So if any enterprise were to initiate their journey on procurement transformations, what are those top 3-4 steps they ought to take now? Suppose they were to start in 3 months. What are the steps which are to be taken, 3-4 steps, so that they don't have to reinvent the whole wheel and basically avoid mistakes which commonly organizations would do while they take this path. If you could highlight, so that no, it's each one of us, no, yeah, of course it's an Indus conference, but ultimately we are all spending our day, and it's important that each one of us takes home and take to their respective organization, no, at least 1 or 2 good learnings which they can relate to their internal teams and co-create value internally. So please go ahead.
Sure, Atul. So first and foremost, I would say it is the cloud mindset, right? Because procurement, again, each company may have 70% standard, 30% is their own, right? So when you move into a solution like Ariba, fit to standard, fit to best practice is what is the first of the fundamental things that need to, because again, as I said, the biggest competitor for Ariba is in terms of SRM that people have been using, right? So that becomes the first of the challenge that, you know, if we have, you know, if we use this as an opportunity to do that transformation with respect to our overall procurement and fit to standard with what Ariba can offer, that becomes the first. Second, fundamental is also that it is a business project. It has to be driven by business. And the key to success here was with respect to the business sponsorship, just not during project, but also to ensure that there is a sustained value creation that happens with the project, right? And the third is with respect to how, as CSPs, we get involved during the adoption and deployment stage and throughout the cycle. Because as part of our quarterly business reviews with the customer, we first see how we are faring on that scorecard, adjust, tweak certain KPIs if we have achieved. Let's look at what are the, you know, look at how we can perform in other areas. Or if my focus of this quarter is something else, we look at tweaking those KPIs. Second, we also look at what are the innovation, because innovation, every quarter we say with cloud, every quarter you get innovation. But it is as good as how much you use it, right? So every quarter when we do these sessions, we talk about what are the innovations coming. If they are relevant, we talk about how we can adopt those solutions, right? And these governance also become a very action-oriented, fact-oriented, and value-oriented discussions. Just not issues, because issues will be there. I mean, those will continue to be there, yeah. But the discussions need to be more focused on the value and the outcomes that we are achieving for this and how it ties up to our overall objective.
Sure, thank you. And I think let's open up for questions, and I would request, yeah. Can we have a mic here, please?
Yeah, question for Vivek. Hi, Atul, how are you?
Hi, very well, hi.
So, as SAP is also having its, you know, industry-specific verticals, will these solutions also offer some specific verticals, industry-specific, because the procurement is generally, especially for the verticals as well?
No, so currently, if you see from an India perspective, I think we have across all, you know, so Ariba is getting utilized across all the industry verticals. So specific to industry verticals, there may not be anything, but there is always, you know, the BTP extensions that we can leverage. But across the, you know, if you look at India perspective as well as globally, so its strength is in terms of material procurement, right? In terms of materials, but it can be leveraged across all the industries.
So it's basically industry agnostic, if I could say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more pertaining to like we are buying special spirits from the Europe.
Yeah.
Special spirits from the Europes while we are making IMFL brand, which is a liquor brand.
Yeah.
And it is very specific to industry. Like we have a CC box, mono carton, we have bottles, which is of course, you know, common all across with the different industries. But there are some special peculiar item that we are buying from the different continent of the world. That's a specific question, you know.
No, I think I can take that to an extent, and you can add on it, Venkat. Is that, no, if you have a very limited supplier base for certain category of your spend or your procurement, then I don't see much of benefits which can be derived. But if you have something like some consumables or which is not direct, because direct spend, it may be a little tricky because you may have very specific suppliers offering you a particular input item. It could be like a corrugated box. And then you also have to see the logistics cost. If you were to get a corrugated box from Europe, it may cost us a bomb. So we have to see the economics as well. So yes, of course, you would have to do a segmentation of your spend, and of the total spend, you have to figure out what's the addressable spend. And because addressable spend is very different than the total spend. So, and then of course you'll have to figure out which SKUs would be a best candidate to create that quick win and demonstrate value to the enterprise so that they are keen to add maybe perhaps more modules, so to say, to add to the productivity and efficiency of the whole working.
Yeah, absolutely bang on, Atul, as you mentioned. The category becomes the key for you to see which category belongs to, through which you can go in for procurement.
Any other question? Yeah, we can get the mic there, please.
This is an extension of same question. Is it also very prevalent in IT industries like buying licenses, buying hardware?
Why so we have, so if you talk about our professional services organization, many of the professional organizations are already on Ariba.
No. First tell us, what is the penetration for software? No. Software, there is not one supplier. That is your presumption, right?
Go ahead.
There is no competition.
You can please put the mic a little closer to you.
No, software also there are options. You choose the technology, right? No, so I'm just saying, I'm coming from procurement's perspective. We can't say that there is only one software for each company. Because the point was mentioned, this is industry agnostic. So it can be used everywhere else, right? Because I have a few thousand crores worth of software purchase.
No, generally what will happen, I'm sorry, is like, if you were to go out and buy, say, a procurement transformation application, you may have 5 or perhaps 3 or 4 or 5 such solution providers out there in the market. But I'm not too sure because it's so, you are not talking about contactless. That needs so much of engagement back and forth to establish that, what's the scope and all. Yeah, I get it.
Because we are from this industry, we say a lot of discussion is required. It is required everywhere.
Yeah. No, I get your point. Yeah.
So you are saying, no, that's not a correct answer.
Yeah.
Say the cycle is same for other. We are saying a lot of engagement is required because we are from software industry. It is already matured industry, right?
No, I agree, but...
So, this is not a correct argument at all.
Yeah.
Rather, it is an absolutely incorrect argument. This industry is more matured than others.
No. We also have to learn from each other. And it's a good learning for me, I would say.
And maybe we have expert also, we'll have that question.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions? And I would, let's have some more tough questions. We're more than happy to address that. Go ahead, please. There's a gentleman there at the back. So we just have a time for maybe just one more question after this, if you have any.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Hello, guys. Gaurav Pusatkar from Strata Pharma. I have a question. I think we didn't touch base on one of the key aspect of procurement, that's contract lifecycle management. So I would like to understand, how can we leverage Ariba's CLM feature, to enhance our procurement efficiency and drive cost savings? Because it's one of the important topic at our...
So maybe, so we have experts outside. We'll have that contract lifecycle management is something that, even in this journey within the group, that has been one place where we need some additional help to get it adopted. So because there are certain pieces of it that needs some more discussion. So, but if it's specific to CLM, we can have that discussion offline. So.
All right. Looking forward to it. Yeah. Thank you.
I think if you don't have any other questions, we can. Yeah. Is there a question out there? Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Rajesh from Daikin.
Yeah, hi.
So, do you have any roadmaps to integrate Ariba with ONDC or other B2B marketplaces?
Sorry, could you please get the mic closer to you?
Yeah.
Little louder, please.
Yeah. Is there any roadmap to integrate Ariba to ONDC or other B2B marketplaces?
So I would not want to talk about the roadmap.
Maybe what we can do is we'll take a note of this question,
Yeah.
we'll respond to it in the post-lunch session once we reassemble, because it's more of a strategic thing, and because we are talking about a case study which has been done already, and what you're talking about is the future roadmap. Yes, it's promising, and yes, we can certainly talk about it. Yeah.
And we have the head of India spend management here, so we can get you connected and we'll get more data.
Maybe we can take it, Vivek, we can take this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
So
we
both
can respond
CLM
to
as well as, so I have these two questions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, and thanks for this patient engagement and wonderful questions which you posed. Sorry, but we couldn't, maybe we couldn't answer a few, but we'll certainly get back to you in a while. And let's break for lunch and reassemble. In how much time do we, yeah, you can make that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks yet again.
Thank you, Mr. Atul. Mr. Vivek, however, we would request the two of you to please stay back. Atul sir, I would request you if you could present a token of appreciation to Mr. Vivek for that wonderful case study that you presented. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be now, let's have a round of applause. We will now be breaking for lunch. We'll be assembling back for the breakout sessions at exactly 2 p.m. In the meanwhile, we would request you to please go have a look at all the stalls that we've got set up for you in the foyer area. And once again, do not forget to share your experiences on X using the hashtag INDUS Conclave 2023. We reconvene exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
requesting all the guests to please vacate the room as the hotel staff would clean it for the next session. I'm requesting all the guests to please vacate the room. The hotel staff is going to start the cleaning process soon. So requesting all.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mambo number 5. Can you give me more volume? और बढ़ा दीजिए, please. Going once, going twice, और बढ़ा दो. Reverb तो नहीं है ना? Reverb, अच्छा, और थोड़ा सा और bass दे देंगे? Hello. Going once, going twice, थोड़ा और bass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How does that sound? Do we need the volume lower? I want the bass a little higher. थोड़ा और bass दे दीजिए, please. Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want a little bit more bass, please. Going once, going twice. I think that's better. That's better. थोड़ा बढ़ा देंगे. मैंने सुना है बेबी को बेस पसंद है तो. Try करो. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is better. Yeah, a little richer. And volume is good. I don't need to be louder than this, even once people are in. Good. I'm just checking it from here. I'll just go on stage. Meanwhile, maybe he can get some of the graphics up. So basically, I should keep this closer to my mouth to have it a little richer. Where am I going to get onto stage from? Aha. There's the timer. Great. Should I just try the podium mic as well, just in case, as backup? Yeah. Because there are some times where I'll come onto stage and just generally mess around from here, and sometimes podium. I've somehow never liked podium microphones. This is so much better. I don't think I need the podium mic here. I'll just go with this. Both high. The podium is quite high, but that's fine. I think this works. I'll just, safety's sake, I'll try the podium anyway. Hello. We probably need a little bit more volume on this. Is that good for you? Yeah? Okay. Works for me. Maybe just a little bit more bass on this one as well. Don't think so? Okay, fine. ठीक है. Doesn't matter. I don't like this. I don't like podium mics at all, man. It's here. How's that? Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, this sounds good, but I might just stick to this. And do I need to have this box on it? Can I do without it? For the evening, maybe I can remove the box, right? Oh, you have the Ace Awards thing. उसके बिना चल जाएगा, बाकी तो सब जगह है. It's just... Anyway, if you need me to do it, I'll do it. Perfect. We are sorted. Pani bhi hai. Should we just quickly... Arre, who's this good-looking guy? Ah, fuck. Okay. Can we see all the other slides? Just to check. Okay. Arre, too good. Nice. Yeah. Oof, sexy. This is, why are there two of these? You'll keep one. Let's see the one before this. I think maybe this one is better. Okay. Let's keep going to the next one. This is the, no, there should be more, yeah? There's definitely more. There's the one with character and all the other things. The cows one. और होना चाहिए. नहीं, आइसक्रीम नहीं कर दें. The cows one is definitely there. Einstein we've got. Yes.
Blue button नहीं कर रहे हैं, Microsoft नहीं कर रहे हैं.
Microsoft कर रहे हैं, but there we've got that networking.
काव भी एक उसमें है, एक वही मिसिंग है काव.
We couldn't find a.
It's on?
So requesting all our delegates, if you can hear my voice, we'll be starting up with the breakout sessions once again. So we would request you to kindly proceed to the respective breakout session halls. We request all our delegates to please join us in the respective breakout halls. We are ready to begin the session in the next few minutes. Thank you very much. So we request all the delegates to please join us back. We are ready to begin the breakout sessions. If you are a part of the Automate or the operational excellence, I beg your pardon, if you're a part of the automate or innovate breakout sessions, those are happening at Salset 1 and 2 for automate, and innovate track will continue at Malabar. In this grand ballroom, we'll be having our next topic of discussion on operational excellence. We'll be starting momentarily. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Good afternoon. I hope you had a great session before lunch and you had a wonderful lunch as well. However, before we start the next breakout session, we would request everyone to please take the seats in the front. We would request everyone who's sitting at the back. I know it's a very comfortable place to be in as of now after lunch, but we would request you to please take the seats in front. We are ready to begin with our next session. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next session is a case study on being future ready with SAP BTP. And to deliver that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome the Enterprise Architect of Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, Mr. Jitesh Talreja.
Good afternoon all. Hope we had a great lunch. Yes? Boss, we need to postpone this session. I cannot deliver, when the people have good lunch. Okay, jokes apart. Thank you, Indus. Thank you, SAP, to have this opportunity. I'll make it very simple. 5-slide presentation. I'll not bore you much. What we wanted to do, how we have done it, and where we stand today. And then we'll have more dialogue. Most of us have already started this BTP journey or will about to begin this journey. That's pretty me. Though I look more, modern now. This was before cloud and before AI. The photo was that. So I've spent 16 years in SAP technologies, more than a decade at M&M. I've seen, SAP moving from 4.7 to S/4HANA on cloud. That's the journey I wanted to, have it here. So our relation with SAP is more than 2 decades now. We did major implementations. To name few projects, Project Harmony was one of the projects wherein we have consolidated multiple entities into one single instance. It was more of project consolidation. Then the Project EQ, where we actually moved our ECC on HANA. Project S/4HANA, wherein we moved our entire core onto S/4HANA. And the last one which I wanted to highlight is Your email itself will have buttons to take action. It's not taking you out from your Outlook to web-based thing. You can take the action from then and there itself. Last, very important, to do everything or all of these things, you need a workforce. Now, having BTP, a new area, it's very difficult to get people. Let's all agree to this point. Even we thought the same thing. The moment you talk about automation, your users, there'll be a fear in your users. What will happen to my role? Whether my job will go away if I automate. So there is a way how we handle this situation. I'm sure that everyone in this room must have faced the same situation or will be facing the same situation. Now, so this is what we wanted to do. Now what we have done is, of course, we were romancing with BTP. So what we have done is, we have taken SAP Integration Suite as the first thing. Now this slide will give you two aspects. What we wanted to leverage and where we stand today. In our ecosystem, we do have multiple middleware systems. We do have one PIPO to connect SAP systems. We do have another instance of PIPO to talk to external systems like banking interfaces. We do have Dell Boomi to have integration between SuccessFactors and SAP. And we do have 2-3 more middleware systems for other applications. We understood that if SAP Integration Suite is the best fit, why not to standardize and consolidate all these middleware systems? Why to have multiple systems in the landscape? You need to maintain it, right? If I move my SAP system to cloud and upgrade it, if your another middleware or legacy middleware is sitting on the old infra, it doesn't give you that kind of agility. Today, we have around 700 interfaces which we have identified. Trust me, we are still discovering more. There is no single place wherein we have, say, 850 is a total integration available with you. No, we are still discovering. 700 integrations is already we have discovered. 45 unique target systems or the point-to-point systems which exist in our landscape. Another aspect of SAP Integration Suite is API management. We do have different mobile apps for employees, for dealers, for customers. We felt there is a strong need of having API management in between from reusability perspective, from security perspective. In fact, we want to move from having point-to-point integration to more like a centralized kind of a place wherein you can discover your APIs, you can test your APIs. And today, more than 100 APIs we have onboarded. The reason why we wanted to do is, of course, to have the abstraction layer, to implement the security measures. Third is the real-time monitoring aspect. Okay, sure. So, let me take the very basic one. We integrate with lots of banking systems. The reason is we have to give payment to employees, right? We have to give their reimbursements once the employee raises the invoice. So we are talking about those kind of integrations. Another thing is, say, a dealer management system. When you visit to a dealer, something called customer information file gets created in the dealer system. That should be moved to SAP. That is one of the interfaces. When a sales order gets created in SAP, that info should go to the dealer system. That is another integration. I mentioned we have SuccessFactors for our entire employee management. When an employee is being hired in SuccessFactors, those records or that employee master should get created in SAP. That is the integration. So that's where we are talking about 700 plus such integrations. Clear? So when I say systems, one bank is one system for me. We do have SRM, we do have Ariba. These are the different systems for us. So there are 45 unique such systems exist in our total landscape. Okay, third, the important one is SAP Build Process Automation. We tried, creating something in-house when it comes to IRPA. We tried different open source platforms. But when we started this journey, we find it really very easy. Now, I raised a point that The users will have a fear, what will happen to my job? So what we have done is we have actually conducted lots of road shows and empowered those citizen developers to do the automation of their own task. We were there to help, but we ensured that the simple task should be done by themselves. That's where the concept of citizen developers we have leveraged. These are the numbers. So 200 plus processes automated. This is a savings at very high level what we have calculated if we would have done it in-house or with our developers. Last, build apps. There are not much applications developed because we are not migrating our existing applications onto build apps. It's purely based on the requirements what we get from the business. So it's of course one of the platforms we wanted to leverage. It has become part of business as usual. I don't have numbers or number of applications that we have developed here. That's pretty much how we are leveraging BTP. A very high level architecture, how we have staggered it. So this entire piece, what you see here, it's our workload which is running on cloud. We do have some systems which requires zero latency or extremely low latency to support our warehouse operations. Those exist. We do have cloud solutions, SuccessFactors, Ariba, and of course BTP that is getting connected through Cloud Connector. Now the major thing here, see, if you ask us whether this journey was successful, definitely yes. Journey was smooth? Definitely no. The reason is because we were the early adopters of BTP. So trust me, there were challenges. There are challenges. I'll tell you how those are being addressed. So a very important slide. If we go from 1 to 6, I told you that we have around 700 interfaces running today out of our PIPO. You need to migrate those interfaces to CPI, right? There is no tool available, standard tool available which can simply take your PIPO interfaces to CPI. So there is a task involved. The second point, it's not a challenge now, but definitely we have faced it. So when we started SAP Integration Suite journey, the sub-account was not available in India region. Okay? And we have our SAP workloads running on Google Cloud in India region. So we were facing some latency related issues, but now the India account is available and we had to migrate all our interfaces from one sub-account to another sub-account. There were a few technical challenges. So just to give you an example, in some of the interfaces we used to use PGP encryption, which was available out of the box in PIPO. PGP encryption was not available when it comes to Integration Suite. So there were two options. Either we have to wait for SAP to release that, or we need to recreate the entire interface again. We raised it with SAP, and good thing is we got that encryption released and we have used it in our integration. So again, a technical challenge. Now, the major challenge is here. The moment you move your interface from PIPO to CPI, your endpoint URL gets changed, right? You need to make that change in your destination system. We are really struggling to have these changes in the banking system because they work on their own release cycle. So that is one of the major challenges when you move. This one is purely related to IRPA. It's based on our experience. We find that advanced Excel operations are not available as of now. Of course, see, point is what is happening is today, if we know there are 7 features in SAP Integration Suite and 10 in IRPA, the moment you use those, few more will get add on. Correct? So that is what we are even observing when we are dealing with Integration Suite and IRPA platform. Last one is, of course, this must be the pain for everyone, is the required skill set. Even though you want to scale, you want to move things to BTP, but whether you really have the right skill set available. We do face this challenge, and thanks to SAP, they did support us to have multiple training sessions, multiple use case discussions to address that issue. So when you are early adopters, of course, few things will bound to happen. You will fail early, but you'll get good support from the provider. Third is once you start running, you will be at a very good pace because you are the early adopter. You will have the team, complete team to do that. I have a small demo to show how we are leveraging SAP IRPA or SAP Build Process Automation now. A very small demo to explain what kind of task we are automating. So, say once we have raised a purchase orders to our vendors and we are waiting for goods to come in, there might be delays in that. So what used to happen is there is one guy who will extract all the purchase order information from SAP, send email to every vendor asking for the delivery. It's more like a reminder kind of a thing. So these are the tasks which that guy used to perform. We thought it can be easily automated, right, using build process automation. So simple low code, no code tool. We are logging into SAP. We'll get into the transaction code, extract the details, and IRPA will send the email to all those vendors. We have written some custom code in Python to extract the supplier email ID and then send the email. Of course, sending email is part of IRPA, but this activity is being done by our Python program. That is. So we have identified many such tasks. There are few complicated ones as well. We do have very strong governance when it comes to citizen developers. We don't want them to mess with the system. So very simple task, they'll take care. If it is very complex, then we do have a team to support that. That's it. That is what I want to share with you, our BTP journey at M&M. Correct. Yeah.
So what happens? Does it send it to all, or we have defined?
No, we have defined some rules because when we extract the Excel, it only takes the pending items with the supplier. It will not extract everything. So it will clearly tell you this is the order, these 10 items are part of it, and 5 are yet to be supplied. So it will clearly construct that email for that supplier.
Yeah, it is on now. Sorry. So suppose I have asked for an electrical cable, say 900 meters, and because the cable roll was of 887 meters, so I got that. Now I have an option that no, I can say for 13 meters still remaining. In SAP it will show that no remaining quantity is such.
Correct.
Unless I go and short close the order, it will show as a pending quantity. So how do you address such issues? Because this is more like a rule which needs to be defined.
Correct. So in the use case, what I've demonstrated, it's for the purchase order which is completely not delivered, not the partial ones, the case what you're taking right now.
What is the overall duration of this journey, and approximately how many people are involved in this entire BTP transformation journey?
Okay, so we went live in 2022, December 2022 on the project Arohan. The entire journey, or what we have reached so far, it's around 9 months journey, because we have started all the tracks in parallel. When you talk about teams, so we have mixed of teams, mixed of vendors as well for every track. To give you the rough number, it's around 35 people team for all the tracks.
Fantastic. Just one more, you put in so many challenges and I tend to agree with almost all of them. How about the challenge at the user end? Wasn't there not a challenge that these guys say, today you're doing like this, tomorrow you want to do something just because SAP has come in or some other guy has come in, or you think bank wants to change, but we have to run our business.
Correct.
So what was the challenge over there and how did you overcome that part?
Okay, so that's still a challenge. We haven't overcome that. So what is happening, it's a great question. When it comes to application, you know, we have so much experience in UI/5 and OData development kind of a thing that we used to have buckets. Say for this kind of application, we can do it in 5 days. For complex application, we can take say 12 days. Now what is happening is, when we are getting a business requirement, even though the low-code, no-code tools are available, to have our core clean, we are moving on to traditional ABAP to RAP. Since the team is yet to geared up, we are spending more time. And that's where the business challenge comes into the picture. They are saying, boss, आप पहले 12 दिन में कर देते, now you're taking 20 days. That's the effort estimation what you're talking about. It's not acceptable. So that's a user challenge what we are facing right now.
The link challenge also was that every few weeks you are bringing a change in the way I work, or few months. I have to now go back to talk to all the banks, please change this. I have to tell my accounts clerks to say that now instead of clicking on point A, click point B. So what is that challenge also?
So in that particular case, see, from integration perspective, it's more between system to system, so user doesn't come into the picture straight away. However, when it comes to application, as I said, we are yet to accelerate in our application development journey. We haven't reached there. So the challenge is what I was referring to, it's still not that great that we cannot manage it. We are only explaining users that now you're moving to something more scalable, something more user friendly and something more mobile enabled kind of applications, which was not the case earlier. When we used to have WebDen Pro, we were very clear, boss, ye mobile pe nahi chalega. But now the application what we are giving it to you, it will run on all the devices. So that is how we are, buying users' confidence.
Just one last question from my side, and then you also somewhere spoke about IRPA, and then you said, let me not talk about it today. Just give 10 seconds or 20 seconds on what exactly was done over there. IRPA, somewhere in the slides you said.
Correct.
So maybe just 20-30 seconds on what exactly was done over there.
So earlier the SAP build process automation was IRPA, correct? SAP IRPA, that was the case, and then everything got bundled into SAP build.
What transactions were happening over there from that perspective?
It's the same thing. So nothing changes when it comes to IRP and SAP build process automation. It's the same thing.
No. Question again. Sorry. From Mahindra's perspective, what particular transaction example which you are doing on IRPA? That was the question.
So the demo what we have seen.
Apart from this I have seen. Any other?
Full and final settlement of an employee. You know what happens is once an employee resigns from an organization, it has to be approved by many respective departments. So we have observed that people were not approving it on time. So there was a direction from our CHRO, forget it, let system approve it. So that's where we got a use case on IRPA that if after a certain time limit, system will auto approve those requests.
Fantastic.
Those are some of the examples.
So that was the reason why I pushed you on that, was that when we hear these examples, all of us, then one can start thinking in our own organization as to what more can be done. That's the reason. Thank you very much. That's nice. Any other questions? Atul, you have?
Thank you, Mr. Talreja. We would request you to kindly stay back. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Talreja for an amazing presentation? And I would request Mr. Sethi to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and the wonderful presentation. Now, before we move on to one of the most anticipated tracks and discussions, make sure that you please submit your valuable feedbacks. How do you do that? the placard that you're wearing. Just behind that, you have a QR code. Make sure that you scan the QR code. Give us your valuable feedbacks. And if you are on previously known Twitter, now X, you can share your insights. You can share your experiences to the world. You can use the hashtag INDUS Conclave 2023. So make sure that you please share your feedback and also tell the world about the experiences that you're having at the INDUS Conclave 2023. While the stage gets set, what is the topic of discussion? It's future-proof and shape outcomes for complex transformation. Rise with SAP, Max Attention, and CSS portfolio. And we have a wonderful set of eminent speakers and thought leaders who will be joining us on stage. While we get that, okay, so how many of you had a wonderful time so far? Show of hands. How many of you had an enriching experience? Very well, thank you. We are very, very happy to receive all those questions from you. We'll be also having a break after this session wherein you can also network, you can ask more questions, get the answers to them. So once again, the topic of discussion is future-proof and shape outcomes for complex transformations. Rise with SAP, Max Attention, and CSS portfolio. While we... Thank you. How many of you, since it's not Twitter, do we still call it tweets? I'm just asking, if somebody has tweeted something with the hashtag, make sure that you use the hashtag INDUS Conclave 2023 to share your experiences. Now, since the stage is set, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome our eminent speakers, starting with Ms. Sunita Mohanty, Head of Cloud Success Services, SAP India. Good evening, thank you for joining us, ma'am. And joining her on stage is Mr. Kaustubh Dabral, CIO, Dabur. Introducing next is the VP Enterprise Applications of Reddington Limited, Mr. Bharani Natarajan. And introducing next is the CIO of UPL, Mr. Pushkar Rege. So the stage is all set. Looks wonderful. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And thanks especially to our eminent panelists. And I'm sure this is going to be a very, very informative session for all of you who are attending this fireside chat. So just to get started, these are, I think, a selection of our customers across different industries. So we have Kaustubh here from the FMCG side. We have Bharani here, who's from the IT supply chain distribution side of business, a very different kind of a business. And then, of course, there's Pushkar from, the agri-chemicals. And, I think very, very, as we are driving sustainability, I think UPL is going to be a very important, company, to watch out for as we drive more sustainable farming, right? So the reason we wanted to get a cross-section of our customers here on the panel is to also share different perspectives of, the various transformation journeys that these customers have been on. And so I'm going to ask a question. I want this to be a very frank conversation. Share your perspectives in terms of what are the experiences, what are the journeys that each of you have gone through, what are your learnings. I think that's going to be a key takeaway. And as Mr. Sethi mentioned at the beginning of the day, this is all about learnings and takeaways. So the idea to get the entire set of eminent panelists here really is to hear them share their experiences. So as we get started, all three of you have made that journey, and you're all today on the SAP RISE platform, right? So this itself is a key decision criteria for a lot of you in the room here, and that's one hurdle that all three of them have crossed. So my question to each of you is, how did you work towards making that business case for that journey to the RISE platform? So maybe we'll start with you, Kaustubh, and we've got.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me over here and share my experience.
So in Dabur, when we decided to go for rice, before that, we were already on S/4HANA and in on-prem environment. My on-prem infrastructure was coming end of life, so we had a need either to upgrade it or move to a public cloud hypervisor or move to rice. And at that point in time, we evaluated all the three options. And I'm being very honest, one of the feedback what I received from my partner is rice is a one-way street. So once you move to rice, you cannot come back to on-prem or you cannot go to public cloud. Whereas on public cloud, for whatever reason, either performance, cost, or for whatever reason, if it is not going to work for you, you always have an option to come back. And that was an important criteria. However, when we compared it with certain things which are very, very pertinent to Dabur. So one of the things which is pertinent to Dabur was we were, as an organization, slow in adopting the changes what SAP was bringing in. The second thing is that overall application adaptability was also not very high. And third thing is, over a period of time, we made our system so complex that any changes in SAP was taking a lot of time. The previous speaker was also saying that business is asking you to make a change, and we are saying that it will take 3 to 4 weeks. They'll say, leave it, don't do it. We'll find a manual way of doing it. With rice, I was ticking all those boxes. I will have a team, you know, the customer success team or ECS team, who will constantly, since I moved to rice, they were constantly guiding me. For a better lack of word, nagging me that, you know, these are the things, please use it. I mean, use these things. And you can improve your business, business value. You can improve the value what you're getting it from SAP. So that was one of the major factor which actually countered the other thing. And last one, and this was a pleasant surprise for me. This was not planned, but it has happened. That after we moved to rice, I saw the performances improved. So from my on-prem, which was, you know, sitting on the same office where a majority of my SAP workforce is, moving to rice, my performance has improved. So I think this is how it is.
It's been a good decision for you. Yeah. Glad to hear that. Barney, over to you.
Yeah. See, the business needs are changing, right? And the business requires an exponential growth, and you need to have a system which really scales up very much. So we were also, you know, like into S/4HANA, and ours were almost 5 years over, and then again same situation that end of life for your hardware, then you need to rethink about it. And at some point of time, we also did some kind of a thought process in terms of what bill of material we need to have. And then we also got an opportunity here to rethink about the bill of material, because certain things we overuse, certain things we don't use or underuse. Okay, we can take a stock of such situation. So it's an opportunity. That is how we looked at it. And then another point what also came up is the speed. You know, because it was not only end of life, you might have looked into so many SAPs and like kind of looked at your systems, but that is no more okay for you today, because more stale orders are going when exponential growth is happening. And also there are situations where we also moved into a kind of a COE model and all that stuff, where the organization required a completely different rethinking in terms of how your business need to be run. So the core, we know, like the backbone of all your transactions is your ERP. And you need to have your core perfect, clean, and responsive. Okay, so that way we found same options we were also looking at, same problems we were also posed, and good that we had discussions with SAP and also certain customers who already harped on RISE with SAP and tried to understand, like whether are our fears right or wrong. What are they seeing? So we could find out that yes, there was a completely different this one, and also we had to rethink about our architecture also. That is another opportunity we could get it. Because once we tried it, we had it in a way the architecture was set up. Right? And no more that architecture is going to be scalable because PI is going to get into end of life. Right? And those are things which also made us to rethink about it. And also we wanted to scale our systems which are going around SAP. Because SAP is the one system which keeps your transactional processing perfect. But for that to happen very efficiently, there are other upstream and downstream systems which also need to come hand in hand. Okay, so these are some of the parameters which we looked into and we figured out, yes, this was the right option and we jumped into it. And to say that, no, like we also rationalized our bill of material and tried to keep things which are more relevant for us at this point of time, and we started moving on the journey.
Thank you, Bharani. Pushkar, your views, please.
Yeah, similar stories, but I think I'll just step back. And we were an ECC client. We were pretty large, doing SAP for more than 17 years into 2020. So we were looking at HANA as one of the business cases, and obviously the success stories were only on SOH first, then S4 HANA, and then this concept of RISE was just murmuring around, and we were hearing about Mahindra's, starting the journey, and they were in the process. But of course, and stepping back, what is UPL story all about? We are a global enterprise, top 5 in the world, competing against the biggies, not in India only, but globally, with about 200 plus company codes to deal with. So again, the whole mesmerization was brownfield versus greenfield, where to start. And I think the fundamental principle of all this was sustaining growth and ensuring growth, because UPL has been in the journey of growth mainly through M&A. So when you have M&A, you have very little time to get the companies on board. That's exactly where some of the HANA decisions got postponed, because in that journey and just before COVID finished, we had onboarded 55 more legal entities in less than 1 year from a non-SAP to SAP. And then, so we were, the best part was, the education part that we got of what is the advantage of RISE. We see it now happening, and I'm a living testimonial of how we could do 5 instances in less than 11 months from the planning stage, and maybe 8 months from the start go live stage. So it was all about planning. Of course, I think the predecessor who was on stage from Tech Mahindra spoke well about all the issues, but going parallel and deciding, while you're deciding RISE, where to host, what servers, which partner to choose, the journey of preparation also was happening, and that gave us the confidence. And the education side of, and I think you walk the talk in this case. The RISE has walked the talk in terms of the support part here.
No, and thanks for sharing your perspectives, because while a hardware refresh can be a trigger, I think we are also hearing a lot around simplification of a complex landscape, the scalability, and the changing business needs, and how it is so much easier to do all of that when you're on a more modern and up-to-date platform, right? Now, and I'm sure each of these journeys for each of you would have come with its own set of challenges. So maybe, what I'd like you to do, and maybe Pushkar, starting with you this time, is, what are the kind of challenges that you encountered, maybe some learnings that you can plow back in retrospect, saying, hey, maybe we could have done this better. How did, maybe SAP or some of our partners who have been with you on this journey, how do we support you on that journey? If there are any also learnings that you'd share back, saying, hey, SAP, you could have maybe done this better. We'd like to hear those, maybe learnings as you look back on the journey as well.
There are plenty of them, small and documented, but to take the context of, the challenges, I think first is the mindset. Why are we doing all this? And is it going to add value? So I think the advantage we've had is, internally we have a very good center of excellence that has been built over time, and especially because of a global footprint, right? We've been doing that, whether it's Brazil or whether it's even languages where we don't speak English. The language was obviously ABAP and probably SAP in most contexts. But so once that people trust came in, and especially we had good sponsorship from the finance, given that we were not only doing just a migration, but also doing a transformation to be ready for the next 10 years, 20 years. And it's an interesting thing. When we started 4.7, we were the first. We didn't think that product would sustain for 17 years. And I think this is a foundation for the next, and this time India as a growth story is much, much rapid. So I think what we did in 2003, we were like about 2,000 crores, and today we're 50,000 crores. So some of you are in that journey now, but you'll grow much faster, the way the alternative thinking is happening, manufacturing being the base, especially for manufacturing companies, the chemical belt itself, beyond it. So the challenges are the people. Technology is there. Again, I think people on the skill sets is there, but we kept it simple. We trusted in you. You were there. So there were many discovery points. Even in the licensing part, there were a lot of questions. What will happen about this? What will happen then about that? You may not have had the answers, but as a community, you came back very fast. And you came back on paper, and that promise kept that rolling. So skill sets was one, then dealing Big Bang was one, because we not, like the international case, we have now 5 instances, 3 outside the country. We had to not only migrate, and it was, we also had to carve out. So we used an SLO service. It was all done in one downtime. And I think the best part of that flavor was working with SAP Consulting, and we had other partners and an internal team, was the mocks and the reliability of the mocks. And we're very strict that every observation of one mock should not be in the next round. And that, I think it's a factory now. It's a DNA within the organizations, and we go through it once, but you prescribe again and again. But it's pretty plug and play for me in today's context. So if anyone is fearing about the migration, I think it's a done deal now. Yeah? Because doing it in 9 months for such a large size, I think you can do it much faster.
Yeah. So let me take this. You wanted the challenges, basically. As he was pointing it out, the biggest challenge is the getting the downtime. Okay. And without a downtime, it is very, very difficult. That is number one. And always you get little. So you need to manage within that. And the mock runs are very, very important for you. You cannot take that very lightly. This is number one. Number two, it requires meticulous planning. Okay, because I know many of you will be facing the same problem, because our development, quality, and production landscapes may not be the same, right? And the integrations may be fully available in production, may be available 70-80% in quality, and 50% in development. Okay, and these are all real challenges when you get into planning it very well. Meticulous planning is required. This is number one. Number two, it requires more it's a multi-vendor environment, because what happens is bringing all the vendors into one single vision is very, very important, right? Because here we have a partner who is going to migrate this for you. Then you have the networking and other teams which need to really run that last mile into the cloud and try to see that your security networking aspects are being covered. Your own team, your own business team. So you need to bring everybody into one single vision. Okay, this is very, very important. Okay, another point which basically we get into is the architectural challenges. That is, the way in which you might have chosen your bill of materials. Certain times, you may have to rethink the solution the way you were running before. One simple example I'll give you is embedded Fiori. Okay, on-prem, we used to have a separate server for Fiori. Here we took a decision that on the cost aspect, this gives an advantage for us when we move into this. So that way, we had to really solve those architectural problems. So it requires a meticulous amount of planning to see that the entire execution happens within the 2-day window what is being given. Okay, that is the ultimate challenge. Because the 2-day window, and end of the day, you are all going to know, like, come back while you have all your reversible plan and all that stuff, it's going to be very, very difficult. Because we had nearly 50 systems which need to be integrated after this has been, last speaker pointed out that your systems need to be pointed to a different set of things. Okay, and once you point it out, you don't know whether it is going to work or not. So the mock runs are very, very important. So these were the things which were real challenges. And touch wood, we could establish it within 4 months' time.
That's fantastic.
No, no, this is great. And before I, actually answer your question, let me share a slightly on a lighter note. SAP ECS team, they actually spoiled my entire party. We planned to do a go live, and I'm extending this downtime story. So we planned to go live on 15th of August. We said Independence Day, and we'll also get independent from our data center and we'll move over there. So planning and downtime was put in such a way that on 15th of August, we will go live. We went live 18 hours before, on 14th of August. So, and all thanks to ECS team as well as my migration partner. So now coming back to your question, I kind of agree with you that now moving to RISE is a kind of a factory model. All the complexity which used to be there in past, I think, all the organization have learned from it, and it's a done deal kind of thing. It's no more exciting or anxious, it's boring. If you ask me, my cloud journey to RISE, it was actually boring. After that, some of my functional leaders told me that, Kaustav, you created the hype, but the way you have done the migration, it was quite smooth. So was it a strategy or were you lucky? But this is what it is. Again, if I think about it, watch out. One thing you should watch out is planning. And as you have rightly said, do a lot of mocks so that you are pretty sure that how much downtime you are needing it. And at the end of the day, once you move to RISE, the production workload move to RISE, make sure that the integrations are working. That is something you have to do it during the production migration as well. That you cannot test it during your development and QA environment.
Thank you for sharing your perspectives. And I think what is important is, of course, we heard planning. I think planning is key to it. How much of, the number of testing you do, the risk management is going to be critical. The downtime, I think business disruption is another key element, right? How do we help you in terms of ensuring that we minimize that business disruption? If your business users are not even aware that you've made this major migration or change, I think that is the proof of the pudding, that you've actually done it without your business users being even aware of the fact that there has been this massive change that has happened in the background. And of course, SAP is there to support you. Our cloud support teams, our consulting teams, there are a host of other services, tools, accelerators that we make available just to primarily ensure that we make this journey as seamless as possible for you. I think the other key thing that we also want our partners or our customers to do as they make this journey is the whole clean core movement, right? How do we help you declutter? Because the next time you do an upgrade shouldn't be a painful exercise. You shouldn't have to think 3 times before I do an upgrade. That's the whole point of even moving to a platform which allows you to keep a clean core, leverage BTP, modernize all of your interfaces and integrations. I think the moving to the APIs, modernizing the integrations and interfaces, I think all of this is part of that entire journey. So, and I'm sure the other aspect I didn't hear from any of you was change management. I'm sure there would have been a significant amount of change management that you would have had to do as well. So I also want to, I know we are running out of time. I'm going to have one last question to you, and then I'll maybe open it up for, the audience to ask all of you any questions that they might have. Now that you're on this platform, right, what is the one objective that you would use as you look towards the future?
Clean the core.
Yeah, definitely it is clean the core. This one is to further modernize, because it gives you an opportunity to further modernize yourself, okay, to leverage the innovation, what is coming in front of you. So that is more key in terms of getting us to the next level, because modernization is not a journey with an end. So it is an endless journey. You keep modernizing yourself. So today you step into this one, that becomes your base, and then you move to the next level. So that is very, very important over here.
Thank you.
I think what we always do with our investments is sweat the asset. So we've just unfolded a new asset. It is different from an engineering perspective, ready for. So one of the success stories, we thought integration would be a big UAT, and the banking story also. We had to connect with Bank of America, not only Indian banks and stuff like that. In UK also we had our challenges, but the CPI platform, and we were using it from day one. We didn't even take the PI journey. The CPI platform was beautiful. I mean, something that was the learning for the partners and including things. And we also, so the testing also was done in a very simple, low-cost way. We have invested in youngsters who learn on our curve, and they, over 2 years, they go on to the biggies. We encourage them to move on eventually. And but the whole engineering of keeping it simple is what we will continue doing. And taking a business case and just turning it around with the Fiori, the mobile native. So we've already tasted cloud with all the native products of cloud, and SAP was the last journey, and we were waiting for it, and it's happening now. But just build on use cases and just deliver in hours, in days versus in weeks. That's surely going to be our way to go.
No, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives and having this really frank conversation, because I can assure you none of this is scripted. I mean, these are all independent views shared by each one of them. I'm now going to open it up for any questions that you might have for, Costa, Pushkar, Bharani. We have them here for the next couple of minutes.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'm not a techie, but we did a lot of, I think SAP provides a lot of pre-checks and the migration, challenges. So we already had kept our code ready for, even the Z codes. Some of them didn't perform very well in terms of outcome after we went live, but we were managing the Zs. There are a lot of Zs, and we tried to eliminate Zs also in the process. But what was your first question? I missed that. Yes, the answer is twofold. Like, let me tell you the India story. So India also, we have manufacturing, we have marketing, we had the greenfield implementation. So we went directly from ECC to S4 in one step. Yeah, and on cloud, so from on-prem to on-cloud in one step. And the India, about 4,000 crores business with about 200 plus users went live in 3 months. So, and we wanted it consciously do it on 1st of April. We started a little late. Objective was 4 months, but we pushed it a little bit by 10th of April, and we're getting the cutover and all that. Greenfield, it was straight from ECC to, and that was something that the partner also encouraged. We were trying to do it 2-step first. So it helped in the entire TCO. And we brought in all the standard features. There's some mandatory features that come with S4, right? Like rebates, and some credit management philosophies have changed. But as long as we were educated well, internal teams were confident. We took in the confidence of the CFO from the business, and it was a complete. We had a couple of issues, but I think the advantage of having added embedded services from the SAP Consulting could solve the problem. And certain cases, even in the mocks we went through in the QAs, we didn't have it in the downtime. We had a 6-hour time where there was a go, no go. But it was nice to have a group brainstorming, and we cracked it. And so certain things you may get in production. We had already, and it's interesting, we did it on August 15th itself. So it was all happening in parallel. We didn't know that. So we had we released it on August 16th. On time, maybe 3 hours earlier. We could have been 14 hours earlier, but that 6 hours was like a little nervous, but there was a brainstorming and we cracked it. So you should not be too worried about, and there's always a next downtime in such cases, but having the faith and just going for it, it works.
Hi. So would be interested to know about one failure which each one of you would have encountered during this project, which could be a good learning for others who want to take the RISE journey. One failures which you would have encountered during the project.
So open text migration. So we use open text, SAP open text, and when we were, doing that migration through the standard process, it didn't happen. So we use Avali's system to do that migration. So we have to do it once more. Let's call it that way. But yes, if I can think about it, that is the only thing.
Yeah, for us, while doing the mock, the migration was not as expected as we were. No, like we were thinking it should migrate within this particular time, but it did not happen. So it was basically because of the sizing, whatever we have done. Okay, it also requires the network sizing to be very, very clear in advance to see that your end point is being end objective is being met. Because we were also tracking if this is the kind of time it is taking, how much time will it take for the complete migration? Okay, then we extrapolated it and looked at when we were doing the development migration. Then we found that it is really scary. So then immediately we took up 4 or 5 times bandwidth higher for a temporary period. So that only for the migration we had to know because earlier when we did the sizing, we were not keeping in mind the migration things, which is a high traffic zone. But when a transactional, this one was being taken and some factor of safety was being provided. But actually speaking, when it really hit the road, we found this roadblock, but lucky that we found it in the development itself.
So very few in the post-go live scenario, but we had one that was probably floating, post-go live was the asset accounting side, the chart of depreciations. Some table entries were missing and, it was not fully, it was seen and we had overcome it in the testing. There was, somebody said, okay, let's ignore it now and let's worry about it. So that was a learning that we shouldn't have ignored. We could have given us more lead time, but we could fix it before the period end because it was more a period end process. So that's on the technical side. And for the international, because we were spread into 40, 50 countries and we had to, like Japan was the late afternoon. So we had told them only 4 or 5 hours today you'll get. In fact, they were wanting to give a holiday. We said, no holidays for you on Monday. And, we were working around the clock. But the GUI part and the load balancing part, we ignored it. Some places, we could have usually used an automated tool. We had not bothered about it because we were not migrating. So some people were still accessing the old server despite the information. So, and we had an auto password reset program. So people reset their old client and went for it. So that was and how we set it. But we could, focusing on the endpoint was more important because we had taken care of all the server related things. So something trivial, but probably, it took us few hours to explain them and etc. But otherwise it was all fine.
Sure. I'll just change the question slightly for again 3 of you. Is there anything this entire journey, right from the day you started planning till that day you went live? I'm not at post-go live. Anything that you would like to change that I did this way, but now in hindsight, I think that might not have been the best of the things that will help all others who have not gone through that journey to learn from your experiences. So anything that you think could have been done better?
So we created this whole migration an unnecessary big hawa. Now, on a hindsight, if I look at it, I wish that could have been a strategy, but we were very, very nervous that, we are going to RISE. And I myself, who has graduated from the infrastructure background and feeling that, you're putting it somewhere on the cloud where you don't have complete visibility of infrastructure, how it is going to perform and all that kind of thing. So that nervousness was there. And that is the reason why some of the additional risk, what we could have taken, we haven't taken it. So from Solman to cloud ALM, I could have done it during this migration itself. The whole PIPO, we are still on PIPO. Now we are looking to move to CPI. Okay. We could have, merged all these things together. We could have probably look at some of our custom codes. So Z-table, we cleaned it up before migration because we knew that, that could have created some performance issues. But some of the custom codes or some of the cleanup work, I could have done it along with this whole journey, which now I'm going to do it sequentially.
Okay. From same, this one point is nervousness, because basic thing is, see, I have the full control of my hardware. I am giving it to SAP. I don't know, it's an unknown zone totally, right? So this was one of the biggest fear. And to our, this one, no, like fear, certain things also happened the way we feared, like anything and everything you need to communicate and get it done. And it has an SLA time, right? And you need to be proactive in that. Okay, so these things certain times toppled our plans, because when there is an SLA and you forget it at hindsight, because there are so many services which you need to request, right? And you need to be educated about it yourself. And while you have run across a list, you may not remember everything, this one, but good to the ECS team. In fact, Chitrasen is sitting over here and watching us from there. And I have told them, forget about the SLA and all. Let us do what we want to do for this situation. So they were very, very cooperative. Okay, they really jumped in. Okay, SLAs were there for a control purpose, but when it came to a single vision of completing it, and even we did it in advance than what we planned. Okay, so that means the fear basically makes you to keep too many buffers. Right, that is another thing which we were also trying to this one, and we went with a higher side ask that I need this much of downtime, which was too much pushed back. And you know how we negotiate, right? We go with a larger number, then it comes pushed down. You know what number to come and settle and all that. So those things would have been kind of this one. And this is something like what both of them were telling, no, like, see, we did it in a bit early. We did it in May, we went live. And touch wood, no, like we didn't have any problem. And in fact, it will not be finished if I don't spell out the benefits. Okay, what we see, because the proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? So system is 5 times faster on sale order processing. So what does this mean to a company like us? We are moving into trying on an e-commerce with business to business. So when an e-commerce system is running, the back-end system has to run 24/7. Okay, and if you are not going to run that, it's going to be very, very tough. In the on-prem environment, we did not have that luxury. We still had a downtime for backups and other this one, but with this, we could make this as an online backup, and we are running 24/7. Yeah, so it requires a great applause. Okay. And another this one is, onboarding solutions have become much, much simpler, because you had your own hardware restrictions which were planned 5 years before. But 5 years down the line, the innovations on the hardwares and softwares have changed tremendously. You know the Moore's law, right? It exponentially gets scaled up in terms of innovation. And you are in a new environment, and this environment has given us a leverage to port applications quickly into your system. So that way, what we could do is we could immediately bolt on with Cloud on HANA, right? And this gives a big advantage, because all your SAP tables, there are so many tables, all your transaction table, master data table, configuration tables, everything is available. And with all these tables, if you are trying to sieve out your information, it is going to take too much of time. And we found out that we are only accessing somewhere around 200 tables. So we tried to replicate those tables into this HANA DB. So any query goes into those 200 tables, becomes much, much faster. So see, these are all simple structural changes you need to think about innovatively, trying to leverage on what that innovation is going to bring you onto the table, right? And customers are really happy, right? We used to be, kind of shivering over quarter end and all. We used to send a team to the COE, because where heavy transactions happen in the quarter end and they choke the complete bandwidth. Okay, those things are all of the past. Today we don't have that. Yep.
I think most of it went as per plan, and we kept the plan very simple. But thinking on hindsight, I think your data story and your master data strategies, keeping that clean and healthy will help your migrations, and including, code hygiene, saying, can we remove? So that will keep your entire life cycle focused when you're doing the actual delivery. So start thinking about things that you can eliminate and, improvise, and so we had a little weak master data strategy, which didn't impact anything big, but we could have leveraged it if we had a cleaner system and a cleaner master data strategy. That was the main thing. And then the second part is about, thinking on the hindsight, did we overplan and did we take too much time to decide? I think the planning is important, but don't go to waiting for all 100 and 100 questions to be answered on day 1 or day 0. Because if you have got 80, the rest of the 20, of course you have to do a VD analysis maybe, what's vital. Because sometimes I've been helping my colleagues, they have such maybe trivial, important to them, but see, that's not a problem statement to worry about it for your decision. That's a problem to worry about when you're evolving, you can still have time. So that's the only suggestion to you, whoever is embarking the journey. Yeah?
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your candid stories. We are unfortunately over time. So thank you once again for taking the time out, sharing your experiences and learning journeys, and hope this has been a valuable session for all of you attending. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone present on stage. We would request you to please stay back. This has been an insightful session. Mr. Sethi, we would once again request you to please join us on stage to present our panelists with our fondest token of appreciation. And like, we had a lot of questions, a lot of answers. I think a louder round of applause is what the panelists need to get for their time and their efforts. Thank you very, very much.
I'm waiting for it.
So can I request all the panelists and Mr. Sethi to come together for a group photograph, please? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we have our partner booths that are active. We request you to please go interact with our partners, get more insights, and we'll be reconvening at exactly 3:30 p.m. So we'll take a 20-minute break. We will reconvene at 3:30 p.m. for yet another wonderful panel discussions on the voice of customers. So see you exactly at 3:30. Please enjoy the break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. The time right now is 7 minutes to 4. So what should be an ideal welcome? Should it be good afternoon or good evening? How many of you think it's still good afternoon? How many of you think it's still afternoon? Good afternoon to you. How many of you think it's evening? Good evening to you, and welcome back. So we had 3 outstanding breakout sessions on automate, operational excellence, and innovate. Did you enjoy the sessions? Did you find it enlightening? Now, you could be a little louder. Did you find it enlightening? So why don't we give all the presenters the biggest round of applause for coming up with such amazing content. How many of you did get a chance to interact with the partner booth? Show of hands. Wonderful. If you haven't done it yet, we would urge you to do it. But now is the time when we move ahead for yet another wonderful panel discussion. And the topic of discussion is voice of customers. And to do that, ladies and gentlemen, introducing first our moderator. Let's welcome the Chief Transformation Officer and Head of SAP and IT Corporate India Glycols, Mr. Atul Govil. Good to have you back, sir. Starting up with our panelists, introducing first the VP for Enterprise Cloud SAP Indian Subcontinent, Ms. Vinita Rai.
Hi.
Joining them on stage is our next panelist, the Head of Cloud Success Services SAP Indian Subcontinent, Ms. Sunita Mohanty.
Hi, welcome.
And our final panelist is the Vice President and Head of SAP Customer Evolution SAP Indian Subcontinent, Mr. Girish Bantawal.
Hi. Good.
Hello. So, Mr. Govil, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is the most awaited session we all would actually look for as customers out here in the audience. And there's a lot of ask, and a lot of questions which are there in everybody's mind, because what we clearly see is as SAP is innovating, bringing up new products, but there are customers who are already invested in their legacy applications, so to say. So we would have questions and we would cover topics around these themes. But before we do so, I'll request each of the panelists to just give a brief, maybe 30 seconds of what you do in your respective roles, so that we can all understand the context. And to the audience, what I would also like to highlight is that besides the questions which you would address here, we also have a team from licensing and compliance within the group. And Ashish is there, and he'll answer any questions around licensing and compliance as well. So, and towards the end of this discussion, we will also open up for Q&A for questions which we have not captured or which we did not capture in the panel discussion yet. So feel free, and you can always ask your questions and be as candid as possible. So I would request Girish if you can just give a brief about yourself, just maybe in 15 seconds.
I hope you guys can hear me. My name is Girish Bantwal. I'm the Vice President for Customer Evolution. This division inside SAP has got 2 mandates. The smaller mandate is this, that we manage the support business. But the bigger mandate is this, that we shepherd the customers or make them understand the transition path to cloud from on-premise to cloud.
Very warm afternoon, everyone. I'm Sunita, and I head what is called the Cloud Success Services, CSS for short. This is an organization that was formed about 2 years back, and it combines 2 teams. One is the erstwhile SAP Services Consulting business, and the customer success business. So both of these teams have been put together. It's bringing together the power of 23,000 consultants globally to help our customers on the cloud adoption and consumption journey. So from a mandate perspective, the CSS teams primarily work with our, while the focus is on our cloud customers, of course we do support our existing on-prem customers as well. primarily, post any sale, our team primarily gets involved to help in, firstly, activation of our cloud services, helping you go live on your cloud solutions as quickly as possible. And once you're on our cloud solutions, how do we help you adopt the full stack of functionalities that's available out of our solutions? So the entire value journey realization is what the cloud success services teams work with our customers on. Thank you.
Very good evening, everyone. S/4HANA has a very strong innovation roadmap until 2040.
Yeah.
Whatever new feature functionalities that we come with every release, at least we have one new release coming within every 2 years.
Yeah.
And this feature functionality innovation within S/4HANA is going to be same for on-premise as well as the cloud world. But let's understand, in 2021 January, we launched S/4HANA on cloud, which is ERP on cloud, which is RISE, okay? This is not only entire S/4HANA portfolio, but it brings whole lot of innovations which are beyond S/4HANA. We heard in the morning, we heard it in TechEd, right? The entire innovations that are coming on a cloud are around sustainability, green ledger, generative AI, right? Going forward, all these innovations are going to come only on cloud. So I think it's only SAP as an organization who has really created a roadmap for our on-premise and cloud customers till 2040.
Okay, and just a leading question on this topic is that customers would have their own perpetual licenses currently as they, so at least the ones who are already there on SAP, ECC or S/4HANA on-prem. What happens to those perpetual licenses for customers who are aspiring to move to the cloud? What happens to those licenses?
Yeah. So what happens in a cloud world? Cloud is a subscription model.
Yeah.
So our existing customers who are install-based customers having a perpetual licenses over the years, this entire AMC gets converted to the cloud model. So
Okay.
AMC gets moved to subscription with the additional costs, which are around additional licenses that you're buying in cloud, the additional services that you're procuring in cloud. So entire AMC gets shifted.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So we hear about a lot of these innovations which can give a enriched customer experience, higher productivity, efficiency gains within the enterprise users. But then ultimately what's more important is from a TCO and from an ROI standpoint, where does an organization stand? Where does a solution stand? And on this one, I would request Sunita to just give us a brief that when customers move to or adopt the cloud offerings of SAP, how do you help such customers realize the ROI objectives which they would have set?
And that's a great question, because just like for a subscription model, right? It clearly means that once the subscription, the clock starts ticking for you, it really means how quickly can I get my solution to go live, right? So it's from an SAP perspective. We also want to ensure that our customers go live as quickly as possible. And those of you who were in the panel discussion that we just did, you heard from some of our customers who went live in 5 months, and some very, very large landscapes that took 7 or 8 months to go live or move to the SAP platform. So for one, we want to ensure that our customers go live as quickly as possible, because that's when you start monetizing your investments. When you make the journey to the RISE platform, there are a number of ways in which the ROI realization happens. First is the technology platform itself, right? It being a more modern technology platform, it gets you faster processing time, it gets you more scalable architecture, all of that. So all of the benefits that come from moving to a technologically stronger platform is obviously one of the things that you will realize from an ROI perspective. But the next thing is really about leveraging all of the functionality that is available now on the new roadmap. So things like generative AI, co-pilots, right? IRPA, all of these things are not possible. It's very difficult to actually do on an on-prem solution. We make it that much easier to do it on the, on a cloud platform, which really means that from a process perspective, how can I get my processes optimized, right? And which is why, with every RISE bundle that we sell a very important component called Signavio. And the Signavio is primarily is a tool that helps our customers in terms of process optimization. So it's an opportunity for us to look at how do I improve my processes. If something took 20 steps from an end-to-end process, right? How do I bring that down to 5 steps? That increases productivity for our customers. Obviously, from a user perspective, it brings delight, right? I mean, it is about end user experience being improved. It's about improving the productivity of your end users as well. So all of this really helps primarily in terms of not just technological improvements, but also business process efficiencies.
So just a leading question on this one, because this is again fine. Okay, it can help you optimize on your process flows, workflows can get optimized. But then still the key question which the CFO asks is, how is it adding value, tangible value to my business? So how do you help customers maybe to an extent quantify, not everything gets quantified, but to an extent quantify the benefits so that you have something to showcase that yes, either you've been able to do more with less manpower using automation, or having optimized on those processes so your order to cash cycle is optimized. So if you can highlight on
I love your question, Atul, because that gives us an opportunity to really share some of the real life examples that we've seen in terms of improvements. So what we typically do, and I talked about the cloud success services where we have enterprise customer success partners who work with our customers. And what they typically do is to also help start baselining before and after, right? So before you're on the journey, and we've seen tangible data points where we've actually shown these improvements. And of course, the quantum of improvement will vary from customer to customer, right? So, however, what we typically do, so if you take the office of CFO, which is the most common area where SAP is leveraged, day sales outstandings, or even monthly sales closures. We've seen as much as 50% improvements in terms of day sales closures, or even month-end closures. So what we typically do is that our team actually sits down with our customers, asks them to specify what are some of the key KPIs that you want to you feel are the most impactful to show results back to business, right? So we look at 3-4 functional areas, and it depends. Not all customers want to do it. Some customers want to do it where they have data available. So we actually identify a set of KPIs with a customer and say, hey, let's pick finance. Let's pick what are the most painful KPIs for you. Post go live, we then map that back, and we're clearly able to show improvements in a lot of those KPIs.
That's fine. So I think Girish is wondering now. When's my time? So, Girish, for you, what we would like to know from you is, that there are still quite a few customers, quite a number of customers who still continue to be on ECC. And what's your roadmap on ECC support? Is it dwindling? Is it remaining the same? Or how do you position your team, your support team? Are you focusing on ECC support yet, or has the support numbers gone down? How do you measure that? No, where are you currently in terms of ECC support?
So it's a very important question because many customers do not understand this detail. For customers who are on enhancement pack 1 to 5, the end date is 2025, right? Many of the customers today are on enhancement pack 1 to 5, and for them there's a big compelling reason for them to start their cloud journey. For customers who are on 6 to 8, the end date is 2027. Now, SAP internally is also preparing itself for this eventual deadline because we will not be extending the support post these two deadlines. SAP is clear that we will not be extending the support to any date beyond 2027. We are also preparing ourselves internally is this that there are a lot of services that we have added as part of our enterprise support where customers who are wanting to go ahead and assess their current infrastructure on ECC in terms of as trivial as checking whether your data is consistent or if you want to go ahead and do a volume optimization on your current infrastructure to go ahead and see how many tables are there. Any assessment that you would want to do in order for you to be prepared for an optimization in future with RISE is something that we are prepared on. All our support infrastructure is also moved to service now. Now, the major push for that is this that we are now geared for RISE. The response times in RISE is very, very fast for enterprise support customers who are on cloud. And that's a very, very big push. Today, a customer who tends to raise a support ticket or has a resolution, he's seeking a resolution from SAP, gets an extremely fast response because SAP's teeth is there in the game. So our internal support infrastructure for cloud itself is becoming just in time, right? That is not seen in enterprise support for on-premise. So that's a very big shift.
Yeah.
So in both these areas, in both these dimensions, SAP is actually gearing itself that this is the path to the future and this is how all our customers are going to land themselves into. So we are prepared for the cloud infrastructure being the go-to future for us.
So which brings us to a question that no customers who are currently on ECC, so they would have a choice, or rather I would say they expect to have a choice that either we go to S4HANA on-prem or maybe a public cloud or private cloud edition, or they go to RISE or maybe go to the GROW platform. There are within the CIO communities, people talk about that, SAP says, no, you can't go to we would not offer you on-prem licenses. The only way you can, the only choice you have is to move to RISE. What's the truth? What's the situation? What's the official position of SAP on this one?
If I can answer.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Please.
So existing customers, we are fulfilling the additional requirements with respect to some additional users or certain additional engines that they need, right?
You can get a mic a little closer.
If the customer is a net new customer, by default the way forward is S4HANA on cloud. But for existing customers, if there are any fulfillment requirements, that SAP is taking care of.
So you are saying if you have incremental licenses requirement,
yes,
then you might as well be entertained or you can add on to what you have. But if you are a net new customer, in the sense if you are a ECC customer also, you have a choice for S4HANA?
Yes, you have a choice. That's what I said in the beginning. We have a very strong roadmap for S4HANA until 2040.
Okay.
All the functionalities that are coming on digital core on S4HANA are going to come on S4HANA on-premise version as well, right?
Okay.
But the other innovations that are beyond S4HANA are coming only on cloud.
Okay.
So today if I have customer who comes and says, I need some additional licenses, obviously there's a dialogue that gets open. What is your organic growth? What is your inorganic growth? How are you going to grow? Or is it just for a project based? Then we get into details and then we talk to them about what is the new flexible licensing policy that SAP has come on.
Yeah.
I mean, for a few people, for few customers, because of their growth in future, they are adopting cloud just because of the flexible licensing areas. And obviously there are then use cases which you can help the customer build up.
Sure. So,
and I think, Atul, just wanted to add on a point there that, look, from an investment perspective, right, SAP is investing almost $1.4 billion of development efforts on the cloud platform. So for customers who are not choosing to leverage the latest releases or get onto the cloud platform, there is a huge amount of investment that or solutions that are coming out of that investment that they're not being able to leverage.
Yeah, no, I agree. However, no, I just also want to call it out on behalf of all customers that while customers make a choice for procurement of software applications, there would be certain customers who would always go for the best of the breed approach. That they would go, that suppose for CRM they would like to go for X, Y, Z, whatever, okay. For procurement for some X, Y, Z other partner or whatever. And there would be others who would like to go for a single throat to choke, so to say. So from a customer standpoint, we would like that flexibility of making a choice should be with us rather than the partner choosing that this is the only way to go. So that's the call but I hear you right that if you are an existing customer, you have that flexibility either to go to the on-prem or whatever S/4HANA versions you want to have. But net new, of course, you would prefer or suggest, which is of course a choice the customer makes. So that's great. So there's another topic now wherein about, and this is for you, Girish, is that for those who are on ECC currently, what do you think INDUS can do and what are you doing so that you kind of imbibe learnings or create education or create workshops for such customers to basically understand that what they are missing out, or if they have any fears of moving to the newer versions of the SAP offerings. So what are you doing about it, or what do you think? And this is a question maybe either of you could respond to, but Girish, if you have a response on this.
What we do is many customers, when they actually embark on the journey towards RISE, the first thing is this, that of course from a cost perspective, but more from the kind of customizations that they have done for their current landscape. Right? Most ECC customers would look at a very mutated form of ECC if the customer is...
Can you get the mic a little closer, please? No, you're audible.
If you're looking at a customer in ECC, and the amount of customizations that they've done over a period of, let's say, for example, more than a decade old customer, if you look at a very mutated form of ECC, so the primary question that they would have is this, that if I have to migrate to it, what is the implication? Right? It can be implication, can be technology level, it can be, and many, we had some interesting sessions in SAP TechEd recently when we had a session, we had a booth and we had customers come to us asking us the same question. In that there are customers who have come and said, no, I have not done an archiving discussion for the past 15 years. So we were a bit shocked. Sir, what are you doing with 15-year data? It's lying there. So it was a bit of a very big, bite to swallow. So that's not the way customers are programmed to think. So what we are doing from an enterprise support point of view is to gradually take them on a non-commercial basis. This is nothing to do with we discussing about the price or what would be the implication. We rather go ahead and show them that there should be a staggered approach with you understanding your solution, which is currently installed, which is ECC, what is the customization. We actually follow a programmatic approach called an evolution kit, right? You can access this evolution kit via your enterprise support too. You could go ahead and do a readiness check assessment. You could go and do a BSR deep dive, where you could do a Pathfinder deep dive, where these process discovery sessions help you to understand your current installation. Then we also guide you in terms of what are the complexity that you're going to face, how you're going to reduce that complexity in RISE. right? This has nothing to do with commercials. We are actually shepherding and making sure that they understand their installations better, and the enterprise support services are there to help, right? And there is a mailer that would have come to you from this side if you have checked your, and there is a very clear program. It comes under customer evolution, and if you have gotten any triggers like that, please let us know and we'll be happy to do that. From our side also, from SAP side, we have about 41 customers right now identified in Bombay where we are actually engaging with them on a one-on-one basis and making them understand this process towards cloud.
So I'll just take maybe 15 seconds, and if Mukesh is around, is he there? I don't see him. Yasmin, maybe you can, just thinking aloud that no, what we can always do is particularly for the ECC customers along with INDUS and other user groups, we can have a capsule of what kind of issues the current landscape typically has, and then how to address it either within the system till they choose to migrate, or maybe if they were to migrate, then this is what they need to do, start doing it now. Archiving could be one of them, these topics. So we can maybe identify those 3-4 topics of interest, which regardless of whether the customer chooses or not, at least that customer now knows that the SAP ecosystem is not there just to sell licenses, but also to make sure that whatever they have is run the best fashion, so to say.
Yeah, and if I can just add, Atul, this is a very guided journey, whether we call it Evocate or there are multiple methodologies. SAP has launched multiple tools, 2 sides. One is doing the technical assessment of your asset landscape, whether it's to do with your data volume assessment, whether to do with the way you have deployed your systems, right? The largest part is a functional part, where we all have heard about BSR, we have all heard about Spotlight reports. It's got enhanced now, it's called the SPITE report, where the Signavio process discovery engine is embedded into that, which will help you identify your top KPIs, how is the needle moving, how is it getting compared to your peers, and what are the ROI benefits you will get from that data is coming from your own instance, your own transactions.
Okay.
Right? So these are all simplified tools. Pretty guided approach on functional side, on technical side.
Yeah. And to add to that, I think there's another very important aspect we are missing, which is the custom codes. So we do something called the ICCM, which is the custom code reviews. That's a service that SAP does for customers. And that custom code review, I think, is an eye-opener for a lot of our customers when we do that, because it is years and years of custom code that is written. And when we do that report, you will find typically 40% to 50% of the code is not even used by the customer. It's just sitting there. It's literally shelfware, right? And it's taking up space on your servers. It slows down your processes. It makes upgrades that much more difficult. So I think these are all a lot of best practices from an SAP perspective that the enterprise support team recommends that you do. Whether you're on-prem or you're on the cloud, I think it's about running better.
I think kind of eliminating or minimizing the technical debt, so to say, which organizations have accumulated.
Diwali house cleaning.
Any customer using readiness check report service, right? If you access your enterprise support portal, you will get across to that readiness check service. In that, custom code is a part of the discussion. Right? And it also comes under another category and a banner called accelerated innovation enablement. In that also, we actually go ahead and emphasize the same.
So that brings us to another, I would call it a pain area, okay, and which customers allude to. And this is around when existing customers of RISE, they are subscribing to additional subscribers. So they are being asked to pay additional 3.3% on an annual basis, which they had never provisioned for, and which is not as per the contract which was initially signed. So I think that's an area maybe one of you could highlight that what and why this is happening, and how do we bring far higher degree of transparency, so that because ultimately any organization who makes a choice, they create a roadmap that across these 5 years, this is the TCO. And accordingly, they would have budgeted. And if you start seeing these increments or the invoice value getting increased, so that becomes a pain for the CIO office and also for the business at large. So, go on.
Yeah, Atul, I get these questions from a lot of customers, and I'll be very frank over here. I think ministry announced CPI long way back, more than a decade back. SAP has never executed it, right? If you look at our older contracts of SuccessFactors, Ariba, BTP public cloud contracts, the contracts do mention increase during the term of the renewal, 3.3 of flat. We never executed on an annual basis, right? But we understand that the inflation is increasing. There is a forex impact. There is a cost impact when it comes to the cloud world, back-to-back infrastructure, service provider cost, people, managed cost, secure cost of security, right? Everything has been increasing. SAP has been investing, as Sunita mentioned, we have been investing almost 4 to 5% of our revenues in innovation. In addition to that, we are also investing into data centers with the data residency law coming into India.
Yeah.
We have been investing in our data centers. Next year, you'll be seeing SuccessFactors, Ariba data centers in India. So there's a whole lot of investment that is happening. And we also have to be ahead of a competition, right? Till date, we haven't practiced it, but from this year onwards, we have been executing this 3.3% CPI.
And look, all competition typically does that.
And more than 3.3.
I think from an SAP perspective also, we are also going through a transformation. We are transforming into a cloud company, which means our financial model is changed completely. In a cloud operating model, right, we are obviously, our revenues are spread out. It's no longer an on-prem model where you take upfront recognition of revenues. It is now a revenue that is spread out over 5 years, what I was initially getting in year one, right? So from a financial perspective also, the way we recognize revenue is very different, which means we need to manage our bottom lines even better, which is why at some point of time, our management, and this is obviously based on what the stock market is asking us, that, while you're operating as a cloud company, how are you also managing profitability? That is a key expectation from the market, right? And which is why we had to take a call that, look, this is a minimum inflation that we will have to now pass on going forward.
So this will happen year after year, or is it just a one-time thing?
No, it is an annual inflation.
Okay. 3.3 as a base, it will always be there.
It is linked to the global wholesale price index.
Okay.
We normalize it country to country. So while we get a global price index that comes down, that gets cascaded, we normalize it country to country.
From a data, you talked about data residency provisions and requirements which the government has. Likewise, we have this Data Privacy Act, which is there on the cards. So what's your call? What is SAP doing, and how can customers be assured that from an SAP standpoint, which is their core enterprise application, whatever needs to be done is already either done, or if there is something more needs to be done, they get an update of what exactly needs to be done.
Absolutely. So if you look at the entire cloud construct, whether it's ERP on cloud or S/4HANA on cloud, all 4 service providers that we have in India have their data center and DRs located within the country. So that's the plus point that India has.
From a residency standpoint.
Data residency standpoint of view, right?
Okay.
There's a larger conversation that we had in the morning session, in the master class as well, was on backup, right?
Yeah.
Which really got deliberated, and thank you for that amazing questions that came up. I just want to add over here, SAP does daily backup for your production environment, and that to 30 copies in each region, right? As well as at your DR side. So your data is protected, right? SAP as an organization, we being a German company, we follow the GDPR laws, right? If you look at our documents also that we signed, they're all strictly signed with the GDPR policies and surrounding it. So everything is well assured, responsible, and taken care of.
So what I could clearly understand is that from an architecture standpoint and from an SAP transaction standpoint, you are largely compliant as far as the residency and the data privacy provisions are concerned. But from an enterprise standpoint, because the way any enterprise handles their customers, their partners' data within the SAP ecosystem, I think that's a question which maybe we can take it up later because it needs a far deeper dive into the individual customers' usage of the system. So I think there's one question which all of us would always be keen to know more about, and ask Ashish to maybe, if you can have a mic for Ashish here. So, Ashish, no, we hear that no, SAP is pivoting from being an on-prem kind of a solution partner, and now we are pivoting towards cloud. So, how do you think this whole audit provisions and audits which you earlier used to conduct, how is that going to change in the near future? And how do you think customers need to gear themselves so that no, they do not end up with surprises?
Definitely, Atul. So in the morning session, we had these kind of questions also coming from the customers. As you have seen and heard from the Vinita and Sunita also mentioned that we have shifted from on-prem to cloud completely. Similar KPIs has been changed for us also as an audit team, right? Earlier we used to do or conduct more on-sites or remote audit, which is annually. But now the customers who have already moved to cloud, they will have, instead of reactive, I will say they can have a look on their usage proactively, which is on a monthly basis. And for the other engines, apart from the users or FUEs, they have to declare on a yearly basis, which is a revenue or other metrics. So yes, definitely there, the tool is in process. We already taken some 1,000 customers globally for a pilot. And the moment we think that, the data is correct, because at the end of the day, it's a revenue for SAP as well. So we need to be doubly sure that whatever data customer is going to see, it has to be validated first. So we have taken some customers for a pilot run, and by next year Q2 the tool will go live.
So if I were to hear you right, currently for customers who are currently on RISE platform, there is no such tool or no such provision as yet.
There is a functional metering available for the users, only for the FUEs, which is if the customer is above certain service packs or the system release, they can see it in SAP for me. So there is a usage analyzer for them as well. But so most of the customers are not on that service pack. And the other reason the data may not be accurate is because most of the customers, and that's the pain area for all on-prem customers as well, most of them have not done the authorization check in the on-prem era, right? I mean, but while moving to cloud, in cloud world, all the FUEs will be calculated on authorization object that they are assigned to. So that needs, customers also needs to be activated on that learning part. So yeah, that's the reason we are a bit delayed, but definitely we'll have something in Q2 next.
So it's, what we need to do is, as customers, is that whilst this discussion for migrating to RISE cloud offerings is ongoing, simultaneously the onus is on us as customers to do a far deeper segregation of duties, assessment of what authorization objects has been assigned to different users, and optimize to the degree possible.
Yeah, so
I think that's what I hear clearly. Is it?
Just to add in, and for that also we have certain services. Apart from audit, my team also takes care of consultative assignments like STAR, which is a trusted authorization service or review, you can say, where we help on-prem customer while they are going to the cloud world or the RISE construct, they can optimize their current FUEs. So if you go as is, it will be based on your current numbers, right? It's just a simple maths. But if you work with us, you go with the FUE optimization, there is a higher chances that you end up paying less or maybe have a right construct for your FUEs.
But there's typically a fear, but if you get SAP in the room, you may come up with something that since you are overusing or whatever, so you have to pay from retrospect, maybe you incur additional licenses for nothing for this assessment itself.
No. It's we have done more than 120 customer within India from last year, and most of the customer have benefited. In fact, one of the customer, we have reduced 58% of their current FUEs. So that's the kind of success.
So is it on a chargeable basis?
No, it's a free service.
That's a free. I think that's an interesting point, and maybe I would request customers in the room, they can take note of this, and we can reach out to Indus or to Ashish.
Definitely.
And we can then see how or maybe we can also conduct a workshop separately. Sethi ji, we can plan one on this particular topic, and this could be of great help. So that brings us to, thanks Ashish, thanks so much. So that brings us to another topic, and before we close for our formal question, and then we open up for the participants to clarify their doubts. That when we talk about these solutions, which are now coming in the last 2-3 years, we see a significant shift in the offerings which we are having for the customers. What is SAP actually doing to make sure that the customers are able to digest, understand, and make a conscious call, not just to adopt these solutions, but also the post-sales support? So I would say one of you can talk about the pre-sales part, and maybe I would request Vinita, you can talk about the pre-sales, is it? And you could talk about the post-sales aspect. Please go ahead.
So Atul, our journey starts, as I said, assessing your processes.
Yeah.
Getting into your process insights, how this process are being consumed. Whether this process is taking 14 hours, but it actually should take 4 hours. That kind of insights we are getting into details. How is the KPI moving for a CFO or a CFO or a manufacturing head? All these assessments are the basis, that's the starting point for our conversations, right? Now, when the new solutions are coming up, obviously it's getting into pilot stage. A lot of new solutions, if you see with the launch of RISE, they have been bundled as freebies under the RISE umbrella. Even if you look at the recent launch of RISE Premium Package, it is bundled with OCFO solution. Very attractive for all the CFOs to actually have a pilot with those solutions and then expand it to the larger organization, right? So there is a complete hand-holding from the pre-sales perspective, from the POC perspective, as well as partners are being enabled to actually implement these new solutions. So there is an entire ecosystem that is getting built. And yes, SAP Services is supporting our partners with the best practices when enabled, which has become a continuous activity because so many changes are happening. So enablement within SAP and within our ecosystem has become a continuous job now.
Yeah, I think
enablement is key, right? SAP has made available a lot of free as well as fee-based solutions. So if you look at learning.sap.com, and if you go there, that you will find a lot of almost 160 plus learning journeys are available. And these are all self-paced learning journeys. So one is that, you pick up, see, there are different levels of complexity, advanced, functional, technical. So one is, of course, the enablement. And then, of course, there is, also the fee-based one. So you can choose Learning Hub or classroom-based training, the traditional training sessions. So that is one aspect around the enablement. The second is, as Vinita mentioned, that there is a business case also that a lot of our partners embark on, right? Saying that I want to this is my outcome, this is what I want to achieve. How do we ensure that our customers are achieving it, right?
Yeah.
So how do we help stated business goal realization? The other is that, how do we ensure that customers are using all of the functionality? And look, there are 4 releases, sub-releases every year. Every sub-release has got some functionality released in it.
Yeah.
So this release management and guidance from SAP saying, hey, this release that is coming has got X, Y, Z. What is relevant for you? Not everything could be relevant for you. But if there are 4 releases in a year, what is it that is in it for you, a customer? What should you look at adopting? This will make a huge impact for you. So I think those are the areas where we are doing a lot more guiding. So net, it is not about the earlier model of fill it, shut it, forget it.
Yeah.
We have to handhold customers through the entire journey, right? So we have, which is why new organizations, teams within our organization have been formed, new roles have been created to help customers on that journey.
In fact, it's also important because your licenses are not perpetual anymore. So you have to go out for renewals.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
the customer success is key actually
Yeah.
to make sure renewals do happen. We have just 1.5 minutes left. Just one question if anybody would have, or are we done? I think we are done. Thank you so much. Or we have a question?
Atul, last question which you have said, so.
Yeah, sorry.
Allow me to ask.
Sure.
So this was regarding what you asked Vinita, that whether the existing SAP ECC customers have the right when they move to S4HANA to remain on-premise. So, Vinita, I had a call with you around 5 months back on this. I am Rajesh Garg from Yota. Yes. See, many customers today, they are feeling this pain that they want to remain on-premise, but they are not getting the pricing when they ask for moving from SAP ECC to S4HANA. And what they hear is that the account manager, they don't give the pricing for on-premise SAP licenses. So what needs to be done in those cases?
Absolutely. I mean, the answers that the account manager is saying, Rajesh, is absolutely right. We do not have any mechanism to run on-premise codes in our system. We have to go case-by-case basis with an exception. So any customer who's embarking on a S4HANA journey or a new journey or a net new customer, first choice is cloud. That's what SAP recommends. That's what SAP creates an entire case for cloud and presents to them, right? So that's the first way out. And then if there are any restrictions, constraints, then we look at, any exceptions needs to be done.
No, but this is contrary to your statement when you said that existing customers do have the privilege.
Yeah. I talked about fulfillment.
So there are two cases there.
Yeah.
No, I think Rajesh,
this is an important one, Mukesh.
This is a very important question.
Important. Just take it.
See, there are three cases. One thing is the existing customer. The second thing is the existing customer with additional licenses, SAP ECC. Existing customer with licenses for movement from SAP ECC to S4HANA.
Yep.
And new customer. So new customer, not an issue. I think SAP has a directive. Everybody knows. Yes. Cloud is the way forward. People should get the licenses for RISE with SAP.
Yes.
Now coming back to the first two cases, where first case is that customer needs additional licenses. He's on SAP ECC. He wants to remain on SAP ECC.
Yes.
Is that okay?
So any existing customer who's on ECC or on-premise or S4HANA on-premise, SAP will take care of their fulfillment. Okay? Point
By default, no issues at all?
Yeah. Any customer who's on ECC going on S4HANA, our recommendation to customers is to move on cloud because that's the direction from the board. That is where the SAP strategy is moving towards. Yeah. All the innovations, that's what we have been talking since morning, that everything is moving into the cloud. Basic innovations that will happen in on-premise, S4HANA will remain same as respect to cloud. But there are so many surround processes, so many surround applications, which will by default be integrated in cloud environment only, and all those innovations will be available only in cloud.
Yeah, that's understood because of the inherent capabilities as well as the advantages which we are seeing. But in case there are regulations, in case there is a requirement the customer needs to remain on-premise, then you are saying that it will be case-to-case basis.
Yes, we'll have to
look into it. The approvals will be sought and then it will be taken care.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, I would like to thank Vinita and I think Girish and Sunita, of course, and Ashish. Thank you so much. And also Yasmin and the SAP board members and participants. Basically it's so important and that you listen to our feedback and encourage us to have these open dialogues and help us solve our real business problems. And thanks to you and the entire team here in Germany. Thanks for all the support. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since Atul sir, you're on stage, we would request the panelists to kindly stay back. So if you could please invite you back to the stage. Yes. Atul sir, we would request if you could please present a token of appreciation. Why are the applause not coming in? Thank you very much. Okay, so before we start the next session, a quick question. How many of you know the hashtag that we have to use? It's a very tricky one though. Anyone who would like to take a guess? So when you post your experiences on X or on social media, I had asked you to use a special hashtag. Can anybody tell me what that hashtag was? We have something special for you. Yes, sir. Are you reading it out of somewhere? Okay, so that is INDUS Conclave 2023, and the special thing is a round of applause from my end. Now, when we talk about experiences, we have a very unique thing that's coming up. It's the Demo Jam. Now, about 250 plus people had participated in the INDUS BTP Ambassador Program, which was conducted earlier this year. They learned in detail the art of the possible with SAP BTP. The end game was to build something in a few weeks that would address an opportunity or challenge within their organization, and with a chance to showcase what they built at the INDUS Conclave 2023. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite first the lead enterprise applications from Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, Ms. Rachana Patrikar. And joining ma'am is the principal, enterprise application Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, Mr. Umesh Poddar. Welcome, wonderful to have you.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. So quickly, I'll just explain the problem statement. We'll have a look at app and then benefit we are getting out of it. So the current process which we're following for creation of BOM was having certain challenges. So the material BOM, which was manufacturing BOM, which was getting created from the engineering BOM, was facing the challenges like there were certain manual activities which were to be carried out by the team during the process. Okay. Excuse me. So the challenges were like the material BOM, which was getting created of the engineering BOM, was the engineering BOM basically contains the information, the technical information about the components which are getting fitted onto the product, right? And the manufacturing BOM contains the information related to the production, which is from assembly point of view, right? So creating a manufacturing BOM from the engineering BOM was a challenge. There were certain manual activities which were to be carried out by the people at plant level to come to the actual manufacturing BOM and then upload it into the SAP. The manufacturing people who requires the information as a part of production, they wanted the information as a stage-wise information. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry. No problem.
Yeah. So the manufacturing BOM which was getting created in SAP would differ from plant to plant, right? So if we take an example of a particular product which is getting produced at say 2 plants, so the one plant may have a physical assembly line which is a single assembly line where all the sub-assemblies are getting manufactured on that line, and at the end the final product is getting produced. Then consider another plant. The same product is getting produced in another plant, but this plant has separate sub-assembly lines where the sub-assemblies are getting manufactured, and finally there is a main line where all these sub-assemblies are coming together and then the final product is getting manufactured. Okay. So there are differences between the plant operations. Then consider a case wherein the a component, say a nut, okay, that nut is getting used for producing the final product. Say for example, we require almost 100 nuts for producing a particular tractor. For us, our product is a tractor. So this particular nut is not getting used or getting fitted onto the tractor at single place. So the engineering BOM which is there, that will have only one single line item wherein there will be a part and the total quantity required for producing the tractor, right? So here it will have only one line item, that nut, and the total quantity, that is 100. But the manufacturing people do not require this type of information because all 100 nuts are not getting assembled or fitted into the tractor at one time. So the manufacturing people will require what? At which stage, how many nuts are getting fitted. Say for example, at stage number 1, they require only 5 nuts or 4 nuts. Stage number 2, they require only 2 nuts to be fitted. And maybe in stage number 3, they require 10 nuts to be fitted. So and so on. So the BOM which is available for manufacturing people, they require stage-wise information, which is missing in the engineering BOM. So the people at the plant who are actually responsible for creating the BOM, they have to create a BOM in an Excel, which will have stage-wise information. So that was one of the challenge that we were facing. Since this was a manual activity, this was error-prone. People were doing mistakes. Also, there were no logs. There were no approval process. Who is doing what changes? Nobody were knowing that. Further, people from manufacturing, they were using the manufacturing BOM Excel sheet which was prepared by the person at the plant to update any changes. And the design team was using engineering BOM to update the changes. So many a times there was a mismatch. These two Excel sheets were never matching. Okay, there were some mismatch. So these were the challenges that we were facing and we wanted to overcome these. So to address these issues, we thought of creating an application which was a custom application. Okay. During this, we wanted to use a tool which will be closely integrated with SAP. Okay, and we also wanted to keep our core clean. So then we came up with the BTP and we decided to develop an application, this custom application on BTP platform.
So I would just add 1 or 2 lines here. The manufacturing BOM is the requirement for the manufacturing assembly lines. So there are 5 different plants for the tractor manufacturing, and every plant they are having their own variants. As per the tractor, there are their own variants as per the production setup. They are trying to build their BOM. And this particular process starts essentially with the engineering BOM, which are received by the engineering teams on the shop floor, and they build on the process BOM or the manufacturing BOM as per the actual setup. And this was a completely manual process for which there was an application developed on top of BTP.
So now we'll have a look into it. So all plant level configuration and everything, maybe stage-wise information which was required by the manufacturing people, all those were built as a master data in this application. So they will be sitting at the back end of this system. And it's a quick video of this application.
Can we have that AV, please?
Yeah. Okay. So here's an app. The first thing is that we have to upload the engineering BOM which we have received from the design team. This is the format of that Excel. Now, while uploading this information, we have to also provide.
Essentially contains more than 1,000 line items, and that is what the challenge the manufacturing team they were facing.
So here we have to provide the information like the part number of the final product as well as the sub-assemblies for which the actual BOM is to be created in SAP. So here's we have uploaded the eBOM. Next is to create the stage level fitment wise BOM, which we are calling as intermediate BOM. So this is the process of creating that intermediate BOM where we get the information fitment wise. You can see there. And we have also provided the functionality of splitting. So as I gave you an example of 100 quantity of nut is getting used for one tractor. So here you can split stage wise that 5 nuts are getting used at one stage. Then maybe 10 are getting used at the second stage. So that kind of splitting is possible. Then comes the plant level BOM. So here we are getting the information like which aggregate or which sub-assembly that particular component is getting used and at which assembly line that is getting manufactured. So here as you can see the aggregate and the line, we can see that information is available. All this is coming from the backend where the master data is available. It has been configured at plant level. From this PG and aggregate, we create the assembly or sub-assembly BOM, which we call as aggregate BOM. Now here we are creating an aggregate BOM. So there were 3 aggregates or sub-assemblies we had entered at the starting of the program. So all those 3 aggregate BOM will get created here, and all these BOM goes for approval. So as I said, the earlier process was missing the approval, so here we are sending it for approval. Now if we come to the approval part, here we get a list of pending BOM items on the left. We selected, the details will come on the right side. We can reject or approve. While rejecting, we have to provide the rejection remarks. So since it has been rejected, it will go for approval again. So for approval, system will check whether all the approvals are received or not. For every sub-assembly, there will be a owner, okay? And the approval will be done by that owner, and then only it will be, once all the approvals are done, then only this will be pushed into the SAP for creation of BOM. Here we've also provided one functionality, that is, we can see the approval history. In approval history, we can see whether it was approved by whom, if it has been rejected, by whom it has been rejected, why it was rejected, the reason for rejection, that everything will be available there. Here system is checking whether all the aggregates are approved or not. So once all the approvals are received, system will create the BOM, all the BOMs, final product BOM plus sub-assembly BOM in SAP. So it is processing right now. See, all 4 BOMs have been created. Now we can see in SAP whether these BOMs are created or not. This is the final product BOM. So all 3 sub-assemblies are there. And if we can see whether the sub-assembly BOM is created or not, so that is also created here.
So there is a recap material.
Yeah.
So this was a very simple application which we tried with SAP BTP. All the BTP framework was used for this, and the front end used was the UI5.
So what we have achieved through this is, it is more accurate and efficient process, much faster than the previous process, as almost 90% of the activities were automated, digitized through BTP. It was having a simple user-friendly UI, wherein the complex operations and calculations are happening at the back end. And the most important is the stage-wise BOM is available in this system, and you manufacturing people can anytime download it and work on it. And it is linked with eBOM, engineering BOM, as well as the manufacturing BOM. So there is proper linkage between the engineering BOM, intermediate BOM, which we are calling as the stage-wise BOM, and then the manufacturing BOM. So that proper linkage is there and
time up.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Can we please request you to stay back on stage? Mr. Sethi, we would request your presence on stage once again to present our token of appreciation for the wonderful demo. Thank you very much. Move on to the next demo. And to present that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the stage team in charge of SCMIS, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Miss Rupa. And joining her is the vertical head for enterprise applications, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mr. Shailendra Kumar. Welcome to the stage, and over to you.
Good afternoon.
So this particular, so this particular use case which we are going to showcase today is pertaining to our gas BU, and it is in fact some of our GAIL counterparts are also there today as part of the gathering. So the use case is like this, that basically our gas BU supplies gas to our direct customers through the GAIL network, and the measurement of the gas happens at 2 points, the entry point and the exit point. And the difference of the readings between this entry and exit point is known as the imbalance, and that imbalance report GAIL sends to BPCL on daily basis in the form of a PDF which is sent through email. Similarly, periodically GAIL also raises the invoice, and that invoice also comes in the form of PDF to BPCL. Now, this entire process of from nominations to the final invoicing is a very long business case, but as a part of this particular today's demo, we have taken a very small use case where we are reading this imbalance report as well as the invoice using document extraction tool of the BTP, and we find that this document extraction tool is very useful because it is using the AI/ML capabilities. So once it keeps getting trained over a period of time, and then it extracts the document details with a lot of precision. So with that background, I will just hand over to my colleague Rupa, who will show you the actual demo.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So with this background of the business scenario, I will quickly run you through this demo. Can somebody click this, please? Yeah, thank you. It has started. So basically, there are some configurations which we have to do before we can actually start using this application. We are using the MI capability, and we are using the document information extraction tool of BTP. And the roles can be managed depending on your business requirement. And once the setup is done, when you click on the application, this is the dashboard where you will be doing all your activities. The first thing is a configuration of schema. SAP has already provided some standard schema for invoices PO, which you can use directly. Wherein they would already define the header fields, the line item fields, which will be captured from the document. Now, once here you don't have to do anything, you can just go ahead and use this schema. In our case, we also had a use case wherein the schema was not there. So here you can see it is in pending status, and now it has changed to ready. So now when I open the document, here we can see the document which I have uploaded, and also we can see the fields which are captured, some of them in blue and some of them in red. That is basically some things which I have trained. And when I click on the extraction results, the results of these fields are available, which if I am okay, I can proceed, else I can edit it and say I feel that some field has to be captured. It is pretty easy. You just click on the document and capture that field and update which is the field name. And once that's done, you just save it. And this, when saved into the template, forms a training document for the tool. And next time when I upload the document, this particular field which I captured now will also be captured. Now here we can download this document, download the data in CSV, JSON or text, or we can have an automation to directly connect it to our database. This is the second document which I am loading. This is again a custom document. Here the process is same. Only thing is I would be selecting a custom schema which I have created and a template. Now, when I have done with a custom template, we need to actually train the tool a little bit on what are the fields to be captured. It was not automatic that system has captured all the fields. But once I have done that, for the next documents of the similar format, the fields are captured correctly. If you want to rename the document, it can be renamed. Again, the same process. Once uploaded, it would appear in your dashboard as pending. And once it is done, it is ready for you to use it. So when I see the extraction results, I can see the header level data here and the custom level line item level data, which the system has captured based on the training which I have provided. So that is about this tool, and in this short duration of time, the demo tool which we have used to develop the BTP, using BTP. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I would just like to thank INDUS for providing this opportunity to use BTP and take up this BTP Ambassador program. And a special mention to Mukesh for taking up this initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We would request you to please stay back on stage. Can I request Mr. Umesh Mehta from INDUS to join us on stage and present a token of our fondest appreciation. Thank you very much for participating in the demo jam. Thank you very much. You know, now actually in this digital age, we all know that digital has the power to change and unleash the true potential of an organization. And to learn a little bit more, we have a special keynote address. You know, we'll be diving down and deep into this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the stage Senior Partner, Head, Asia Pacific and India, Energy and Process Industries, Kearney, Mr. Saurabh Gupta. Wonderful to see you, sir. How are you?
Very good.
I hope you had a great learning experience with us as well.
Oh, absolutely. It was wonderful. Look forward to it.
Thank you very much. I leave the stage to you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry. Connect हो गया? ये क्या कर रहा है? ये था। देखो आएगा? आएगा आएगा। आ गया ना? कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा। Well, hard as you may try, nothing is perfect. For example, my name is Saurabh Singh and not Saurabh Gupta. But I don't mind the glitch. The rest of the facts are accurate. I have been with Kearney for a couple of decades, and I lead what is called the Energy and Process Industries practice for the firm across Asia Pacific and India. Now, the Energy and Process Industries practice covers oil and gas, metals and mining, chemicals and utilities, the so-called brick and mortar industries. So I'm sure you must be wondering, what am I doing here? So in the last couple of decades that I've been working in this practice, the last 5 or 6 years have been spent at the confluence of technology and EPI, which basically means however much I might want to say I'm one of you, I'm not. I know this room is full of technocrats, people who are very, very deep and have amazing expertise in their line of business. I don't even claim that I have that. What I do bring to the table, however, is the ability to bring business and technology together, and which, in my experience, can really create wonders. I have half an hour now, as I'm told. I know I am the last man standing between you and what promises to be a fantastic evening. So in the next 30 minutes, you will have to bear with me as I'll try and provoke you, challenge you a little. You may have heard a few things before, but please bear with me as I say this. It'll be an interesting discussion, very different hopefully from what you've heard through the entire day so far. So let's get started. And again, I'll improvise a bit as we move ahead, simply because I'll skip a few slides in the interest of time. So please do bear with me. The first thing I'd want you to do is open your mobile phones and go to kearneyvote.com. And the password is Kearney_1234. Of course, you can also scan the QR code. So the reason why I'm doing this, by the way, is to get a sense of what this group really thinks about digital. It's a very used, and I dare say abused word over the last few years. I want to get a sense of what is it that the group really believes digital is. There were 3 or 4 questions. I'm shortening it to just 2 now, and those are the 2 that I'll get to. I hope people are able to log in. Sorry. Yeah, just 1 second. I'm just checking. At least, are people able to log into it? Okay. Yeah, it should have. All right. I think in the interest of time, we're going to skip this and get straight to the rest of the presentation. I'm so sorry for this. Yeah. So, normally I wanted to start this with how many Fortune 500 companies do you think from the 1970s are still around? Any guesses? Yeah. So the answer is, I think, close to 16%. And the fact that they're not around is simply because they were not able to change. There have been many forces of change that have been around us. Digital is one of them, which has truly transformed us. And the people sitting in this room have the power to make or break their organizations. Something that, some of us may not appreciate at the moment, but it is truly transformational what we could potentially do. Anyways, let me get to the main, the rest of the document, please. like all things technology, this is, no, actually I want to go to another document. I want to skip that completely. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, maybe. So good, this is not a Microsoft event because it's not responding, and I would have taken them to task. जब आएगा तब इसे ऊपर कर देंगे तब तक मैं बात करता हूँ ठीक है Anyways, while we wait for it to come up and just bear with me for that, I'll just take a couple of minutes and introduce Carney to you. We are a 97-year-old management consulting firm. We have offices in 40 different countries, including 3 in India. The thing that should be of relevance to you is the fact that we have our digital capabilities residing in India. So India serves as the hub for all our digital capabilities, and we use that to serve the rest of the world. And I am one of those industry practice folks who are aligned to digital and serve the rest of the many of our clients on this particular topic. So that was a bit about Carney. Let me get to where the world is at. And sorry, is it back now? नहीं ये वाला छोड़ना. Okay. So now I promised this was the last technical glitch for the evening from my side, and we are back in business. I still have 25 odd minutes, so I'll use that to walk you through the rest of the presentation. As I had promised earlier, I'm not going to get too deep into technology. That is something which we have spent the entire day discussing. The only thing that I want to call out here is that there is a tectonic shift that is happening even as we speak. When we had started off, okay, here we go, that's not me. When we had started off with digital as a concept, the initial focus was primarily on how can it be used to improve processes, bring about more efficiencies in how we are doing business. That quickly changed to where we are today, which is the middle 2 boxes. One is the advent of advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, and so on. At the same time, the use of digital for new and game-changing business models. So introducing new businesses itself rather than just focusing on efficiency and effectiveness. This is where we now are also dealing with generative AI and some of the other new game-changing technologies that are available to us. Where are we moving? We are moving towards AI-driven organizations where it is end-to-end completely interconnected. It is truly, I mean, right now we are barely scratching the surface. I'm sure all of you would agree. We are picking up individual use cases in most organizations, trying to kind of start off our digital journey with it, rather than having a true and seamless end-to-end interconnectivity. That is where things like artificial general intelligence and so on will also start kicking in a few years from now. This is a shift that is happening. We are at the center of it. There is an opportunity to get a lot more. The question is, what are we doing? And there, the other thing that, for us to kind of take note of is, there are 3 ways in which one can use digital. The first is what I call efficiency and effectiveness, which is just pure play. Can I improve the yield of my plant? Can I improve, the productivity of a particular manufacturing process, and so on? The second is, can I use it for new products and services? And the last but not the least is, can I completely disrupt my business model? The rule of 70-20-10 is what I would want you to remember. Ideally, as technology leaders in your organizations, the focus should be 70-20-10. A lot of times, I've seen people disproportionately focus on only one thing. The first one, in a lot of cases, the first one will give you enough bang for the buck to begin with, but if you want multi-X returns, that is where number 2 and number 3 kick in. So as technology leaders who are owning the digital spend in your respective organizations, looking at it as a portfolio is very, very critical. Having said that, the question is, where are we today on digital? And I'm deliberately calling it a glass half full or a glass half empty. I am hoping the survey would have shown the same thing. The fact that people are happy about the fact that they are doing something on the digital side, but I'm sure there is a sense of not having done enough, or the fact that more could be done. That is an enduring sense that we have. I would like to communicate that in the form of my favorite comic strip, which is Dilbert. And if you can read it yourself. It's really deep. The message here is, imagine this: you're dealing with the CEOs and the CEOs of your organization who are enamored by digital, but at times they may not understand it completely. The outcome of that is exactly this. Every time a new buzzword comes up, the next thing that you're asked is, what are we doing about it? Are we doing it at scale? What's the next pilot? Can I use that to drive my car? Can I use that to improve my employee productivity? Without knowing what it can actually do. And it is this group that faces the brunt of trying to deliver that. This is what the CIO or the CDO of today has to deal with. What does that lead to? And there are two different extremes that I'm talking about. On the one hand, you have the business leader who does not know enough about technology, but is still enamored by it and wants to try it out. There's also the technology leader who at times is too deep into technology and is not thinking about what does it mean for the business. The outcome is a big disconnect between the two, and that is basically leading to what I am basically referring to, a lot of frustration. The fact that, I was in a CEO forum a few days ago, and the amount of discontent that the CEOs had about their digital journey was astounding. They would come in and say, "Hum kuch nahi kar rahe. I don't think we are doing enough. There are so many new technologies I keep hearing about. What am I doing about it?" And I've been speaking to some of you over the day or even in the past, and what I hear you say is, there are so many technologies, my CEO does not understand it. I don't think we are able to do enough. The root cause for this, as I would call it, are these 7 things. The first is the fact that there is a big mistake that a lot of organizations make, that digital is a CIO or a CDO agenda. Unfortunately, it's not. And I can tell you from experience, I've spoken to more than 50 different organizations as part of an extensive outreach that we had done. And this is probably the single biggest reason why a lot of these digital transformations are struggling. When it's successful, it is the CEO's baby. When anything does not go right, it is down to the CIO or CDO saying, you're not doing enough. And making that change is probably most pivotal to being successful in digital transformation. The second issue is not attacking the right problems and not framing the problems right, which again is important because in a lot of cases, organizations are doing digital just for the heck of it. I need to try something new, let me pick it up, let me do the first pilot, I have to be the first one to declare victory that I am doing it. As a result, you're not getting full bang for the buck. I'm sure some people in the room, many of us, including myself, have been guilty of it. I'm not absolving any of us of the blame. But the fact is that this is also something which is leading to where we are today and the dissatisfaction that a lot of us may have as against digital. The third is somewhat related. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So the next new technology that comes in, people pick it up and say, okay, I have this tool now, I have this really seductive technology that the tech vendor has sold to me. Now I want every single thing in my organization to be solved with it. So the tool first mentality is killing us. Unless we start with a problem first mentality rather than tool first, there is very limited way in which we are going to get out of this mess. The fourth is getting lost in pilot purgatory. So when digital started off a few years ago, it was very contemporary to say fail fast, do pilots and so on. I think some of us have continued to be there. We haven't been able to get out of it, not realizing that just doing pilots will serve us no good. And I can tell you with a lot of authority, because I have had the opportunity of speaking to many of the CEOs of your respective organizations. You speak to them and they'll tell you, इसे pilot ही हो रहा है, उसकी value कहाँ पे है? Where is the value coming from? Am I doing it at scale? Is every single employee in my organization really getting a benefit of it or not? And that is something which again is something that ails us. The fifth thing is waiting for the perfect setup. This is now a relatively smaller group, but a very stubborn group, who would say, oh, I don't have a data lake, can I start analytics? Why? I mean, the fact remains that unless we try, we'll never get to a particular outcome. So it is somewhat contradictory to the previous one, but you have people sitting on both sides of the river right now. The next one is, we are doing everything that is to be done. This is the biggest mistake that people can make right now. The rate at which technology is changing, and we have just recently concluded a research on generative AI, and we were looking at almost $2 billion worth of deals that have been done across 5 different areas within generative AI. The number of startups, the number of new things that they are doing is astounding. If you think you know everything and you've done everything, I hope there aren't many people in the room like that, then it is obviously not right. And last but not the least, underestimating the criticality of change. If you don't take the onus on yourself and the mentality that I am the guy who's going to get up to UAT, ek baar ho gaya, then the tool is the user's responsibility. After that, if it fails, what can I do about it? Please, if you really want, first of all, the role of the CIO and CDO has changed dramatically in the last 8 to 10 years. It has elevated to become, I would say, the top 3 leaders in any organization. And if you really want to play that part, then washing your hands off and saying, change management is not my responsibility, I am only responsible for getting the right tool at the lowest cost and launching it, will not suffice. I'm sorry if I'm provoking you, but these are 7 reasons which I sincerely believe why digital transformations are not working out. Now the question is, are there examples of things that have gone well? Yes, there are. They're not perfect by any means. I'm going to talk about them because Kearney has been involved in doing a couple of them, so please bear with me. But there have been some good things that we have done, which hopefully all of us can learn from. And it is, the fact remains that I'm not in any way claiming that they are perfect. So, and there are a bunch of examples. We have done this across segments, right? From financial services to manufacturing to insurance to oil and gas to automotive and so on. I'm going to talk about 2 specific examples. The first one is in the oil and gas space in India. It's for a $90 billion oil and gas behemoth. And we had started off this journey 4 or 5 years ago with a digital strategy. The thing that was most unique about this program was it solved the first point very, very clearly. It was a CEO agenda. The CEO wanted it, which is why it was commissioned in a particular way. The vision, the strategy was very clearly laid out. So were what we want to do. And they were very, very happy to put their money where their mouth was, which basically meant doing the right investments and the right sponsorship around digital, which is what we did in the first phase, setting the direction, identifying what has to be done. The next 3 to 4 years have been primarily focused on implementing a lot of what has been done. There have been a lot of course correction. When we started 4 or 5 years ago, some of the technologies that we are talking about did not even exist. But the fact that the thing that has been most transformational there is that a digital center of excellence, a separate team has been set up from scratch, separate from IT, whose only job is to make this a success. So every time there's a new technology, we are able to pivot. We have set up some of the most fantastic, a separate advanced analytics hub, a separate hub for RPA. We are probably one of the first people to set up a generative AI center of excellence, starting off with, training people on prompt engineering and so on, and a lot of different change management related things that have been done. And now we are delving into newer business models as well. So a set of things that have been done which are interesting, and I'm going to talk about it through some of this rather quickly. What has also been interesting is how change has been managed in this organization. So this particular digital transformation has won, I'd say, more than 20 different recognitions in the last 3 years across the board, including at an Asia Pacific level and quite a few of them in India at various forums. Everybody gets awards. I'm not in any way saying that this is the be all end all of it. But the way it has galvanized the organization, the way it has inspired people is fantastic. The one thing which is truly fantastic is when you see new people from the Digital Center of Excellence team that we have created getting the India 40 Under 40 for the Best Analyst Award. I'm not talking about the CIO, the CIOs and the CDOs of the world winning awards. I'm talking about young analysts who are completely raw when they came in, getting to that level where they are doing some of the most exceptional AI/ML based coding in these organizations and getting fantastic outcomes. So let me, as I said, we started off with a bunch of initiatives. Right now we are running hundreds of different initiatives across various dimensions, right from completely upgrading the technology stack to getting into platformization of technologies, which I think is truly differentiated in this case. Every time we hear about a new technology, the first question is, how do we democratize it? How do we get it to a level where the IT team is no longer responsible for figuring out where the use cases will come from? How do we train the user so that they are able to get them themselves? And that, I think, is probably one of the most unique aspects of this program. And then tens of advanced analytics use cases where the focus is not just implementation, the focus is closed looping, the focus is checking usage. There are tools that we implemented 3 years ago. Even today, we are checking on the usage. Every week, if a person is not using the tool when he was supposed to, then questions are being asked. And these are things which are truly transformative, because they make sure that the ROI focus, every single investment that was approved, is currently getting tracked, and we are able to push the envelope on it. A bunch of different kinds of analytics have been done. So this is just a glimpse. As I said, there were 60 plus different kinds of analytics, and they are across the board, right? So from hardcore consumer analytics to improving the yield of some of the most complex engineering assets in the country. I'm talking about things like the fluidized catalytic cracker in a refinery. These are some of the most complex units in a refinery, and we've been able to improve the yield by a couple of percentage points as a result of this particular effort. So some very, very interesting work being done, but I think the exceptional thing there is how they have been closed looped. In case of emerging technologies, what is truly differentiated is the amount of platformization that has been done. The playbook is very simple. You pick up a technology, you first figure out what is its potential within the digital team, identify the initial few use cases, organize a hackathon, train hundreds of people within the organization. I'm talking about users, not the IT team, to get them and then get them to tell you what more can they do with it. And the results have been sensational. I mean, just last week, I was on the jury of the generative AI hackathon. And I can tell you, I mean, the organization has obviously thousands of people, but almost 800 odd people had participated in it. We trained them, and most of them, by the way, were non-IT folks. So the kind of use cases that we have got from there, imagine an exploration person coming and saying, I was doing this, I have to read these reams and reams of research papers to figure out where the oil might be lying under the ground. Now I have already built a tool or a prototype of it, which is analyzing the data and telling me this is where you need to look for. It has reduced my work and improved my effectiveness multifold. The same thing being done across business. So there were people from finance, from HR, from exploration, from refineries, every single part of the business coming up with some very, very fantastic ideas. The other thing, which I should call out is, the overall well-rounded impact. So there have been millions of dollars worth of savings. And this impact basically comes in from the fact that these are tools that are, there's a very measurable and quantifiable impact. The other element which I think I should call out is the amount of change management that has happened. And since it was a senior-led program, the first realization was the seniors don't know everything. So we started off with reverse mentoring. We started off with getting some of the junior-most people in the firm to kind of, you know the drill, but the effectiveness of it is what surprised us. The willingness of some of those senior people to learn from some of the newer folks was amazing. And that increase in the tech appreciation has then further led to greater interest on their part. At the same time, modernizing the tech foundations, building in the right tools. So after crores and crores of rupees were already realized as savings across various initiatives, the organization then invested in a data lake. At that point in time, not a single question was, it wasn't even under question, because at that point it was very, very clear how much value can it bring to the table. And right now we are doing something which is extremely cutting edge. So this was one example that I had of how a transformation has been affected over multiple years. It is by no means perfect, but there are still a few things I'm sure all of us can take from it as we go back. The second example that I talk about is further from home. This is in Europe. This is for one of our largest clients in Europe, where we do a fair bit. It's in the consumer durable space. So we had done a lot of work with them on the digital side, but the specific element that I want to talk about is how they went about digital business models. So basically they were a company which was selling hardware as in washing machines, dishwashers, and so on. They said, we want to become a hardware plus company, which basically means can we get more subscription revenue from sale of, let's say, accessories that come along with my hardware and so on. The fact that we kind of went with them and created a separate team which was focused on first looking at a list of 60 plus such different ideas that they could potentially do, identifying 5 or 6 of them which we eventually went on to implement, and all the bells and whistles, right from prototyping, which basically means without even having the product, we kind of developed a frame around it, tested it out in the market, seeing the initial success, and a lot of thought going into how or what the customer wants and building that into the model. All of that went into it. I'll just focus on one particular page showing the impact of one of these. So the curve that you see is how the success basically was created as part of this particular program, wherein some of these new initiatives, new business models have now become money spinners for the organization, and that has basically inspired them to do more. It is by no means complete. There are so many more ideas, there are so many things that these guys are looking at right now, but I think at least our role was to trigger that process and build a structure for them to keep experimenting on newer business models. So that now brings me to all of this that I just spoke about for the last 20-25 minutes basically comes down to saying what's there in it for you and what should you take out of this particular conversation. And I have, like any other consultant, 7 messages for you. So, and they are split across these 3 buckets, but just allow me to articulate them. The first is, as technology leaders, you need to expand your remit. You are no longer only the custodians of technology. If you and your teams do not speak the business language and act like business leaders, you're doing only half the job that you're supposed to do. That is the biggest challenge, and please, it is not just for you, it is for your teams as well. In fact, you asking your teams that particular question, are you even understanding what the user wants? Have you ever gone and even spoken to a customer at any point in time to know what it is? There are so many examples right now of some of the business leaders taking their technology person into customer meetings because they want the tech team to hear what it is. The important message for you is demand it. If you don't ask for that seat on the table, you will not get it, because unfortunately, I don't think our business leaders are also completely equipped or are ready with that mindset to pull you in. So the message here is, please demand it. You need to be on the table when a business decision is being taken, because you can add value, and that part I think is very well established. So that's the first message. The second thing, which I briefly alluded to earlier, is please think about actual adoption. Your KPI, and I'm sure there are different organizations, all of you will be measured differently and so on, but in your own eyes, your KPI should not be how many tools have I launched. It has to be about what was the justification why we bought that tool and where are we on it right now. If you don't ask your teams, saying, वो tool launch हुआ था 1 साल पहले, check करो कोई login करता भी है कि नहीं. If you're not asking that question, trust me, this entire thing is going to fizzle out. So, worrying about actual adoption and looking at the business case and holding yourself accountable to it. Forget KPIs for a minute, holding yourself accountable for it is very, very important. The third thing is around managing digital as a portfolio. The thing that I spoke about, right, those 70, 20, 10, looking at not just digital for efficiency and effectiveness, but also new business models, new products and services. That I think is again an important aspect of what the balance is also something that will work well for you within your organization. It will inspire more people to be part of the digital transformation, because there is then so much more to do and not just unidimensional as in some cases it turns out to be. The next point is around teaming, breaking the mold. I have seen digital leaders say, I should take this guy into my team because he does very good coding. Good. But where is the business guy in your team? If you do not have diversity in your team, if you do not have people in your team who are thinking and speaking the business language, it will become difficult. Please, it is a very painful thing that I'm asking you to do. Because I know very soon people start getting frustrated. Oh, this guy is not, he's not computer science background. He's not good at coding. Will he do what he's supposed to do? Please, it is a necessity of digital to have, people who have that acumen, the business acumen, to be part of your team. Please do try it. You will not regret it. And you should go for the best and the sharpest in your team if possible. The next point is around building an ecosystem. This is something that I'm sure has been spoken about a lot. You cannot do everything by yourself. It has to be the right balance. You need to invest in capabilities. You cannot also leave everything to outside. At the same time, you should not also do everything internally. Building that ecosystem, building a set of people who are going to work with you is very, very important. The next point is, and again, there are a lot more things that I'm sure I could have come up with. These are a distillation of what you've heard in the first 15 pages or so. There is the big bet on AI. AI is not going anywhere. It is going to get much, much bigger than what we are seeing today. I mean, so Kearney has recently acquired a firm called Silicon Foundry. It's in the US. There are firms who are sitting out of the office of that Silicon Foundry with the only job of tracking what's happening in the startup market there. Figuring out what new technologies are coming up, how can they benefit from it, how can they, in some cases from an M&A perspective, in some cases purely from market sensing perspective. And unless you are on top of how this space is moving, you will, and I guarantee you, you will end up making the wrong investments. I can still see people buying tools which are completely outdated right now. The technology has moved so fast. So unless you are scanning the market at all times and unless you build that capability in-house, you will start to struggle in terms of catching what's the latest and greatest and how do you benefit from it. And last but not the least, democratize. Please reduce your own workload, make life easier, platformize everything, give it to your user. He will come up with ideas that you cannot even imagine. and it will be a joint success. You will see better change management than you've ever seen before. So the last page, and I again want to end with another strip, and this is an apology, because I must say, I know how tough life is for you. There's a bigger message on this page. First, our business leaders don't understand what technology is. When they understand it, they sit on the top of our heads and say, "Isko abhi kar do. Ab mere ko ye abhi chahiye." So it is not easy being a technology leader in today's world. Please don't misunderstand me. I completely know this. Having said that, if you were to follow some of what I've just spoken about, the 7 mantras that I just spoke about on the previous page, I think the effectiveness of you in your digital transformation journeys will go a notch up. That is a promise. So with that, and I know I've probably taken 4 or 5 more minutes, but thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Okay. Can you bring the slide back up, please? Yeah, that's a good play on it and IT, but either ways it makes sense. Okay, I'm presuming we're out of time, so if there are any questions, I'll be very happy to take them offline. But thank you for your time.
Firstly, Mr. Singh, thank you very much for joining us and for being so accommodative. Can we please have a louder round of applause for Mr. Singh? And we would request Mr. Chandar Khanduja to please join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Saurabh Singh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was probably, when your computer was rebooting, I thought I'll have this thing, guess the password. Maybe we could win something. But now's the time when we move on to the final session of this conclave. It's going to be a fireside chat. But before we announce what is the topic all about, if you see your ID cards on your lanyards, if you flip them around, there is a QR code. We would request you to please scan them and give us your valuable feedback. So we would request everyone present here to make sure that you please give us your valuable input so that we can take them into considerations and keep growing better and better each year. Now the next fireside chat is going to be talking about what we can learn, what other user groups are engaging with SAP and adding value to their members. And to do that, first I would like to invite to the stage SVP Global User Groups Organization, SAP, Ms. Yasmin Awad. And she will be in conversation with the CIO at the Bombay Dyeing and Manufacturing Company Limited, Ms. Shobhana Lele. Good evening, it's wonderful to have you. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. So when Saurabh Singh ji said he's the last man standing, I think we both are the last two women sitting between you and the last evening that's just going to come up, right? So first of all, I would like to start with thanking Yasmin. She's taken time out of her really busy schedule to be with us for our 25th anniversary annual conclave of INDUS. So thank you, Yasmin, for being here. Yeah, please give her a round of applause as well. She's flown all the way from Germany, right? So thank you once again, right? So let me start, Yasmin, with how does SAP view the user groups? I understand there are a number of user groups like INDUS. So could you give us a little idea of how many such user groups are there and how does SAP really view all of them?
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here. It's a pleasure for me, and it's great to see the community of INDUS here. So if you ask me, I can only say one sentence. SAP sees the user community really as a treasure. I can tell you why, because we have around 44 user groups all around the world. My role at SAP is to manage the relationship with all of these groups. So while the user groups, the SAP user groups are all independent from SAP, but also from SAP, from each other, they all have the same model. They are all non-profit organizations, and they live through the engagement of the volunteers. So I would also like to thank all the volunteers who are here, the INDUS board, but also the SIG leads and everybody who contributes on a voluntary base. Just imagine you spend your time in exchanging about SAP, sharing knowledge, exchanging with SAP, helping us to improve, to adopt our solutions and get better every year with every product, because you help us to understand your needs and what we can improve. So that's really the treasure. And of course, the user groups help to share knowledge. That's the obvious part, but you also share your experiences with SAP. So you help each other to broaden your usage in the SAP space, but also to use SAP in a better way, in the way that you need to use it in your industry and in your business. You also help us, you also challenge us, of course, yeah? You give us feedback, but this is what we really need. We want to get better and better, and only if we can get feedback, we can improve ourselves. This can be in relation to our products, but it can also be in regards to how do we approach the markets. Are we well set in the respective countries? Do you need to understand better what we do? Sometimes it's a communication topic. And SAP shows a huge commitment, not only by having my team, which is a global team. We have people all around the world who are working together with the user groups, but also our board is really committed. We have regular exchanges where our SAP executive board members ask you for feedback.
Thank you for that. So with a lot of new technologies coming in, particularly there's a rapid pace of technology change in the last few years. So in SAP itself, we are talking of BTP, we are talking of Gen AI, we are talking of business AI, right? So how do these user groups really help organizations to adopt these new technologies? And how does SAP really propagate these new technologies to the user groups and to the organizations?
First of all, you really help to see all of these new solutions, new innovation, to see in the right context. We deliver the solutions, but you need to know how to adopt it, how to use it in your industry, and to make the business context really relevant to you. So you exchange with each other. That's a huge, we saw it here today, that you share how you use technology in your own area, in your company. And so you also help other customers to adopt. Of course, we also have strong collaboration with the user groups in terms of knowledge transfer. We talk to the user groups and try to find out what is needed, what kind of knowledge do the customers need in the respective countries, and also my team, we really set up the necessary information that you use. We also provide tools. For example, when we heard that it is hard for customers to understand how they can, where they should use S4HANA, what the value is, what is the, how can S4HANA help their businesses. SAP developed a tool called BSR, Business Scenario Recommendations, that really answers to these questions. One also, I think it's a big achievement, was the indirect access. The user groups really help us to make our products usable, and also if we have to change, also in terms of license models. We got this feedback from the user groups and especially also from INDUS, and together with the user groups in constant workshops, we defined this new license model called digital access.
Right. So we've been hearing in the previous session of SAP as well that SAP is now becoming a cloud company, right? So what is the feedback you're receiving from the rest of the user groups as well as the customers on the adoption of cloud over the last few years?
Yeah, of course, this is a huge change. Traditionally, also the membership is classical IT on-premise customers, and so the whole transformation is a huge topic. So if you move to the cloud, the value is not only by moving from on-premise to cloud, but also because you want to do the business transformation. Here's where the value comes from. So typically, what we do is we try to help you to identify the values, and also we help you in the transformation process. And here we work together. Just to give you an example, we created with the German user group a transformation curriculum where we help customers and we give clear guidance. This is also a request from user group that SAP should provide more guidance. And here we have put together a whole curriculum that includes learning sessions, but also guidance, and we share this with the customers in Germany first, but we are already translating it, so you will also be able to access this in the near future.
Interesting. And finally, because I don't want to take too much time, finally, how do you see the roles of the user groups evolving? So we know it's a knowledge sharing forum, we know it's a community forum, but how do you see it evolving in the future?
Communities are changing in general, right? You can have access to communities everywhere, but I think the user groups are even getting more important because they help you to get access to other customers. Yeah? The important thing is that customers are really engaged. So a community without engagement is maybe just an info forum, but not a real community. And I heard in the last session a great sentence. It said, build an ecosystem to do the transformation. Even the best don't do everything by themselves, and I think that's the key. And transformation will be important and will be with us in the coming years with AI, not only with the move to the cloud. And the user group and the community worldwide, INDUS is also connected with all the other user groups, is a huge asset for our customers, not only for SAP. So thanks a lot, and this is really a great win-win.
So thank you, and thank you for the support provided to INDUS and of course to all the user groups. I think that really helps us as a community and helps the customers of SAP as well. So I do think it's a win-win type of a situation and a relation that we can look forward to. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would request you to please stay back on stage, and may I now request Mr. Sandeep Pradhan from INDUS to join us on stage to present the speakers with our token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Okay, before I announce the final session for the day, I wonder how many of you are right-handed? Yeah, I want you to take your right hand ahead and just wiggle it a bit. How many of you are left-handed? You do the same. Put your hands in front, wiggle it a bit. Anybody who's ambidextrous? I'll teach you how. Take both your hands and wiggle. Yeah, and give yourselves a round of applause. You've been absolutely fantastic. And now to deliver the closing note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I once again welcome the chairman from Indus, Mr. Vijay Sethi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are at 5:58. We promised we'll close at 6. Maybe we'll be delayed by 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I'll not take more than that because we wanted to close by 6. We started in the morning saying that the theme is, remember, smarter, sustainable and successful businesses. The strategy is for smarter, sustainable and successful enterprises. I think what all of us have seen during the day is a very good mix of fireside chats, master classes, case studies, panel discussions, and keynotes. I personally was very happy with a lot of inputs that each one of us got in all these sessions. I want to thank everyone who participated. But first of all, let me just, I want to thank Akarshak. Akarshak, you're there? Yes, sir. Yeah, I want to thank you. I think you have done a wonderful job. Huge round of applause for you. All your team which has been supporting you. I know they had to come in onto the stage every few minutes. So thank you to each one of you, the entire audio, video team and everyone who really supported. So thank you very much. I also want to thank 2 people who were there with me in the morning, but they're not here at this moment, Kulmeet and Sindhu. I think Kulmeet is joining us back in a few minutes, but the amazing chat that we had in the morning, I was so happy with that, and we got a lot of insights. I want to thank you, Yasmin, for flying in especially from Germany, and I know that you are flying back tonight, so that shows that it's not only over here that we just want to rush, but there's a great work. And I also want to thank, or introduce first maybe, I'll request Dimple if you can just stand for 1 second. So she's not from India User Group. She's not from Germany, but she's coming to join us from New Zealand User Group. Thank you very much for joining. We requested her to join in for a few minutes, so thank you for coming over. Also want to thank another man out here, especially call out Mukesh, because he's been wonderful in organizing all these things. The entire SAP team, all the speakers, everybody, my fellow board members, and each one of you who was here, who has been here since morning. Thank you to each one of you. 30 minutes down the line, we'll have another session, the ACE Awards, which we have been waiting for it. I'm sure that there'll be much more excitement at that time. And I wish everyone who participated in that, who's getting those awards, all the best. And I'm sure that the best teams would really win. But even those, as I said in the morning, those who participated, for us, each one of them is a winner. So thank you very much. But before I close, I'll just take 1 second. Mukesh told me something that before you calm down, and he said it 3 times, so I have no option, though I told him to do it. He said, take a selfie with the entire group, so I'll do that. I'll try that. I've never done that with the group, but I'll do it.
Okay, so what we can at least do is, if you're not standing, on the count of 3 while Mr. Sethi takes the selfie. Yeah, can we dim the stage lights, please? No, the stage lights, please. So while we do this, I want all of you to please put your hands up, give me a victory sign, and you can shout. I know the pictures won't capture sound, but we will. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. That was a very amazing cheer. But thank you, Mr. Sethi. On that note, thank you very, very much for being a part of the Indus Annual Conclave 2023. We will take a 30-minute break. We would request you in the meanwhile to please submit your valuable feedback, and we'll see you sharp at 6:30 for the SAP ACE Awards 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Akarshak Mishra. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening ahead.